You are now listening to the Sae Bae Cast, the #1 old school RuneScape podcast featuring guests from all across Galanor. To support this podcast, visit the Patreon link in the description.
All right, welcome to the Sae Bae Cast number 82 with qneeks, or Nick, as I'll call him. How you doing, Nick?
I'm good, man. I'm excited. This is pretty long awaited.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I'm thinking like over a year of this. I mean, I feel like I've teased it a lot or just kind of been like, yeah, I'll get you on, at some point. And I feel like it's been about a year or maybe even longer, but I couldn't actually be sure.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, as I said, though, like the longer the wait, the better, if anything, because, yeah, both of us, we've progressed further into our content creator careers. So if anything, it's better. There's more to talk about. There's so much to talk about. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at you a year ago, even a year and a half ago. I mean, you were just remaking hardcores. It felt like this. It felt like, I mean, it's cool and all because that definitely was the meta back then. I feel like it was fading out at the time, but it was still the meta to just remake hardcores, and that's kind of how you. That's like cookie cutter way to grow a stream, like to be completely honest. But now that you've stuck to an iron, it feels like you have more to talk about. It's in regards to the game now. Of course, the Sae Bae Cast, we just go fucking everywhere, but yeah. I think it's prime time to get you on.
Yeah, I think the hardcore meta was fun for a while, and then I was like, I'm not good enough at the game to be trying to be a hardcore. So I was like, we'll just settle down and play Iron, which it kind of sucks because thinking about the amount of time that I spent like remaking to just move on, and like I could have used all that. I could be 100 days further on the Iron that I'm on right now if I didn't do that. But it's okay. It was a fun meta for a while, but it's definitely dying now.
Yeah. So let's just take a step back and let's just kind of go into who you are for those that have never heard of qneeks before. And by the way, it is qneeks. It's not qneeks, not any
yeah, not queeks. If you're Marsabun, she says queeks. Yeah. Yeah, my name's Nick, or qneeks. I started streaming probably 2.5 years ago, and I mainly have played Ironman since the beginning. I think my first month of streaming, I played a main account, and I still have the main, but I've never really. The only thing that was big on it was that I streamed my first ever fire cape. Like my first streams were me getting a fire cape, which is pretty cool because I had never done it before, and I was like, this would be really fun to stream. And that was, I don't know, I think it was just interesting to other people to be like, oh, like a lot of people were like, you don't have to be good to be a streamer. Like they realized that while I was doing that.
No, but I mean, it is definitely true. There's like a triangle of streamers. You got to either be like really good, funny, or loud, I think.
Yep.
Because there's loud streamers that aren't even funny in that.
Yeah, they're just loud, and it's somehow entertaining. They're just screaming a bunch.
Yeah. And if you have like 2 or more of those, you're fucking balling. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. I try. That's one thing I'm trying to find the balance in, is like being a personality, but being a gamer streamer. Like I feel like that's definitely 2 definitive categories. Like people are either there for the gaming, or they're there for your personality. And I'm definitely trying to work in the gaming aspect now, because I feel like the personalities, it's okay.
I feel like that's a really cool thing to work toward, and I feel like a lot of people don't see it that way. In fact, if it's too hard for them to improve at the game, if they feel like it's good, it's just way too much effort to improve at their actual mechanical ability in the game, then they'll even say the opposite. They'll be like, that doesn't fucking matter. Like they'll be inhaling that copium big time and just being like, oh, I can just fuck around the whole time. But
yeah, I'm funny. It's okay.
There really is something amazing about watching an entertaining person that is really good. I mean, look at Bodhi. Yeah. I mean, of course, he's also like the grandfather of the OSRS category, so that helps.
Yeah, but no, he's the perfect example of like someone who's really good at the game, and they also manage to be entertaining at the same time, which is really hard to do. Like I literally look up to Bodie, even Will. Like I feel like Will sometimes gets memed, but he's really good at the game too. His clicks are good, and people like that. I'm just that's what I would like strive to be like for sure. Because when you get both those down, you get a mix of everyone watching you. You know, it's not just people there because you're funny or people there because you're gaming.
Yeah. No, it's definitely like sometimes I even feel like comedy, just being entertaining. And I feel like when I say entertaining, I mean, you got to have comedic value. Like you got to make people laugh in a way. And that's where your stream grows. I would honestly say more financially, because I've seen a lot of streamers that are fucking good at the game. And like they're doing everything right, but it's a more serious environment. And because of that seriousness, again,
I feel like.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I feel like the support financially is not there, so it makes it harder to become a full-time streamer if you're not willing to just be a clown in some aspects. You don't always have to be a clown, but you gotta just be lighthearted about things and don't take yourself so
and
seriously.
you've had that discussion before with people like Adicon, where like their support is a lot lower, and it would suck to lose someone like them because the environment they provide doesn't really provoke people to give them a lot of money, because a lot of people aren't, it sounds bad to say, but not as attracted to their personality as they're just there to watch his insanely good gameplay, and they're only there to watch that. They don't really care about interacting or building that type of friendship that personality streamers really provide, which I mean, he still has a good personality, like I'm not saying that, but
I definitely see what you mean. But you know what I've also never seen? I've never seen Adicon bait, like, once.
Oh yeah, that's true. That is
even
true.
A hint of it. So
yeah,
sometimes I feel like streamers like that have to take other avenues, which is usually just shove ads down everyone's throat, which is totally fucking fine in my opinion. Like
agreed.
If that's how if that is your income, and by the way, I don't know, I'm assuming you got the Twitch ad incentive program thing that's like actually paying actual money, not pennies each month. So when I see Adicon pulling 400 viewers, I mean, that shit, if you
he's got a good ad incentive for sure.
Exactly. So that's what I'm glad to see that, because some people just can't, it's just not part of their personality to just fucking bait and try to get as much like gifted subs and stuff as possible, or just be super clowny and just messing around. But there's always a balance you need.
Yeah, I will say the ad incentive program is really good for that type of situation. And I mean, I had a really good offer for last month, which would be July, and it was good. And there were very few people that complained about it, but I will say, the hardest part is trying to make sure you meet the hours, because Twitch provides a certain amount of hours that you have to hit to get their payout, or they prorate it if you don't hit the hours, and they give you like a percentage of the payout, which is good. I'm glad they do that, but I definitely was mentally kind of going through it a little bit last month, and I was like, dang, I have to like send like a 10-hour stream for like the next week. Like every stream needs to be like 8 to 10 hours, but I kind of worked myself into that hole. But yeah, it is good. It definitely provides a good opportunity for people that don't have a lot of revenue from subs.
Yeah, I think, and for Adicon's sake, I mean, I watch Adicon. I will watch him. If he's doing Inferno, I'm there. It's just like inevitable. It's like he's so good that I wouldn't even fucking mind the ads. But I have Twitch Turbo as well, so it's like, whatever. But no, I mean,
same.
certain personalities are different. So I want to ask, because I've also heard, and I don't know if, I mean, I'm assuming a lot of people know if they've listened to Base After Dark, but you were a streamer before old school RuneScape. So
yes,
before that, what did you take away from that little section and then come back to old school RuneScape? So I'll let you kind of talk about the whole details of that. But was there anything you kind of took away and advice you kind of gave yourself for the future when you restarted streaming?
Yeah, so for anyone that doesn't know, I've streamed on Twitch probably on and off since roughly like the end of 2014, which I kind of beat myself up over it, because if I wouldn't have stopped and I would have just kept doing it from then on, it would have been like inevitable that I would have blew up because Twitch back then, it was like if you just had alerts, really good quality settings, like if you just had a decent quality stream, a decent mic, you don't even need a webcam at that point, which if you have a webcam, it's literally like plus 20 viewers in whatever category you're in just because
Literally.
Twitch it was so easy back then. But I think the main takeaways that I had was just always talk. Like when you have like no viewers, like what I took into RuneScape, I was like, I'm not going to be the best at the game. People are definitely not going to be there to watch me play the game. I have to reel them in by, talking, just sitting there, whether it's a story that I had from work that day or a story from, whenever I was little or whatever, just talk. And surely someone will hear it and then they'll eventually pipe up and, relate to you or say it was funny or, you just kind of have to build that personality. And then obviously just doing my best to have like a very high quality stream, like make sure my mic doesn't sound bad. Just knowing how to set up the stream beforehand made it a lot easier to start again because it's like, well, I know how well this looks, how well it sounds, and I don't have to worry about that aspect. The only thing I have to worry about is just being entertaining or trying my best to be entertaining.
Yeah, I caught your stream for the first time. I don't even know when. A year and a half ago, maybe. When was the first time I popped in? Probably a year and a half ago, maybe a little bit longer ago.
I remember, I think I was playing. I think I was doing the hardcore remake, like you said. Like I was probably on like hardcore number 2 or 3, and I vaguely remember. I think I was doing a quest in Ardoin, and you popped in my chat, and you were the first ever partner to come in, and I was like, oh god, I literally got so nervous. And of course, the first thing I asked you is, I was like, so how long did it take you to get partner? And then like I did that like typical partner fanboy reaction,
I
but
loved it.
yeah, and I never would have thought it would have turned into this. So that's just it's so cool.
No, I think so it must have been yeah, it's probably a year and a half ago because it was after I was partnered for sure. And yeah, no, I mean that's something I love to be asked, and I think anybody kind of enjoys being asked that because nobody ever really asks that. But you always kind of want to talk about it. And in fact, I had a phone call the other day. One of my old friends from years ago popped into my stream and found me, and then they called me and just asked me all about streaming. And it's so refreshing to talk about with somebody that just doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
But they're super interested.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is nice because not really many people do know. But yeah.
I mean, like,
yeah. No, go for it.
I was gonna say, like, after you, yeah, I mean, you're right, because like when we're in the space that we're in, like most of the people that watch us, they're just there to do what they do. They're not there to ask you about your journey or anything, and you don't have to explain any of that. And yeah, it makes you feel good when you get to tell people who don't watch Twitch or they kind of know about it, but they don't. And you get to explain like, yeah, I do this. I usually hold around this view count or whatever. And usually everybody's really surprised and they're proud of me. So it's cool when you get to have that conversation. You're right.
It's really cool. And then you really, you're, I don't know. I feel like your perception changes because sometimes at least for me, I get pigeonholed into thinking, oh, I mean, I don't know. You kind of get a little bit demotivated on months that are not as good. And that's just kind of the name of the game with streaming and content creation in general is like it's ups and downs, ebbs and flows. But hopefully you're on an upward trajectory year by year. But yeah, when people tell you you're really lucky to be in the position you were in, then I really take a step back and I'm like, yeah, I mean, they're right. Especially when my friend was just saying he wants to get into content creation because he fucking hates his job. And he went to school for like 4 years for it. And I'm just like,
yeah, you're like, good luck, man. It is not easy. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
Starting off is not.
It's bad.
I mean, those early beginnings are definitely what build character. But you cannot pay me to go back to be a. Well, I don't know. Maybe it would be fun to go back and like with the knowledge we have now. No.
Maybe. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. This is the problem. There is a luck element to content creation. Now, I don't know how much of a percentage, and of course it's very hard to like quantify, but I don't know what the percentage is of luck because if you're just being consistent and being entertaining and being yourself, you can make it if you really put in the time and you don't look at the day by day numbers and get demotivated over every little thing. like you said, back in 2014, you were streaming, and if you had only just seen what Twitch was going to become in the future, you probably would have stuck to it if you just could have that, I don't know, foresight, I guess. But yeah, I don't think I could ever I don't think I could ever become a content creator again because it was rough. First 3 months, averaging 3 viewers. Like nobody would have continued. No sane person would have continued that. I feel like
that's exactly the conditioning you need. Though. Like that builds, that literally builds so much character. You're like, well, I did it, and now I'm here, and I ain't doing it again.
No, it really is a beautiful thing. It actually kind of reminds me of just being in RuneScape and maxing, and now I know, oh, I don't have to do a single quest, a single achievement diary, a single combat diary ever again. It's just done. And I never want to make a new account because I remember how just fucking painful that was to just go through all those chores. Just
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's parts where you enjoy the like grind of, you know, the chores and the questing and the skilling, and then I feel like once you get done with it, you're like, yeah, that was terrible. I never want to do it again. Maybe it's near the end you start to realize how badly you never want to make another account, because I feel like where I'm at with my account, I'm only 20, 30 total level, you know, I don't even have max combat yet, and I'm very much so enjoying the mid late iron game right now.
So let's talk about just your experience with old school RuneScape or RuneScape in general. When did you start, and what made you even want to eventually stream it, I guess, but I guess more focused on the OSRS part?
I feel like so since I was probably, it was probably I think 2009 when I first got introduced to RuneScape. I had a older cousin who I went over to like my aunt's place, of course, and he had a computer in his room and everything. And he was, I don't even know what he was doing. I think he was in Mauritania, definitely existed in 2009, right? Did it?
Yeah, I had to have, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not good on the lore.
It had to have.
But I swear he was doing something in Mauritania, and
well, of course it existed
so,
because
like,
it was 2009, and this game is based in 2007. So yeah. Anyway.
Oh yeah,
Clear the air with
definitely
that.
was there from the start. You're right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think he was in Mauritania, and I was just taken back by like the whole like medieval type aspect of the game. Like for me, there was just something about like the type of medieval vibe that it gives, and the fact that you can just roam around and do whatever. Like I didn't even know like open world games existed back then. This was like the first MMO that I'd ever even heard of. So I was like, oh my gosh, this is insane. So I went back home. I don't even think I was 13 at the time. So I think I had to get my mom to, I think I was like, yeah, I was born in 98, 2009. I was 11. And so I had my parents, because I wasn't 13, I had to have them, like, literally, I let them put in their birthdays, even though I could have just faked the birthday. I just was so innocent that I didn't.
Good for you.
So, yeah, I had them put in, like, a fake birthday, and then, yeah, from there, I kind of just played on and off. I was never really good. And then slowly I started like watching YouTube stuff, and then I fell back into like watching RuneScape YouTube stuff when like old school came out. And then I picked it up, kind of put it down, and then eventually like made it back around. Probably like it was a little bit after, because I started streaming a different game in 2014, Wizard 101, and I was like, I might try this RuneScape game. And so I started watching people on Twitch, and I was like, dude, this would be really fun. And honestly, watching RuneScape streamers is what put me into the space of wanting to stream the other game that I streamed, because I was like, wow, these guys are like just as entertaining as I could be, and the only reason they're famous or popular is because they're have a good stream, and I could do the same thing. And so I went and did that in another category, and then I was like, I think streaming RuneScape would be better. Just I actually enjoy playing RuneScape, whereas like Wizard 101, I could play for like 3 hours max, and then I'd be like tired of streaming it. Whereas like I can have a 10-hour session playing RuneScape, and I don't even have to be live to enjoy it. So yeah, I'm about that kind of, and yeah, I mean, I played like all throughout middle school. I played a little bit of like pre-EOC. I was kind of a rat, though. I'm not even gonna lie. I had an account where I botted 99 woodcutting because I was like, I found a free script. It was way before anybody could get caught. And I was like, screw it. I'm going to bot magic trees while I'm at school. I was in like 6th grade.
Yep.
And so I did that. I only received one. I received like a macroing minor ban on that account. And then, I learned my lesson eventually. I was like, I made, like, once I got into old school, I was like, yeah, this stuff, like, I'm like, this account means way too much to me to just throw it away to, like, try and bot something while I sleep. Like, that's so stupid. So,
Yep.
yeah, I eventually moved on from that phase. I feel like everybody has a phase where when you're younger, you think cheating is
everyone
cool.
Does.
Yeah, like the J-tagged Xbox 360. Like I used to think cheating in every game was super cool, and then I was like, now that I'm a little older and matured, cheating is very stupid.
It is, and especially when it comes to like first-person shooters and stuff. Like I used to play this game on my phone, Critical Ops, which was like a budget CS:GO. But this was like years ago. I don't know how it's progressed. I know it's still a game, and it's probably way different now. But back in the day, they just had come out with ranked matches, and within a week there was just hackers everywhere, flying, invisibility hacking, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like how is this even fun for you? And then
That's just like, yeah,
it's just
on.
like,
Sorry.
this is just, you're just getting ranks for no reason. Like there's no actual objective. You're not gonna win anything. It's just a fucking number. And then but what was really funny? This is a fucking tangent, but one of those ranked games, we had this invisibility dude, and so they're 5v5 matches, and the other team had an invisibility dude that would just insta-kill us basically whenever we started the match. And then one of the guys on our team, because it was a chat room, one of the guys on our team's like, dude, I just downloaded hacks, right? Like mid fucking game, he downloaded hacks or something like that. And then we actually had a comeback win. We were down like 7-0, it was like best of 9 or something. And he literally beat the other hacker 9 games straight. And we were just fucking, we were like just smack talking the entire time. It was fucking awesome. But yeah,
that's so good.
But yeah, cheating
I agree though.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. Like, you gain all this from cheating. You can't even do it yourself. Like it doesn't feel good. Like where does it feel good? Like where do people that do that get off? Like where do you actually enjoy? Like
it's called being a child. It's just being a child, like undeveloped brain.
Yeah, you're just like, cool. I have all these ranks and all this stuff from cheating. It doesn't.
They're actual
satisfying.
dog shit at the game. They've never actually played it. But yeah, they have a crazy rank.
No good players ever cheat. No people that are actually good cheat. Like it just doesn't, unless you're doing the Theater of Blood and Oblivion or something.
Yeah, but then again, there's a lot of nuance to that where you just, if you're a speedrunner, a year ago, you could not compete if you weren't on a client that would tell you when to enter rooms and things like that. Because it was.
Which honestly, the update recently, they've got a bunch of different stuff that they allow now. It's crazy how much has progressed with clients in the last month and a half. I don't know when it all happened, but it's pretty cool. I like it, but I feel like some of the top stuff will eventually get maybe nerfed because it seems like it's kind of cheating, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think they just executed that entire transition to what we have now. And by the way, I don't know if you use the Jagex launcher yet, do you? Or are you still
I don't. I still just load up with Runelite. Go on though.
I had a random day. It was actually right before Sae Bae Saturday. It's just this past Saturday when I was preparing for a 24, and I couldn't log into Runelite. Like right as I woke up, I was like, what the fuck? I can't log into Runelite. No matter what I tried to do, even going on the website, I could not physically log into Runelite. And so basically I saw this tweet. I looked up on Twitter. I was like, is anybody else experiencing this problem? Anyway, one of the links that I searched on Twitter just brought me to the Jagex launcher, which is now what I use. You just open the Jagex launcher, put in old school RuneScape. The default's RS3. Just go to old school RuneScape and then click on Runelite, which they have a setting for. And then that opens Runelite. And then the most beautiful part is you never have to type in your details ever again. You just click play. Done.
Really?
Yes, it's so good. And it's not out yet, but they're supporting multiple accounts. So if you do play multiple accounts, you'll just have play which account. You'll have multiple buttons that are just like play this
Wow.
account, and you never have to type in
That's
details.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I'll have to get that because I've literally like in the last month I leaked my uh
Username.
username or my login stuff and I was like, oh, that's the VOD for the stream then. That sucks. But
Yeah.
yeah,
I've done
that's a good
that
idea
once.
because yeah, now I just like swap to my face cam every time I have to log out and log in. But that'd be really nice to just be able to click a button and not have to
It's
worry
so
about
good. And it doesn't show any
leaking anything.
details either. It just says play. That's it.
Nice. With your account name?
No, it doesn't even show the account name. It just already knows you're in there because you
That's
loaded it up
really
with
cool.
the Jagex launcher. Yeah, so there is nowhere on my client, even the actual Runelite up in the top left. I've gotten rid of the name that it's even logged into, which doesn't matter because it's literally your username in game. But like nothing shows any details whatsoever, which is amazing. But yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I'll have to look into that for sure.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to it after the
Yeah, please.
podcast.
For sure.
But yeah, I think they nailed it with not going too crazy. Dude, do you remember when 117 came out with his HD plugin and Jagex just like fucking shat on it basically like we don't care?
Yeah, they
That was
did
a
not
dark
care
time.
at all.
That was a dark
Yeah, that
time.
was sad. That was so sad. That was so sad.
The main reason it was a dark time, it's because like I feel like Jagex wanted so much control. They're like, this is our game, which makes fucking sense, to be honest. But, like, this is our game. We're not going to allow this thing. But I'm glad that they finally just decided, okay, that was a mistake. And then they also brought on Runelite. Just, they're partnering up with Runelite. And now that's a part of the game, which is just like, oh, it's the best
so good.
of every...
Especially, yeah, for new people as well. Like, I feel like literally if you don't play on Runelite, like you're literally like stunting your own growth. But I will say like the stuff, I don't know the stuff they've been implementing into mobile is implemented into the default client or the base client or whatever, but if the stuff that's on mobile is an option or if they make it an option in the vanilla client, the vanilla client is like very slowly becoming a little bit resemblance or close to Runelite, which is good.
Yeah, the vanilla client I don't think has been updated once, but I know their Steam client gets all the updates.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah. Hopefully that hopefully does something for people because that.
I'm just imagining somebody loading up the just traditional vanilla RuneScape. Like, oh my god, dude, that is such a shit show. Like that client.
That really is
so bad.
Yeah. I would not want to play the game if I had to play with no little plugins, which sucks because like I respect people like Bodhi who do their best to stay minimalistic with plugins. Like I do my own best to try and not have a ton of stuff on my screen, and I try to keep it pretty base, but there still are so many things on Runelite, like even just bank tag layouts. Like that's huge. Like not having that. Yeah, like if you don't have that, like I don't know. I literally like can't play mobile sometimes because I'm like, oh yeah, I don't have a bank tag layout on mobile. Like I don't know what to click.
Yeah, I think the only thing, like for example, if there wasn't bank tag layouts, what would solve that in a way is to just be able to add duplicate items and kind of place things wherever you want. Because the duplicates is really what just makes things nice. Because if you wanted multiple. Nah, I mean, to be honest, nothing will ever even compete with bank tag layouts, but like, trying to
that would be an easy,
setting up a clue tab, for example, on the normal bank layout is just horrible because you just have, like, you have things that you use for other things, and if you're trying to make one tab, then everything gets unorganized in this. I don't know. It's kind of a shit show. Bank tag
you gotta go over to
insane.
the clue tab to pull out all the gear that you could use for anything else. Yeah, it would be it's a mess for sure. I agree.
Dude, do you remember back when there wasn't even whatever they're called, placeholders? There wasn't even placeholders at one point. Like a few years
I mean,
back.
because I think when I first started, I remember like I would get an item, and even if I lost it, I would keep it in my bank just to make everything look good still, like to hold that place. Like you would get like a dupe item and you'd be like, cool, I got a placeholder now, like so it looks good. But it was a very short period, and then like now you can just fill your bank with red circles to fill it up.
What do you think about old school RuneScape? This and
what do you?
let me give a little bit more details for you and for the audience. So I made a ramble on it, and I also heard some clip of somebody talking. Now there is no confirmation. This is all rumors and stuff, and I doubt it'll ever even come out. But just the idea of a new old school that would come out, and it's exactly what the game was on old school release back in February 2013, and it would just never receive any content updates. It would still get updates for like bugs and botting and all that stuff, but just no content would ever be released after that. It would just be this like very nostalgic. Probably
I think that. I mean,
yeah.
I think it'd be pretty. I mean, in like the idea of it. It seems pretty cool. I think it'll, if anything, just draw more people away from the main game. I feel like because people will. I mean, maybe you'll be able to. Like, you could play both at the same time. I'm sure, but you probably can't play the same account at the same time, which kind of sucks. But I mean, I would be a fan of it. I would love to go back and try and see how I could flourish, because there wouldn't even be an Iron Man game mode, would there?
Yep, no Iron Man, no Grand Exchange, no
no
God Wars
trading.
even.
I mean, trading, but yeah, that'd be interesting, because it just would be it's literally a whole different game. Like at this point, old school RuneScape is so far progressed with updates. Like I don't even know how I would play that, but it'd be cool to see, because just the difference in how everything is. As you said, no God Wars. Like that's just so. It's just weird to me. Like I'm so accustomed to everything that's in the game now.
Yeah, no, I mean it would definitely throw you back to the dark ages real quick. You'd start realizing how blessed we are in this game. But the reason I kind of brought that up was simply because of those quality of life updates of like, would you want old school on release that was completely untouched? So, I mean, we're talking like everything. Like there wasn't even HP orbs and prayer orbs and run orb up there. It was all in your skills tab. Everything was pixelated really badly because there was no GPU mode. And now that's the other question. Like, would there be plugins available? So I guess the thing I'm asking is if there was an option for you, and by the way, there is just a fuckload of quality of life we've received. For example, when you're fletching something, you would have to click fletch X, and then you'd have to type 99 enter or something like that.
Every time it wouldn't do the last option.
Oh my god. Okay, so when did you start playing old school? Like what year?
I mean, 2009. But as I said, I was a child. I probably really got into RuneScape, like actually cared about it when it was like pre-EOC, like RS2 kind of days. Like
What
that
about
was probably
like
when I played the most.
what about like recently, like with the actual old school game, not RS3?
Oh, I probably picked it up around, like, I probably made an account when old school came out, and I probably played a little bit, but when I played, I think the trading post already existed. So I don't know what other quality of life was around that time, but I remember the trading post very vividly, because I remember the like polls to add it and stuff, and I was like, yes, I was all for it. I was like, please add a trading post thing, because this sucks. But
Yeah. So I guess basically my question is, without all the quality of life, like, would you rather, if you're interested in an old school, would you rather it be exactly what it was in 2013 without any changes, or what we enjoy now, but just the content would never change, but we still get all the quality of life niceness?
I think if we're gonna go the route of having the old game, then bin all the quality of life. Forget it. Just make it what it was.
Just nostalgia.
Like let the game. Like let's see how everybody flourishes in that way. Like I'd be curious to see if everybody can still be as efficient as they want to be in this game.
No way.
Yeah.
It would be a shit show.
That's what I'm saying. It would revert back to like people just having fun, probably, or more close to at least the way like the majority of the player base plays. Because I feel like the player base that we focus on is like a very, very small niche of players versus the reality of people that play the game casually, which is probably more the majority. And they're probably gonna have. I mean, it might stunt growth if anything, because nobody's gonna want to spend the time, but I think it would be fun for the nostalgic sake of no quality of life. Probably a weird take, but I think it'd be interesting for sure.
No, I don't think it's a weird take. I just like to ask because some people are on. I don't know. The people that would truly be interested in that truly are just a very special kind of person that just love pureness. Like they just want exactly what it was. They want to relive that nostalgia and they don't want anything being altered. So, and
Yeah.
the vast majority of people just aren't even interested in it at all because old school, the game we have right now, is already just fantastic, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I love what the game is right now. I enjoyed it a ton. So yeah, I agree. It probably wouldn't do well like for the
It would
public,
die,
but it would.
and it would never even grow. It would literally it would peak day one, and then it would just slowly die because no content would ever come out. So it's
Yeah,
just
that would
dead.
be it would be a loss of investment to bring that type of server back, but it would
Yeah.
be cool, but yeah, it wouldn't do well by any means.
No. Okay. Let's cover some Twitter topics. So I'm seeing right here, Lopsy has a couple questions for you.
Yeah.
He asks, "Can we play the Rocky theme for the Zook walk up next run? How do you compare your current job, full time streamer, and being a mechanic? Pros, cons, things you miss, things you don't, and thoughts on Friday night game nights in the living room with your two besties." So,
Uh, the Rocky theme for the next Zuck. So Lopsy, if you guys, if any, like to give a little background, I made it to. I've been doing the Inferno on my Iron, and I made it to Zuck probably like less than a week ago. It might be a week ago now, but I had Lopsy coach me for it, and it was good. We made it to Zuck Jad, and then I tanked a Zuck ball, and then died to a Miss Jad flick, but it was good, and there's kind of a weird backstory to the Rocky theme, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. I can't really give the backstory to the Rocky theme because it may involve substance in Las Vegas. But yeah, yeah, I'd be down. And then how do I compare my current job and being a mechanic, pros and cons? Honestly, like streaming, it's weird because like you don't really think it's as mentally draining as it is, especially because you kind of make your own schedule and stuff. But honestly, I think it's still harder than like your average like 9 to 5, or even like the career that I had of being I used to be a BMW technician. Like I went to school for it.
that's
I did like
sick.
2 years of automotive service and then went to BMW's training program in Arizona. And I mean, I loved the BMW gig, but it just dealerships just make you feel soulless. Like they don't
Mm,
care as much as they want to portray that they care about the customers at a dealership. And so after a while, I kind of caught that vibe, and I felt less
nice.
passionate about the cars. Like I love BMW. Cars are like really like they were a huge part of my life back then. Like I only talked about cars, eat, sleep, breathe cars. And I just felt like that passion was just crumbled by the way dealerships take on their approach to business. So I eventually I got let go, but I mean they're just two completely different things. I wouldn't mind getting back into it, maybe as like a side gig or working at like an independent shop if streaming doesn't take me where I want it to. But
I
yeah,
actually want
I
to
don't
ask
know.
about that. What, if you don't mind, what were
Yeah.
the things that definitely made you realize, like, were there like specific examples of when you realized, oh,
Uh,
these people are shady or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, so when I first started, I was kind of like an apprentice. Like I was under a team leader, like BMW master technician, and like even the way he handled bringing me up, I just felt like he really didn't care. Like he made it seem like it was a chore to help me. And so I just got a really like negative vibe from the start that like I'm kind of just being fed to the wolves here, like because basically with the way it works is when I started at the dealership, I made like an hourly wage at first, and then at a certain time they decided to take you off and pay you flat rate, which is like per job. So like certain jobs will pay like 2 hours, 3 hours, and like whether you get it done in 3 hours, that's on you, you know? And if you don't, then you're still getting paid 3 hours. And I wasn't shown a lot of jobs. I didn't get a ton of experience when I first got into the dealership, just purely because they're like, here, do this oil change, here, do this oil change. I was literally like a quick lube technician. And then even after that, they still decided to put me on flat rate and then give me bigger jobs that I couldn't do very well in time. And I just felt like I was just being shafted. And like anytime I would ask people for help, you know, you're taking away from someone else's time that they're doing flat rate, you know, like they have a job they're doing. And so then they're losing money by helping you. And so you already feel bad. And then it all just kind of started piling up. And I was like, you know, this really kind of sucks because nobody wants to help me and I'm not making good money. Like I literally could have made more money working as like a cashier at Walmart for the money I was making as a BMW technician, a trained technician. Like I didn't just go to the dealership and ask to be hired. Like
Damn.
I went through this whole process of school and and maybe it was just my lack of maturity too, where I kind of just would give up and throw things and just be like, well, I'm screwed here. And a lot of it was probably mentality based because a lot of people that came out of school, they were in the same situation as me and they flourished. Like they did a great job. They were making, you know, they probably make close to 6 figures a year from being a technician. Whereas like I was probably making like maybe 30K, 30K a year from what I was doing. And I just, maybe my passion was intruding on how much I care, like how much I would work because I would treat everyone's things like mine. And I think in the end, that kind of takes away from how you work because you're going to do things more correctly when really the best way to make money is to kind of be a hack. Like you kind of have to throw jobs and kind of, you know, take shortcuts that shouldn't be shortcuts that aren't really like something you would want to disclose to a customer that you did. But I just never did that because I was like, you know, if I brought my car to the dealership, I would want the technician to do everything he can to take the right steps and take care of it the right way. And that doesn't really pay well. So,
Damn.
yeah.
That's an interesting side because, yeah, I am probably I'm the person least interested in cars, I think. Like, I have never had a passion for cars, but
That's probably good.
I still appreciate people that, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's good or bad. I just never was into that.
Yeah.
Although now that I'm getting older, I'm starting to like see cars in a different light, I guess, which is kind of strange how that works out. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't, because now I see cars as a, you know, as funny as it sounds, is just a helpful like dating thing. You know, if you have a nice car, it definitely helps with real life experience with dating and stuff. So
it's crazy because like I don't even think it's really that big of a deal for a woman like with a cool car. Like I think if anything, it's more boosting your own confidence in yourself. Like
yeah,
I have an old 1997 BMW M3 that I love, and like when that car doesn't work, I feel like 10 times worse about myself. Whereas like if I were to go pick a girl up in my, you know, I have another car, I have like a 2000, you know, Camry. The girl probably isn't, she's not going to care that much. You know, maybe she cares a little bit. She's like, "Ooh, it's hot. He can drive a stick shift or whatever," you know, like that maybe. But like in the end, I think it's more for yourself. It just, you feel better when you're like, "Yeah, I'm going to come pick you up in my super cool car." Like that definitely helps. But yeah, for most people, it's just A to B. And I don't blame anybody who's not into cars for sure. But I've always had a weird passion for cars since I was younger.
what got you into them?
Probably playing like racing games when I was little. Like I used to play a lot of the Need for Speeds, like Need for Speed. The main reason I wanted a BMW was because in the game Need for Speed Most Wanted, there's it's an E46, which is like a early 2000s, like 2000 to like 2006 E46 M3 GTR like race car that you get to unlock at the end of the game. And it's on like the cover of the game. You get to see it throughout the game and then you finally win it at the end, and I was like, that is a cool car. Like I love that car. And so then when like my time finally came to get a car after playing countless other racing games, I was like, maybe I want a BMW. And my dad was nice enough to he didn't buy me like a crazy expensive one. It was like a $5,000. It was an E46, but it wasn't like, the one from the game. It was just a automatic, like, pretty base model. It was owned by like an old guy in Florida. It was really well taken care of. My dad's, he has a really good eye for picking out good cars when it comes to purchasing them. So he got me that, and then it eventually led down the pipeline of me wanting like a manual M3. And so the next best thing was taking it back a generation and getting the E36 that I have now, which is still the only like cool car that I've owned to this day. Like I've never sold it and went and bought another one. I've just, since I was like 17 or 18, I've had the M3 that I drive now, and it's just been my like main source of happiness and honestly like motivation. Like without that car, I probably wouldn't have pursued my career with BMW, which, looking back might have been a good thing, but
yeah. But you never would have known if you didn't.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it would have been a what if, and honestly, there's not much else that I could have saw myself. Like I wasn't great at school. I was kind of like a pretty average, like maybe I had like a 2.3, 2.5 GPA when I graduated. It was nothing special. But I mean, I probably still could have pursued college if I wanted. And I could still go now if I wanted. But
yeah,
I'm still happy. Everything's played the way it has. I mean, I literally started streaming while I was still at the BMW dealership. I think I've had like 3 or 4 jobs since I've started streaming, which is crazy. Just balancing all that has been insane.
Yeah, that sounds exhausting. I've never had a job. Well, I've had like a little part-time thing that I never. If people remember watching my stream way back then, I had a little like part-time thing, but I never disclosed it because I think it was too easily doxable, and I still haven't disclosed it. But that I ended that like years ago. But yeah, no, I mean when you just get a focus on streaming, it is better. But yeah, there's still cons to it, which is like, oh shit, I put all my eggs in this one basket. Hopefully things go right this month.
Yeah, especially like I think it's almost been a full year since I quit my last job, and I've been fully living off of streaming, which is just crazy because you couldn't have told me 2 years ago, or when I first started like in 2020 that one day you'll be able to live off of this. Like I would have never believed that, but it's just all, as you said, a lot of luck has played into it. A lot of it is just finding the right people. Like I definitely accredit a lot of my growth and success in streaming because of Zoe. Like Zoe Pancakes, she put me on hella hard with like Tasty, and I feel like it just all the friends I've made were just because I found Zoe when she had like 20 viewers and just was super nice to her and helped her like set up Frankerface Z and BTTV and all that stuff. And then just being in her chat just helped me find other streamers, and
Zoe's awesome. I actually wanted to ask you, have you ever been interested in like not necessarily to just do this over RuneScape, but have you ever played racing video games with like the full setup with the like steering wheel and everything?
I used to have like a little, like I had pedals, like a shifter and a steering wheel that I bought just for fun because I was so into those racing games. Even when I got older, like I'd still play Forza and stuff. And honestly, that was the approach that I kind of wanted to take when I first came back to streaming instead of playing RuneScape. I was like, my whole life is about cars. I work at a dealership. I drive a pretty cool car. Like I can talk about cars all day.
Yeah.
And if I could find like a like-minded community, which I was like looking through the Forza categories on Twitch, and I'm like, there's really not that many big streamers. Like I could probably jump in on this and have, a couple hundred and find a way to make YouTube videos out of it. And honestly, it's still not, out of the picture really, because anything can happen. So I don't know if I'd get like a full racing sim. That would be really cool to have like a built like seat with a monitor in front of it with like all the like hooked up stuff. That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
But the way the funding for that is, it's definitely pricey to have one of those, and usually they're custom made and like a couple $1,000s. But I wouldn't mind just streaming Forza with like a controller and finding people that are into cars, because even in the RuneScape community there are a lot of people that are into cars. They'll be like, yo,
100%.
you have that car? And I'm like, yeah, I do. And then we'll sit there and we'll shoot the shit over like whatever car it is. It's pretty cool. So it would be fun to try and move over to something like that, but I'd have to be a gradual thing, especially with the way most of my viewers probably only watch me for RuneScape. So
yeah, I was just gonna say, because like I've seen P-Sax do his little trucking sims, and I think I've even seen Hanner do those trucking sims before. But there's something, and it's not just the trucking sims. I know P-Sax is doing like some off-roading video game as well with the steering wheel and the little green screen in the back. Those are fucking fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
There's
And I am
such good content.
and I'm literally the like I do not care about cars at all. But and yet I am sucked into those streams because
Oh yeah.
it's just chill. Like you're just driving, on your stream, and it's really cool. So I think if you were to take that avenue at some point, or even just like a monthly or weekly stream where you just kind of have like a pimped out little car stream, just joyriding or something. I don't know. I would be into that. I'd literally
Yeah. It's so refreshing and fun to watch people who usually stream RuneScape or whatever main game they have for that to go and play another game, because it's like, oh, they like, it just makes you more of like a relatable, it makes you feel like more of a relatable person. I don't know how that works, but you're like, oh, they play other games too. They're not just this robot streamer that only plays RuneScape. It's definitely good. So yeah, I think after my Inferno grind is hopefully at an end soon, I'll definitely look into that. And I have Majora's Mask for my Nintendo 64, which I have like a capture card set up. I have it all like really well done. I mean, obviously the quality is not very good because it's coming straight from my Nintendo 64, but I definitely want to play Majora's Mask and even more Nintendo games and racing games. I love doing it like once a week, like have a day or two, maybe 2 times if I really enjoyed it the stream before. I would love to mix in more variety content, because that is, even though the numbers don't do very well, the people that are there are the homies, like the best people that you want there are there, and they're going to watch it. So,
yeah. Okay, so did we cover Lopsy's last question? I've completely spaced.
Thoughts on Friday night game nights in the living room with your two besties? It sounds very fun. I literally look forward to it. There's a very, I hope I'm okay to speak on this. There's a slight chance that I get the opportunity. I hope it works out to move in with Lopsy, Zoe Pancakes, and then Lopsy's friend Bulos is his name, Cody. And if that works out, it'll be a good time. I really look forward to it. And it'll be in California, which is definitely a leap from coming from Oklahoma, where it's like the cheapest place to live in the United States.
Yeah.
But it would be amazing. I've visited California, and it'd be so cool. It'd put me in such a better headspace. I hate to be like, I hate where I live, but I blame a lot of my unhappiness on where I live, which might be bad, but yeah, I want out of Oklahoma. I'm not the biggest fan.
Yeah, I live in Alabama right now. There's nothing I mean, I choose to make nothing go on basically here, but if there are things to do, I just don't do them. But yeah, I think the pros of how cheap it is here is definitely probably outweigh the pros of just living somewhere like really nice but super expensive, because as a streamer you're not making any more when you move to California.
No, yeah, nothing changes. If anything, it's probably just going to be worse, because I'm going to take like a week or two off and then come back and probably have like 100 subs, and I'll probably end up getting a part-time job if that works out. I'm going to be real. I'll probably have to go like bag some groceries or something, because and that's fine. I'm okay with it. Like in the end, as long as I've got enough to pay my share and have a little bit of fun, and it's fine. I'm not trying to become a millionaire or anything. It'd be cool, but as long as I'm happy with my friends and where I want to be, then I'm not too worried.
Okay, I'm looking for a topic on here through the Twitter sections that we're talking about your 12-hour stream. Was that? I'm looking through. It's Nunu Nels. She asked it. By the way, Nunu Nels was on the previous episode, so you guys want to catch that. She asks, talk about your subathon. You've probably spoken about it on stream. For those who haven't heard about the experience, please do. Positives and negatives. Would you do it again? I'm actually very interested in your whole just thoughts on that entire experience, and if you'll want to go into it and explain it a bit more for people that don't know what a subathon is.
Yeah, okay. So it was roughly around the end of February. I did a subathon on Twitch, which, if for anyone that doesn't know, a subathon basically is every time someone subscribes and or like gifts a subscription on Twitch, it'll add time to the stream. And so I came up, I mean, I didn't really come up with the idea. I mean, Ludwig was probably the one that really pioneered it, but I decided to go the uncapped route, which means I would be sleeping on stream, eating on stream, pretty much living my entire life for the duration of the subathon on stream, which, you know, I figured I was tough enough for it, and it was good for the first, like, couple days, and then it started to beat me down a little bit because I was like, dang, I literally don't go outside my room. Like, the only time I go outside my room is for like 30 minutes maybe in the mornings, like when I would get up and take a shower and go feed my cats and then get a drink of water or whatever. But definitely it was a cool experience though. Like, I felt like a lot of people were in on it. Like, the amount of growth that came from it, and just the people like that would just hang out. I feel like I really became a part of people's routine, and it was fun. It was something that I wouldn't mind doing again if I were to just map it out a little different. I think I had one sub would add, I want to say it added 10 minutes. So anytime someone would subscribe, it would add 10 whole minutes to the stream. And that would also include like bits, like the equivalent of bits, and or, you know, if you give me $5, it would add 10 minutes to the stream, like donation wise.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, of course at the start it ramped up to being like, I think by the end of the first day we had like 130 hours already on the timer. Yeah, so already from the start, we had like 3 or 4 days to stream out, and I was just like, well, good thing I have money to DoorDash a lot of food, because that was the only way I got food throughout the whole thing. I didn't have any like meals prepped.
Oh, God.
So, yeah, looking back, the DoorDashing fast food all the time definitely wasn't the strategy. After a while, like, it wasn't even like, you know, like, I feel like fast food is kind of special. Like, usually,
If
like,
you
it's
make
a
it
delicacy.
special,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, like you treat yourself to fast food. Like, shouldn't be like that normal in your routine. Maybe like once a day, if that. You know.
Yeah, maybe
And
like
so
once a week. But
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like if you're
no,
really
but
on it
100%.
good, once a week is the good move for fast food. But yeah, so I after a while I was like eating the same fast food, and it just and then I also made the decision because I went and like I pretty much got everything I needed to learn solo chambers. So I also decided to start learning solo chambers during the subathon, and
learning
that was just
something. Fuck.
yeah, that was so dumb. That was the dumbest. And I also said I was going to play a bunch of other games, and I pretty much only streamed RuneScape. There was like a few portions where I'd go play like Black Ops 2 Zombies or Black Ops Zombies with like a few of my friends, like Prison Joe, T Papa Slice. Like, I played a few games with them on Zombies, which was so refreshing because it was like, I just need to get off RuneScape. But the majority of the subathon was on RuneScape, and yeah, that would definitely be something I would change going forward. And I think the final amount of time that it tallied out to was roughly like 12 days, 11 or 12 days.
Oh my
I ended up
God.
capping it because I was so like, I was just beat down one night. Like, it was like maybe day 9 or 10, maybe 8. And I was like, I was learning solos. I was dying a bunch. People were coming in telling me the most stupid stuff that I already knew.
Yeah.
Like, if you hit the mage hand, you know the head will turn, right? And I'm like, yeah, I know that. And it ended up like my chat kind of died for a little bit while I was just dying on repeat. I asked like a question, nobody answered it, and I was like, you know what? I'm capping this thing. I'm done. And then so there was probably still like 100 or like 80 hours on the clock. I was like, you know what? This is fine. We're going to ride it out the rest. We're almost already at the rest of the sub goals that I had, which I guess I didn't really explain that. But during the subathon, most people that do quote unquote subathons, whether they're uncapped or just for 24 hours or 48 hours or whatever, usually they have sub goal like forfeits, which I had a few different ones, like Alk Roulette with like all my rare items. I ended up alking my Tacits, I think, my Bandos Tacits, which
Rip.
I love Bandos. So I was so happy it rolled that and not like my Warhammer or
Oh
anything.
yeah,
So
100%.
yeah, I was like, we'll just go back to Bandos for part of this. Now I don't have to go do chambers. So I went and I got Tacits back the same subathon, literally alked them, and then when gotten back. And then I had a few other like I had to eat like I had the one chip or the hot chip challenge when we hit like I think it was like 1100 or 1200 subs for the subathon. So I only could get a little bite out of the chip. It was just gross. It was disgusting. I do not recommend the one chip challenge. It literally like turns to powder in your mouth and you can't breathe. So I don't care. Anybody that wants to make fun of me for taking just a bite of that, they can sugma because that was terrible. It was not a good time. But yeah, that was I mean like
No, that sounds
like
bad. Like, I think the only thing that's really helping the morale is just the fact that every hour you spend, like, you're making money. Like, just every hour that passes, like, you've made some money, and that's like the
oh
only
yeah,
thing that's
no.
just like really keeping you grounded, I imagine. Because I'll be honest, and I know you were there for it. Sae Bae Saturdays, last Saturday that fed into Sunday for a 24-hour. Holy fuck! At 20 hours, I had like the most miserable migraine, and I was just getting tilted over every single thing that would happen, and nothing like if I had, for example, if and I know this doesn't exactly compute because I wasn't going to be sleeping on stream, but if I, for example, was like had to stream for another multiple days with that mindset, holy fuck, I would have like exploded, I think. Like that
Yeah.
subathons are not for me. They are not for
Yeah.
me. Even though sometimes I'm like because when I would pop into your subathon, because I'd pop in here and there, and it just seemed cool. I was like, this is kind of cool. I don't know if I would be interested in it, but it's still, I kind of get the idea. Like, that'd be kind of fun to do. And then I really realized after just pulling a simple 24-hour, like, no, that's not for me. I would lose my head.
Yeah, like literally, I kind of got to the point that you did during the Sae Bae Saturday, where like everything would just make me mad. I
Yep.
had to take like a Benadryl like every day. I was just barely getting through it. I was trying to drink as much water as I could because like my mouth was getting dry. I had like a canker sore at the start. It was just
Oh,
it was a
God.
it was a mess. But I do agree the mindset of the money, which really it sucks. But I mean in what it is, a subathon is a really good way to sell out,
Yeah.
and I mean it is what it is. And that was one of the biggest positives. Was like I think I did the math, and it was probably a couple days in but I calculated the money even like split from subs,
Mm-hmm.
and I was making like almost $100 an hour
Yeah.
for like the first couple days, and that was like that just blew my mind that you can make that type of money. And I was like, yeah, maybe this is okay. We're making some money. So definitely biggest positive takeaway from that would be besides the money aspect was just the growth. Like I think during that period I want to say I got nearly 1,000 followers, and there's still friends that I made from that stream that watch me to this day, like a lot of good chatters, and just the fact that people kind of know me as the dude that did the, almost 2 week uncapped subathon where I pretty much only played RuneScape. And yeah, the negatives were definitely just the mental health of it, and like I just felt like I had nowhere to go. Like if I was in
Yeah.
a bad mood, I literally just had to be present. Like if I wasn't feeling it, I just had to sit there and kind of ride the wave. And the worst is like having to get up. Like when I would wake up, you have to jump straight into streamer mode. Like you can't just be like, "What up, guys?" Like you can't just be dead. Like I
Yeah.
mean, you can, but it just doesn't like for me, I felt like I'd be half-assing it if I were to get out of bed and be a grouch. So I would get out of bed, I'd be like, "All right, guys, I'm gonna take a shower real quick, get some water, and we're gonna keep going." Like you kind of, I was real with it. I'd kind of have, I had like a little groggy morning voice or whatever, but I would do my best to just jump straight into streamer mode for the next probably 16 hours and then go back to bed for 8 and
Jesus
then
Christ.
rinse and repeat for a couple days. And yeah, I mean the sleeping on stream was definitely weird at first too. That was the hardest part, was just knowing that
Cameras
there
on
weren't a
you.
ton. Yeah, but like just knowing that I'm being recorded in my sleep, like anything I do, I made sure to wear like pajama pants and a long sleeve because I'm maybe a little insecure about my appearance. Whereas like usually I sleep in like my underwear with my shirt off.
Yep.
So sleeping in PJs and having a long sleeve shirt on every night was kind of hard at first, but the house was pretty cool at the time. It was still February. It wasn't super hot out. So I felt good. And honestly, every time I went to sleep, I was ready to go to sleep. So I fell asleep pretty quick.
Yeah,
But,
I feel like I have a problem where I'll lie in bed for an hour on my phone. And that would be very hard to just set that down. All right, let's just try to fall asleep now.
Yeah, which that was kind of blocked because I used my phone as a camera while I slept. So I had my phone on a tripod. There's a site that makes your phone an OBS scene, like your camera. It makes it a browser source.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
so, yeah, I just set up a scene with my phone on a tripod just because it had the best camera. Like Mofo gave me another camera to use, and I was like, my phone still looks a little better, and I'm kind of weird about quality. So I was like, you know what? We're gonna get the best quality out of my phone because when the sun comes out, the webcam that I had kind of got like rinsed by the sun. Whereas like my phone would stay pretty well focused even if the sun was out. So it was good that I did that because I would have sat on my phone in my bed for who knows how long.
So here's the big question: would you do it again?
Ooh.
And if you were to do it again, would there be alterations you'd make?
Yes, 100%. I would do it again with way different stipulations. I would probably cut the sub time at least in half. Maybe 5 minutes a sub, which is still a lot. Like,
that sounds
even then,
way
that's
better.
pushing it. Yeah, like that would still help a ton, and it would still be like pretty crazy enough to convince you to want to give me subs. Like the whole point of the 10 minutes a sub thing was to really juice it, because like I knew if people saw that, they're gonna be like, duh, 6 subs, I put an hour on this guy's stream, duh. So it was purposely meant to be kind of stupid with how much time I would add, because I was like, you know what, I don't have anything to do for the next month, I might as well just push it. So I would probably half the sub time at the bare minimum, maybe even do a little bit less, maybe like 3 or 4 minutes a sub instead of 5. And then I would like to find a way to set up to where I can go outside, because like Ludwig during his subathon, I don't know if he had a gym at his house, but like he would go to the gym, he would take his camera out into like his living room and stream from his living room with really good quality, and like, like a mic probably clipped on his shirt or whatever. And like, that would be the ideal thing. Like I could go outside of my house, like drive somewhere, as long as I don't get banned for it, like prop my phone up or whatever and drive somewhere, and just really have like a good routine with something like that, because I would like to be present for the majority of the subathon and not like having to go somewhere, leave and go get food if I feel like I need to get out of the house or whatever. But that's probably what I would change. I'm trying to think if there'd be anything else, but that's probably it. Just the sub time, and maybe prepare some food and not buy fast food every day, because I probably spent a couple $100 on fast food, but I was making so much money. I was like, you know what? I'm going to DoorDash every day. I don't care.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think there has to be like a lot of setup and a lot of thought. But the cool thing is that if you were to do one, what sucked and what was cool. So if somebody's just doing a subathon for the first time, they're never gonna fucking know what they're doing. Like if I were to ever do one, it's just like I'm just winging this at this point.
That was one thing I really wanted to make sure that like what I did was in my control. Like I had all my scenes set up beforehand. I tried to think through every situation. I do my best to prepare for stuff like that, and I had everything that I could have done and within my reach pretty much set up and ready to where like it was just at the tip of a finger. I could just, all right, guys, I'm going to swap over to the sleep scene, and make everything play through my speakers so you guys can wake me up with your alerts, whatever. And I definitely, there'd be a lot more planning involved if I did it again, which I think maybe for my 3-year, which is in February again, because I did it to celebrate 2 years, plus the fact that I got partnered in December. I think I would probably do it again for 3 years, but it would definitely be a little bit different. Just different.
Okay. I enjoyed that insight. I really did because that's always something I've been somewhat interested in until I really realized it. Again, going back to Sae Bae Saturdays, I realized, oh, it's not for me. It's just not for me.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna I'm just gonna try to put it out of my mind. Just the idea of a subathon. I will have a mental breakdown during it.
I know, dude. Just watching like people like watching that, like what happened to you. It sucks when people derail a stream like that. Like when you like it sucks because you kind of let it happen because you read it, but like
Yep.
it's just so sad. It makes me so angry when people come in and have troll questions or they want to talk about appearance. Like that's one of my biggest pet peeves with streaming is when someone's like, "Are you a lesbian?" It's like, no. Oh, are you
like,
gay? And I'm like,
can you
no.
fuck off? How about that?
Yeah, can you leave? Like, why are you here? Like, what
it's
person wants to
ridiculous.
just put negative energy out? Like, why? It feels so much better to be nice. Like, even if somebody doesn't look attractive to you, just to be like, hey, you look good today. Like, that would make my day if somebody was like, hey, you look good today. Smile, like.
Yep.
Just that, like, even if I don't look good, just
Yep.
boost me up. Like, why? It feels so much better. But yeah.
No, I mean it definitely has to do something with just maturity level, because no person you would actually want to be around or hang around or be friends with would ever come into a random person's stream and just be an asshole. Like, I'm sorry, but it just sounds like something like a 16-year-old dude would do that just has just a 16-year-old dude that has nothing fucking else better to do.
Yeah,
reminds me
agreed, 100%. It's just immature behavior. I don't know. It's crazy. Grown men will do the same thing, though. I'm sure.
Yeah, but
I know
they're still in that same category of just probably living at home, probably like. I don't want to just make assumptions, but like something's clearly gone wrong in their life, I feel like.
Yeah, they're very unhappy with themselves. They're just projecting. It's the same thing when people ask me questions about my appearance or if I'm not straight. It's because they're probably not straight and they don't feel comfortable, and so they're gonna go bully someone else. Not to jump into that and be toxic or anything.
No, but it definitely just makes sense, and it's completely the truth that if you're going into a person you don't know's stream and just being an asshole, you're probably not in a great place. So that's what I try to take away from that is whenever I get it, for the most part, I'm fine until I'm 20 hours into a stream and I have a pulsing migraine and I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to freak out on somebody. So anyway, Cam has some questions, aka My Hands Don't Work. Big fan of his. He has a bunch of topics, so I'm going to list them off. What are your account goals after Inferno? Fave things to do when taking a break from OSRS? Hot or iced coffee? Worst flavor of ice cream? Apples or oranges? Yes or no? Big fan. Much love to you both.
Awesome. My goals after the Inferno. For me, really, it kind of sucks because Raids 3 is coming out and like I really want to do the Theater of Blood. But I'm figuring by the time I get my cape, Raids 3 will either be out or it's about to be out. So I'll have a little bit of time if I'm lucky. But I would like to dive into the Theater of Blood on the Iron a little bit. Weirdly enough, I took like a little like hour-long crack nap before the cast, and I had a dream I got a scythe.
Holy fuck.
So yeah, so I hope I get to squish in a little bit of the Theater of Blood, but really just continuing to progress my account. I want to get max combat stats. I'd love to keep pushing with Slayer, and I haven't really done any Nightmare. That's probably one of the only bosses besides the Theater that I haven't had the opportunity to do yet. So probably switch it into a little bit of Fantasies, which I don't look forward to, but it'll be fun to learn.
It's fun, I think.
Yeah, fun once I get the mechanics down. I think the learning curve, it's very punishing boss, but Fantasies for sure. Probably the Theater of Blood, as long as people are still doing it. I'm sure people still need stuff from the Theater of Blood, so it's not like it's going to go completely obsolete when Raids 3 comes out. But that, of course, doing Raids 3, probably getting better at the Inferno. I don't ever want to be like speedrunner tier, but I would love to go back on task and really hone in on like flicking stuff better, and maybe even just getting quicker times and just focusing on PBs, not like, anything quicker than like, a freaking sub 70 or something. Probably that'd be insane for me. So just getting better at the game all around. There's still so much that I haven't learned, and I've so much to progress on. I really, really do want to become a somewhat of a gameplay streamer. Just somewhere on your tier. Like the way you play the game and the way you handle being entertaining is like spot on for how I'd want to be. So somewhere of that level, but takes a long time, takes years. So
thank you. All right, what are your favorite things to do when taking a break from OSRS?
I mean, so my car, I haven't explained a ton about it, but my car's been up and down and broken, and I've talked a lot about cars, but mostly outside of RuneScape. If I'm not playing RuneScape, as of lately, I've been playing a lot of CS:GO with my little brother. I introduced him to his computer like forever ago, and he never cared about it. And then like finally, you just let things go, and he kind of got back into being on his PC, and he's really big on FPS games like Rainbow Six Siege and Counter-Strike, and him and I have a very similar personality, and he looks up to me, of course, because he's my little brother. So usually after I end a stream, or if I don't stream on a day, we'll get in a call and play CS and just shoot the shit. But
that's cool.
Outside of that, yeah, probably like toying with my car. Now that I've just literally fixed it yesterday. I've been having like a clutch problem, but fixed it yesterday. Took it on its first drive today with an expired tag and brake lights that don't work yet, which I'm going to probably fix that after the cast. But probably just getting out and driving. Like literally anytime I need clarity, like anytime I need to just clear my mind, I'll wait till it's like around sunset. I'll go out, put some music on, roll the windows down, and just drive around, and then probably get some food, come back home, and chill out. But I need to really find a way to separate myself from my computer when I have downtime. Like I need a day where I don't get on my computer. Like Ideally, I have a day where I literally am not home, or I'm home but I'm not at my computer, or just it definitely would be nice for my mental health to get away from the internet, because I feel like I get so wrapped into everything on the internet when I should have a personality outside of the internet, so I have a little bit more of an ego, because I feel like when you only live on the internet, your ego is a lot smaller. And I mean, it's not bad, but you feel less good about yourself when there's less things going on in your life than, oh, I'm going to log in and play RuneScape for 10 hours and not stream it because today's my day off. But some days that's good. Some days you just don't feel good about it. So I need to work on that. But outside of that, yeah, mainly just playing games with my little brother. Sometimes I play with, T-Papa, Tasty, and all them. We'll play CS, but not too much going on outside of things from RuneScape.
First off, I gotta say, I think it's fucking badass that you can just repair your own car. I would have no idea what the fuck I'm doing at all. So that's a really cool skill to have.
Yeah, it is cool that I did get to do all the BMW training, and I bought $5,000 of Snap-on, Matco, some Craftsman stuff, some cheaper tools, but I have them all loaded in my toolbox, and
that's so cool.
Most of the time, if something breaks on my car, I can fix it, or I'll get a hand and have one of my friends help me with it. But yeah, it is really nice to be like, wow, I can just put this in the middle of the garage, jack it up, and hopefully troubleshoot and figure it out. It's definitely a nice skill to have.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a dumbass. I might be able to jump a car with the jumper cables, and that's probably it.
Start a fire. Yeah.
Maybe not start a fire. You ever seen that? I don't know if you ever watched The Office, where Andy dresses up as a fucking mechanic, and he's obviously just pretending, but some family needs a mechanic, and so they're like, "Can you help us with the car?" He goes out there and he just fucking puts the spark plugs on some other shit and just totals the car and just walks off. You're like,
Nah.
yeah, you're gonna have to talk to my boss about this. I'm like, oh my god.
Whoop. Yeah, I not to like go in on a tangent on The Office. I've never really the way I've watched The Office. I always watch like the first two episodes because like one of my friends will be over, or I'll hang out with a girl, and they're like, "We should watch The Office. We should start The Office together." And we'll watch like one or two episodes, and maybe it'll pick up, and we won't be watching the show anymore. But I do think it is a good show. I should watch that soon. I'm kind of
Season 1 sucks. Season 1 is where they didn't really realize what they were doing. In fact, almost every character completely changes a few seasons later. Like, everyone has a different personality. It's weird. Especially Kevin, the fat guy.
Yeah.
He's actually a competent individual the first season. And then he becomes just a fucking dumbass for the rest of it, just randomly. I'm like, so definitely the later seasons get a little bit more crazy, a lot more crazy, and just way more entertaining, just on an entertainment level. But like,
okay.
yeah, it's definitely kind of a nostalgic show for me. And I will just say, rewatching stuff over and over. Like, my brother can just watch The Office all the time. He just put it on and just watch it. I'm like, dude, can we watch something else? Like, holy shit, like.
Yeah, I think people get a bit old. I mean, it's kind of like a Star Wars thing. Like I'm a pretty big Star Wars junkie. I could rewatch like any of the movies and not get tired of them. Whereas some people are like, bro, can we please watch something other than Star Wars stuff? But I'm pretty wrapped in on Star Wars. I've even gotten to the point of like watching the animated series, which all the animated ones, they're kind of hard to start because you're like, ooh, animations. But after you get over that fact, it's like it's all like canon. It's all part of the Star Wars lore, and so it's really good to watch, and I enjoy it. I recommend if anybody likes Star Wars to watch the animated Clone Wars and Rebels and Bad Batch.
I'm not gonna lie, I really enjoyed the first 3 Star Wars, not the original trilogy, but like episode 1, 2, and 3. I really enjoyed those.
Yeah.
Even the originals
Prequels.
are decent because they kind of have that nostalgia factor because I watched them when I was really young. But the new ones, I don't know what it is, and I think I've mentioned this on a cast before. When it comes to movies and shows, if it in any way is family friendly, quote unquote family friendly, I'm just instantly not interested in it, basically, because I realize, oh, there's going to be a happy ending. Everything's going to work out in the end for the most part. You can basically tell who's a bad guy and a good guy, even if they're trying to pretend like, oh, this guy's a good guy initially, and then they turn into a bad guy. It's like, it's so fucking cookie cutter. And I think I've gotten to a point where it's like, dude, if anything's trying to be family friendly, where it's trying to appeal to all ages, I'm just instantly like, this is gonna suck. I can just already tell.
Yeah, they are more predictable in that sense, and I definitely get where you're coming from.
But that's me as a non like film/TV enjoyer in general, and I think it's just because I'm super picky. I am super picky when it comes to like what I'm watching, and it doesn't help that I'm also like a RuneScape player, so watching something feels like I'm just wasting. Oh, it used to feel like that. It doesn't anymore, but I will say when I was like 22, 23, if there was an option of watching something without playing RuneScape on the side or just playing RuneScape by myself, I would choose RuneScape 100% of the time, basically. Because I just want, like, I want to do stuff. I don't want to just sit there and watch. Like,
no, I'm literally the same way. It's almost though, like, because now since I just live alone and I have cats, like most of the time when I'm watching something, I am playing RuneScape. But the hard part now is like when I need to do like PVM and it's not when I'm live and I want to watch something, because it's like I have to stare at the screen and then I kind of have to like glance down at the movie or show that I'm watching, and it literally makes me mad that I can't, like, because right now I'm doing a hunt, so it's kind of like a bingo, and I just literally, like, I can't do PVM. I mean, maybe Hydra. Like, I have a Hydra task. Hydra's kind of easy enough where I could watch a movie or a show, but anything else, like if I were to go to any other boss, like CG, like I literally just have to play music or open someone's stream and just have it in the background, because there's no way I'm looking away from, the gauntlet or whatever boss it may be. So I try to not do PVM while watching a show, but yeah, I get where that comes from for sure.
So I kind of, here, let's finish up Cam's questions because they're pretty simple, but I want to talk about music right afterward, and I have a few questions about that. So, but first, hot or iced coffee?
I'm weirdly enough, I'm not much of a coffee guy. Like
Me neither.
Yeah, I'm very addicted to drinking Coke. Like I love Coke. Like if you talk to anyone that knows me, if you were to say what's qneeks' favorite drink, they'll tell you Coke. But I drink a lot of Coke, and I don't think I'm not gonna call it an addiction, but I like to vape. I'll be public about it. It is what it is. I vaped for like 5 years, quit it for like 2 years, and then I went to Las Vegas, and everybody had a vape, and yeah, I wouldn't really call it a relapse. I swear I could quit it cold turkey right now if I wanted. I know I have the
Yeah.
the resilience. I know that sounds like someone who's coping with
No,
addiction,
no,
and I could quit anytime. But I swear I could throw it out the window. I could throw all this stuff out, and I would probably have like one bad week, maybe two,
Yeah.
like in a row, and then I'd be back to normal. But I feel like I already have enough bad habits in my life that, like, not saying coffee's a bad habit, but I
Just
like
something
having.
you're gonna need every morning, inevitably.
Yeah, like I don't want to become reliant on it. And I also like having relatively clean teeth, like sort of white teeth. So I'm not a big coffee
Yeah.
guy, but
Yeah.
I feel like if I had to pick one, probably hot. I've never really enjoyed iced coffee.
Yeah, I've been offered nicotine vapes, and I think I've talked to too many people that, and I think of a cold one especially. Just I had him on the cast and we're friends and stuff, and he's just told me, it's like, ugh, just don't even get into it, because like, yeah, it's nice and all, but if you ever like want to quit and you have an addictive personality with it, it's gonna be a fucking bitch to quit if you actually wanted to, you know.
Yeah.
And I already have my own vices as well, so it's like just stacking on another vice, because it's like, I don't know, I think everybody has their shit, and it's just what it's like to be human, you know? Like, you only fucking live once, you're gonna die eventually, like, just I don't know. I don't feel like it's wrong to have a couple vices. I have my own, but it's like,
Yeah,
just stacking on multiple and like more and more and more of them, it's like, okay, maybe chill a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly like my thought process with, like, I mean, it sounds lame to be like, yeah, I'm going to die one day, like I might as well enjoy my life, and if that includes vaping to enjoy it, then yeah, who knows, maybe down the road I can look back and be like, hey, I'm glad I quit that. But for now, it's one of very few vices, besides probably an unhealthy eating pattern, but that's whatever. I'll work on that one day.
Yeah. Well, I will just say, like, I see a really healthy dude. Like, you
Yeah,
got,
you don't look at me and you're like, that guy needs help.
yeah, your stream, like, and I'm seeing you from a stream perspective. I've seen you in like IRL pictures and videos as well, but like, just seeing your stream is like great lighting. You got fucking great skin. You got a great jawline. Like, you got great hair. I'm fucking jealous of the jawline and the hair, but like, you know, I got clean skin as well, which I'm fucking happy about. But like, you got shit going. Like, I don't feel like a couple vices are the end of the world. I don't know. At least that's how I see it now.
For sure. I appreciate that.
Worst flavor of ice cream.
Honestly, I'm kind of weird when it comes to ice cream. Like, I really like vanilla. Like, I don't really try a lot of others. Like vanilla and chocolate. Like, that's really all I stick with. But like, worst flavor, probably something with mint. Like, I don't know what.
Really?
Maybe chocolate mint chip,
chocolate chip.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, mint chocolate chip probably down there for me. I'm just not a fan of minty things mixed in with,
Interesting.
ice cream.
I love mint.
Really?
So you don't like those peppermint patties, like Yorks are a bit like over the top sugary, but like, have you ever had Andy's mints? Those little green ones, little paper wrapping.
Yeah, I think I have. I mean, I like mints. I just don't think it goes with ice cream.
Oh, okay, I see. So you're not just fully against mint.
No, yeah, like anytime I go to Sonic and they give me a mint, I'm popping that thing right after I'm done eating and consuming my drink most of the time. Just I like when it's Christmas time, I love candy canes. Like I love
peppermint bark.
Candy cane.
Have you ever had peppermint bark?
Yeah, actually I have. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah. But I also just love Christmas. I'm a weirdo. Christmas is like my favorite.
I love Christmas time, but I don't even get festive. Well, as a bachelor, I don't get festive at all. I don't set up a Christmas tree. I don't set up lights. I don't do anything. I don't even enjoy my Christmas day. Like, we went to fucking IHOP last year on Christmas. Like,
I mean, hey, that's something.
Because the only fucking place open, and we're like, I don't know. But I still enjoy the holiday season. It just feels good. Something about it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it for me stems from my like childhood. Like I believed in Santa. Hopefully there's no Santa believers watching, but I believed in Santa until I was in like maybe 6th, maybe 7th grade. Like I was telling my friends at the lunch table that Santa was real. Like 6th, 7th grade. I was like, yeah,
Unironically.
bro, yeah, like I wasn't even trolling. And they're like, yo, you dumbass. Like my mom told me he's fake. And I'm like, I don't care. Your mom's lying to you. He's real. Like I full blown believe this. And then one day my sister snooped on my dad's laptop on like eBay, and she saw like everything on our Christmas lists being bought on eBay. And I was like, man, I literally like I had to go to basketball practice. I was like crying that night because I was so heartbroken that my parents could tell a lie to me like that. I literally like didn't trust my parents for I don't know how long because of that.
Yeah. Now I had my own reckoning, I guess, or just I think it was the Easter Bunny actually when my parents told me the Easter Bunny doesn't exist, and they would set fucking like egg trails outside of our yard of the Easter Bunny like sneaking into our house, like little like hints and stuff like that. And then eventually they're just like, yeah, the Easter Bunny doesn't exist. And I'm like bawling my eyes out. It must have been like,
dude,
89.
it sucks. Yeah, it sucks when you find out. But that just brings me to the point of like, should I tell my kids from the get-go, or should I try and let the magic be a thing for them? Because I really do love the magic behind it, and I think it's pretty cool. It's literally just bold-faced lying to your kids, though. Like I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. I've never actually considered that with my own kids. Honestly, when I think about it, I think there's better ways to go about it rather than just making up some shit. I don't know, but. Yeah. I don't really have any ideas off the top of my head, but I think when the time comes, I probably won't do Santa. But
yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
Just be real.
As a kid, watching Christmas movies were so good because of that, like magic and that belief in Santa. Like even the most weird movie of all time, The Polar Express. I loved that movie because it's so wintertime, Christmas feeling, even though it's a really dark film in sort of a weird way. I think I saw it like a decade ago and I was like, this is pretty fucking weird. Like watching this now.
I've seen some Polar Express explained stuff, and it is kind of weird, like, but yeah, it definitely does affect that. I didn't even think about that either, like the fact like of believing in that and seeing him in the movies, or you just feel so much better. And honestly, like I still love Christmas, so maybe I'll just lie to my kids.
It would depend on my wife, because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like the mother of your children would probably, like, if she was down for it, I'd be like, hell yeah, let's do it. But like if she's like, we don't need to do that, then I'd be like, hell yeah, we don't need to do that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I'd probably go that path too. There's no reason to have a debate with your significant other.
Santa
about that.
exists. Yeah.
Santa's gonna be real, I'm telling you. But I agree. I think whoever my partner is in the future, if they want the kids to believe in Santa, then they can. If they don't, then we'll just say, hey, Santa's not real, but you're gonna get gifts, so make a list.
Yep. All right, I gotta say though, when it comes, just to finish off the ice cream thing, pistachio ice cream, I love. I fucking
really
love. I love it.
Really,
it's probably my favorite ice cream. Besides, I think pumpkin pie ice cream. So Bluebell. You've had Bluebell, right? Or have you ever heard of? Yeah. So I don't know where Bluebell all is, like around the country, but Bluebell ice cream, spiced pumpkin pecan is to die for. First off. And then there's this place in Eugene, Oregon called Prince Puckler's Ice Cream. And Obama actually went there. There's like pictures of Obama there. It's like this little ice cream parlor. There's this pistachio ice cream there. It's like I think pistachio almond. So there's little bits of almonds in it, but it's a pistachio ice cream. Oh my God, dude.
It's good.
It's so good. It's so fucking good.
Yeah, I don't have a big palate with ice cream. I've never been like against nuts and ice cream, so I guess I'd if I go to like a Brahms, which I don't know if you have Brahms where you're at, but Brahms is like a very renowned like dairy place, I guess. They have ice cream, and their milk is so good. I swear, it's probably terrible practice, but their milk doesn't expire for like a week after the date. So like, as long as it doesn't smell bad to me, I'm gonna still use it.
That's good.
But yeah, I always get my milk from there, and if I'm in there and I see some ice cream that piques my interest, I might have to take a dip and report back. I don't know.
All right, apples or oranges?
I've honestly, this is terrible. I've never been a big fruit guy, even vegetables. My parents never really forced me to eat it because I'd always just reject it. I'd just not do it. But if I had to pick one, I'd probably eat an apple over an orange. I'm not a big texture is just weird to me, and apples are just easier to eat. Oranges, fruit is like, I wish I was so much better with fruit. Like grapes, I think grapes are awesome, and I still can't eat them. Like I eat them, and then I get all that texture in my mouth, and I'm like,
Yep. No,
So-
I can see where that stems from with fruit, especially if you were to get a bag of fruit that's like part of the fruits are mushy or kind of grainy, like apples. Especially apples are hit or miss if you get them at the grocery store.
for sure.
But dude, like cuties, those little clementines,
Good.
it's
I guess
so
I might just have to.
good. They're so
I'm gonna just
good.
have to try it because I know how good they are
Dude,
for you, and
listen.
they're just better.
Listen, so again, not trying to promote drug use, but if you're baked one night, like when you're really baked, like have some fruit and just like look at the fruit. Like you will be in awe of just looking at like I was peeling a cutie one day after a walk and I was just totally fried. And I spent like 10 minutes just looking at the veins in the oranges and I just realized this grew. Like this wasn't man-made. Like this grew. And now I'm eating it. And it was just like the most delicious thing I've ever had in my life when you just understand the beauty of this fruit that just was nothing and it just grew naturally. Like holy fuck.
Yeah, that'd be a good alternative to instead of cramming my face with candy and chips and soda.
Oh,
Maybe
I
should
still do that too, but
Yeah. I mean, it's still at all. Yeah, yeah. Maybe I'll have to invest in some, and then just get Omega fried one night and just
yeah.
see if I like it. See if I enjoy it.
Apparently mangoes, if as long as they're fresh and delicious, you can get store-bought mangoes that are just rock hard and gross. But if you get like really good fresh mangoes and it's
supposed to help the high or something.
Yeah, it's life-changing, dude.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah. I mean, I like fruit flavored things. Like I love like Arizonas that are like the grape one, the mucho mango. Like I love those. So I feel like if I were to maybe just reevaluate my approach to eating fruit, I could probably do it.
Mm-hmm. And it's a lot better, especially when you do take away the just candy, because I'm a lover of candy. I have to like chill with it now because I'm getting older. But when you have a bunch of candy and then you eat a fruit, you're like, this fruit sucks. Like it's not as sweet as this other shit. It doesn't have the best texture either because this other stuff's just squishy perfectly.
Yeah, it just goes in. Yeah. Yep, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, last question he has is yes or no. I guess you can just answer it however you want.
Always yes, but sometimes no.
So you were mentioning a little bit earlier, like having to PVM and like maybe watching a movie or something on the side. Like now, at least what I do when I need to really focus on the game off stream is I will just try to find music for my playlist. And I have been, for some reason, so addicted to like early 2000s progressive music right now. Like absolutely hooked. Like nothing else. Nothing else hits.
I was gonna say I love the music in your stream. You do a good job of keeping it all very well themed most of the time.
I appreciate that. I don't know what really fed into it because I think as a child, my first ever music I liked was when we would drive to swimming lessons as a kid, and it was just some CDs that my parents had of like ABBA. And it's just a lot of 80s music and stuff. So that was my first taste of music. And then if we ever listened to the radio, my parents would have on this Portland-based radio called Mix 1075, which is just a bunch of fucking 80s songs. So that's like what I knew about. Like when you grow up and all you hear is just like 80s music, that's what you think. And then it slowly drifted into more just everything when I started playing Guitar Hero and got mad addicted to it. I just loved Guitar Hero songs, which sounds so weird to just like, I like Guitar Hero songs. I never admitted that, but like that's the music I listen to. And then it shifted when I met my friend freshman year of high school. It might have been 8th grade even, and he really got me into indie alternative music, and that kind of fed into trance. When I started playing RuneScape in college, I started listening to a little bit of trance, and then it kind of went to EDM, and now it's kind of like trance and progressive for the most part. But I want to
Yeah.
ask about
That's
you.
it's yeah, how my music's changed into everything.
Yeah.
I feel like so when I grew up, I feel like the music I listened to is so varied. Like a lot of the time it would just be radio music, like the most basic, like, whatever's popular at the time. And then
Yep.
obviously like my mom, she was really into like Celine Dion.
Yep.
And
Same with
so
my mom, actually. Celine Dion actually slaps nowadays. I'm not gonna lie. When you,
dude,
yeah,
seriously, like I
yeah,
love Celine Dion.
like
Like I
her
have no
voice is
problem with that.
angelic, dude. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Celine Dion, Enya, like that type of
Yep. Yep.
music.
All the time. I love it. Yeah.
So those tunes definitely I feel like sort of shaped like I feel like it didn't really play in until like recently. Like I went back and I've listened to it and I'm like, wow, like I really like I don't know, like I enjoy listening to that type of music and I think my mom told me she literally played Celine Dion to me when I was in the womb, which is so funny. But maybe that's why I have like a weird connection with it. But yeah, that was like what I can remember. Of course, my dad definitely liked like 80s, like rock and roll, AC/DC, that type of Led Zeppelin, Metallica. Uh, and then of course, yeah, I had a Guitar Hero phase where I loved all that, like the Police, like all the songs from Guitar Hero. I
Yep.
definitely loved to. And then eventually, like I kind of started to develop my own taste. I kind of have been like I've always wanted to be like on the content creation scene since I was like very little. Like I have videos of me in like probably sixth grade where I was like trying to be scene anners. Like I would do like Black Ops commentary, gameplay commentaries, or COD 4 gameplay commentaries with like a little webcam. And
Damn.
yeah, it's really crazy. Like I can leak to you some of the videos after if you want to see them, but I've always wanted to do that. And so I eventually like when Modern Warfare 2 was like in its peak age and people were like, making Call of Duty edits and like episodes or whatever, introducing them to like FaZe Clan or Dare or like whatever SOAR like back in the day. I think I started to develop a taste for like rap music. And then I became a huge fan of like Kid Cudi, Tyler the Creator, Mac Miller. Like I used to listen to Mac Miller on like the bus ride to school in like seventh grade. And then I kind of kept around that kind of like rap taste for probably the like better majority of my life. And then I started playing RuneScape. I started like seeing other people's tastes, like like Wales, a lot of It's Will's music, of course, Bodie, like their type of like house music, D&B, trance as well. Like it kind of all just became like a mixture to me, where like if it sounds good to me, I don't really care what genre it is. It's nice
Mhm.
to try and stick around genres, but at this
You
point, I
can't be
really just
too
I like
strict. Yeah.
yeah, like you don't hold yourself to anything crazy. Like I still have songs that do not fit my playlist that are in my playlist just because I like how they sound. But um, yeah, I mean, majority of it now is just a mixture of like I have a playlist for like rap music, of course, and like weird. Then I have like an indie playlist where I like weird indie music like Mac DeMarco, MGMT,
Mhm.
you could Mumford and Sons or whatever and all that. And it's good music. It makes me feel good, but it definitely doesn't put me in the zone to like game, which is
Yeah.
weird. But
Yep.
the streaming playlist I have is definitely what I would use if I'm gonna like buckle down and I need to pay attention while playing the game. And yeah, I can use that to kind of you can like continue the playlist on at the end in Spotify and find new music. So usually I just go off of that, but most of the time, yeah, like house, EDM, drum and bass, trance, like all of it. I literally, music is such a like, I don't even know how to explain it. Music is so important.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's weird. I guess I'll just mention this, but I think so. I was never a stoner as a kid, like ever. I never smoked weed until I was literally like 24. But yeah, there's something that happens with your brain when you're like chemically induced that music just like it becomes you. You know what I mean? Like you're hearing
Literally.
sounds you'd never heard before when you listen to it sober.
Hmm.
It's just like you're just
Yeah.
all there for it, and like I'll be jamming out to a track at night, just totally fried, and I will just be kicking, and I'll be doing like fucking hand twirls and shit in my bed, like it's like pitch black, and I'm just like jamming out, you know what I mean? Like just like, oh
Yes,
my
dude.
god, like
Sometimes I'll try and get in that mood before stream where I'm just like playing like only my favorite songs and I'm just in it. I
fucking
love
go.
when music is like that. Even sober or under the influence. Like a lot of the time when I'm under any sort of influence, I'll go into Uncle's stream just because his music is like
Yeah, yeah,
literally like his music, regardless of him playing Final Fantasy and me not having a clue what's going on, like just listening to it, yeah, it really does. Like it feels
yep,
different. Like I wish there was a good way to explain it. But yeah,
yeah.
you just notice sounds,
And
you feel it way differently. Like I can't even like I don't
it's
know. I understand
weird.
why people take drugs at like concerts and
Oh yeah,
raves or
I
whatever. Like I
totally
totally
understand now.
yeah, I respect. I do not blame anyone for taking, whatever Molly or
Yeah,
whatever during a show or a set because
it would
yeah.
definitely enhance it for sure. No, I mean, even, bringing up Uncle's stream, for example, there's other streams that are similar where they just play very, just music you never heard before. So, which is also really
Yeah.
cool because there's no, like, you're not like anticipating anything from the song. You're just listening to it for the first time ever, basically. And I don't know if you've ever gotten to the point where maybe, let's just say, for example, you are in that Uncle stream and you're just high as shit, and you actually don't want to leave the stream because you feel like you're going to be missing out if you leave. Like, you
Literally.
feel like if you turn off the music, like you've just, like, what the fuck, dude? Don't turn off the music. Like, you're jamming right now. Yeah, that's how I feel
Yeah.
with some other streams as well. Pretty much any music ends up being really good, a lot better. But yeah, there's something truly special about at least, and I know everyone's different, but the way I look at progressive music and certain tracks
Mhm.
in particular, like I have had some spiritual experiences listening to some music, like truly
I was
spiritual.
Yeah, I was gonna say it can get emotional, dude. There's especially with like progressive and trance, there is a lot of emotion that goes into the song, and I definitely there's a few songs that I can just think of off top that are like, yeah, they definitely just make you feel like a certain way. They could definitely make you cry. I've
Yeah,
definitely had like
just
moments where I've
bawling your eyes
probably
out.
almost been brought, yeah, like either brought to tears or literally a tears going down my face for no reason. Like I have no reason to
Yeah,
cry.
yeah,
Like there's nothing that's gonna make me like, why am I sad now? But
yeah.
like sometimes it is good to have that though. It's good to have that release. So it's good when music can make you cry. Like I've I share a lot of music with my mom. Like I made her a playlist for Mother's Day because she every time I'm in the car and I'm on aux, she's like, I love your music. Like you should make a playlist or you should share this with me. But I used to always use Apple Music, so I just made the swap to Spotify.
Hmm.
And so I figured for Mother's Day I would make her a surprise playlist of a bunch of songs that I've either showed her that we've like shared a moment with, like, and a lot of it can definitely like while making it, I was definitely getting very emotional because I just think of all the moments where I've been in the car with my mom and played her a song that means a lot to me and it meant a lot to her, and it's weird how that can work.
Yeah. I used to do these a lot more commonly. When I first started my YouTube channel, I would just make hour-long skilling videos of me literally not talking, just gameplay of me doing something for 1 hour, like sweating my ass off, basically. And I'd always have like a nice little hour-long playlist of some songs I chose. Uh, and so it was just like these little hour clips pretty much of just like some music that I was really into at the time. So when I go back and I listen to them, I'm like, oh shit, I loved that song. But for some reason, you kind of get out of it. Have you ever listened to a song where you're like, this is the greatest thing I've ever listened to? And then a week later, you find another song that this is the greatest song you've ever listened to? And it's like, it just like
Yes,
keeps
dude.
rotating. You're like, how are songs trumping this? Like, this was the best song ever. And now it's not even that good. And now this other one is just the greatest thing ever. Like, what is happening?
Yes. No, I hate when that happens, but I do love it because it's like obviously you're finding new good songs, but like
Mhm.
it just I don't know. And also when songs get old, like
Yeah,
it
it's
does it
depressing.
sucks. I feel like music has kind of a shelf life once
Yep.
it gets put into your playlist where you're like,
Yep.
I used to love this song, and it's like
I
I'm
know.
sure someone else who's listening to this like they've never heard it, and they're
yeah.
like, "Damn, this is a banger." But then you're like,
I don't like
I
this
don't really
anymore.
like it anymore.
No,
Yeah, it sucks,
it
dude.
is strange because I am very picky with my playlist. As long as I'm not lazy, I will go into my playlist actively. And now I've gotten to the point where just glancing at the album art itself, I don't even need to read the title of the songs. I just see the album art because usually when I'm on my stream, I'll if I'm listening to a song I'm not really into or one that I really am into, I'll just glance over it. And of course, that image is just ingrained in my mind now. So when I'm looking through my entire playlist, I'll see those songs and just those little glimpses of the album arts gives me a certain feeling like, oh, I don't like this song or I love this one. And I
Yep.
always have to tear songs away from the playlist. And I'm like, you know what? There were probably, like, these were bangers at the time. I do vividly remember these were bangers at the time. And maybe I shouldn't get rid of them because I know other people will appreciate them, most likely. But I have to do it for myself because, yeah,
Yeah,
on my stream, I want to
the
be
end,
jamming. I want to be jamming.
yeah, in the end, you're the one that's, actually sitting there and listening to it the whole time you're
Yeah.
live. Not everyone's always there, so it makes sense. It's weird that you bring up the album art thing because I do the exact same thing. Like I see
Yeah.
the artwork and I'm like, oh, I love this song. It's a heater. And then I'll see the next one in queue and I'm like, oh, I don't
Nope.
know about that one, but
I know.
yeah. So I do that same
Oh, God.
association. That's so weird. I'm sure plenty of other people do the same thing, even outside of
Yep.
streaming
Yep.
for like, putting music on for a stream.
Yeah. In fact, you know what's really fucked up about that whole album art thing is, have you ever heard of like Anjuna Beats? There's a very just basic album art they always use. And the first time I ever listened to an Anjuna Beats song was like really annoying. It was just a very annoying song. And so forever that album art was just ingrained in my mind as this music sucks. And since then, I've had to like kind of tear back that indoctrination almost and like give music a chance because they actually have like absolute bangers out there. And I've always just resisted because I'm like, oh, it's this shitty album art.
Yes, I definitely I think it's weird when artists kind of remake an album artwork for the next one because then it's like you kind of you get one wrong image of it and it's
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
over.
it puts it out the window. Yeah.
All right. A cold one asks, I think it's awesome to see how much you've actually improved at the game in the year that I've watched your streams. Now, what on God's green earth were you thinking? Setting your subathon value so high, 1 sub, 10 minutes, you had to have known that you would have been trapped forever. I guess we've already discussed that, but
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Also, I just want to say, like, I genuinely look up to a cold one so much. So for him to say that, like, means so much to me. Like, just even him being like, he came in my stream one time and he's like, "Hey, man, you've gone from like dog shit to just kind of bad." And I was like, "Damn, that means so much from a cold one." Like, no one could ever be like, "You went from shit to bad," and I would be like, "Thank you
yeah,
so much."
But
Like,
it's
that's
coming
literally
from a cold one, and that that's a compliment. Like, he's trolling, but you
He's-
just know a
yeah,
cold one has a good heart, so it all makes it better.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, I knew I did discuss. I pretty much knew that the 10 minutes of sub was going to be an absolute shit show. I wanted to give people a reason to subscribe, and
Yeah,
I knew
you didn't want it to like be cut short. Like, oh, the subathon lasted 2 days. Oh, well, that fucking sucked.
Yeah. I was like, this shit's going to go on for a long time, and it's purely because I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
So yeah, that
I
was
think-
pretty much it. I was stupid.
Yeah, I think the 1 sub 5 minutes is perfect because then 100 bits equals 1 minute. It just nicely evens out. I feel
Oh
like.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Like
You're right.
That's got to be just the best. And
That's a
just-
sweet spot.
Yeah, I think that's a sweet. And if you really wanted to pimp it out, just make it like fucking 2 minutes. Just like yeah, I feel like if you grew your stream enough, you could probably pull off a 2 minute for a sub.
Oh,
milk
and I'd
that
probably go
shit.
for at least a week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
give me
for
2 months at this
sure.
point. Give me 2 months stream, I'll do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's see. By the way, if you're looking at the topics and you see one that pops out to you, feel free to just ask it. But
Grab one. Okay.
wait, you have one? Is that what you just said?
No. I was just gonna say I just finished your sentence.
All right. Madam Mage, big shout out. She has 4 topics. How are your cats? They deserve the world. I liked you better with pink hair, but how about lavender? Why does everyone call you RuneScape's femboy? And if you bark in this podcast, I will drop a 5-pack in your stream. And I'll just say, you know what? As cringe as that's got to be, I respect the hustle if you do bark. I'm not going to lie. I will respect the hustle.
All right. All right, I barked. Congratulations. I just barked on a Sae Bae cast.
You heard it, Madam Mage. You heard it. That's a 5-pack.
That's a 5-pack. That's a 5-pack.
That's a 5-pack.
My cats, they're good. If for anyone that doesn't know, I have 2 cats. Their names Tommy and Frank. They're both ginger cats. They're both little orange boys, and they're pretty much the only friends that I have in my city that I live in. So they're definitely good to have. They ground me. Like when I literally got to Zuck, I went and took like a lap around my house and got like a drink of water. And one of my cats, like he saw me and he just rolled over on his belly or on his back on like the middle of the living room, and I just pet him, and it literally brought me down a level. Like I was so nervous, like I was shaking, pouring my glass of water, and just petting him helped. But they're both good. Frank likes to talk a lot. He's a very talkative cat. You can ask Mofo. He's very annoying, but they're good. I love them. I literally was laying down with them on the couch before I got on the cast today, so they're good.
That's awesome. So yeah, let me just say as well, and I know I already mentioned this, but your hair is so fucking thick, man. When you get older, like I used to have thick hair. I used to have really thick hair, and then it just sort of thinned out over time. Fuck genetics. But yeah, I mean, I can't lie. I'm pretty envious, even just being able to style and have bangs. Like I've never fucking had bangs. But she does ask, I liked you better with pink hair, but how about lavender?
Lavender, that's like this is probably I'm so stupid. It's like a shade of purple, no?
Yeah, I think of lavender as like that laundry. That that what's that bear? What's that little teddy bear that's on those?
Downy.
Is it Downy? Is that the whenever I think
Downy
of Downy
bear?
with that bear, I think of lavender because it's always like that light purple. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I could totally. I'm kind of weird about the hair color thing. I've pretty much not had natural hair since like it's almost been a year. I think it was September of last year when I went to Austin to meet like Tasty, Lopsy. I went with Mofo. Whale was there. We like dyed my hair blue during that trip, and pretty much since then it's either been bleached or colored. And like I think the closest it got to being natural was like during my subathon. Like I just had bleached tips, which I really don't look forward to going back to the bleach tips because I'm probably like one haircut away from bleach tips again. So, but yeah, no, I wouldn't mind having lavender hair. I think it'd be fun. I think I look better with bleached hair and or colored hair, and it makes me stick out more. People remember you a lot more when you have weird hair. So
yeah,
I'm cool with that.
I want to ask because have you ever considered growing out your hair like big time, or have you ever?
Oh yeah, no. I during my high school days, probably I would say it was like my sophomore into my junior and senior year, I had literally hair that was like down to my shoulders, like
Holy
and
fuck.
everybody likes to say I'm very feminine, and I used to work at a Sam's Club, and sometimes I'd have to fill in as the greeter. And since I had long hair, I was very scrawny, and I wore pretty tight jeans. Sometimes old people, I would tell them to have a nice day, and they would say, "You too, ma'am." And that was very interesting that they would mistake me for a woman.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but I had the most awkward encounter of all time at a Walmart, probably 2 years ago. I was walking.
Okay.
I walked to a Walmart because my brother was in Costa Rica at the time, and I didn't have a vehicle. Well, I wasn't going to use the vehicle, basically. So I just walked to Walmart. It's pretty close. And there was this, like, big chick that I thought was a dude. I just thought it was a dude. And she was bent over, like, she was working at Walmart, and she was putting the boxes, like, up on the shelf and stuff. And I was like, "Hey, sir." I was like, "Hey, sir, do you know where I can find this?" And she turned around, and it was, like, just 100% a woman, like 100% a woman. But of course I'm only seeing the backside, and it looked like a dude. Like it would have been because she had short hair. But when you see her face, it's totally a chick.
You can tell.
So I called her sir. She turned around, and dude, I'm not gonna lie, I literally just started walking away. I was so fucking embarrassed, dude, that instead of like looking her dead in the eye and like doubling down and being like, yeah, you, or like, oh shit, I'm so sorry, I literally just walked off, and I just kept walking, and I didn't even get the rest of my groceries because I just needed to leave the store. I was like, holy fuck, dude, like that was the most uncomfortable experience I've ever done. I've never mistook. I've never mistaken. Yeah, there it is. I've never mistaken a gender of a person before like that egregiously. And I was like, holy fuck. All right. So yeah, my heart rate must have pumped up like 2 times, and my face was red as hell. And I'm just like, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I'm never going to this Walmart again. Like, holy shit. Yeah,
I cannot see that person again.
Yeah. It was bad.
I mean, I think most of the time it happened to me. Usually they would say, have a nice day, ma'am, and then I would say, you too, and then they'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, and I'm like, nah, it's fine, I have long hair and I wear tight pants, I don't really care. And usually I just take it as a compliment. I don't, I'm just a pretty looking fella. But yeah, I had long hair for a while. Like I had like insanely curly hair. Like it still kind of shows now, but like literally like I wouldn't have to do anything and it looked like I like ran my hair through like a curling iron. Like I would have curls like just down my head. I had to wear like a headband when I ran cross country and track. That's because
cool, though.
it would just get everywhere. But I loved the long hair look. Are
you gonna do it again? You think?
Yeah, I mean, I've considered it again because like I see T Papa with his long hair and he looks pretty good with it. And I'm like, I could totally pull it off again. It's just the amount of like eating your hair in your sleep or finding long strands of hair and like wherever, on your pillow or when you're taking a shower, it gets all on your fingers, and I'm just not the biggest fan of it. But I mean, I honestly would like to see how it would look now. Maybe even just somewhere in the middle ground, not like super long to the shoulders, but like just kind of crazy long where I like have to pull it back or something. I would definitely try it. I love long hair.
Yeah. Now there's definitely like pros and cons. I mean, I had facial hair for 3 years. And every single time I'd eat anything with sauce or any sort of, just any food, basically, I would have to go to the restroom and clean off my facial hair, like every single time without fail. Or I would do these weird things where like I would like move my lower lip up to like my upper lip and just check for food almost. It sounds gross as shit, but like it's just
I would definitely do the same.
Yeah, like you do these little ticks, sort of like you have these ticks at that point when you have these facial hair, and you just have to like check and inspect your beard and stuff. And holy shit, as soon as I shaved all that last Saturday, I have these like phantom ticks where I'm just like checking my facial hair. I'm like, I don't have any, you idiot. Like,
yeah, you're like, you're good, it's not on your lip. Yeah,
no, it's really because like I have this thing, I'll bring like a bunch of paper towels if I'm gonna eat like some juicy chicken. It's just gonna get everywhere over my beard. And then like I ate some chicken today right before the cast, and just nice little, that was fucking easy, just brush over the paper towel over my mouth and it was done. I was like, damn, I'm supposed to take a shower after this usually, but we're good.
Yeah, I can't really. I mean, I probably could. I've never really tried, but I have an electric shaver that I just use every day, or at least on the days that I stream because I'm gonna be on a camera. But I only grow like the slightest stubble still. I think I'll have to be like 30.
What's like the genetics on like your uncle's sides? Do your uncles have beards? Does your dad have a beard?
Yeah. I mean, my dad, and definitely on my dad's side, they definitely do have a good bit of facial hair. My mom only had sisters, I think. Okay. But I will say, like, my dad told me he was like in his late 20s when he could finally grow like a good bit of facial hair. So I'm just hoping that by then, it actually does come in and I stop having a baby face, because I think people would maybe take me a little more serious. And if I had some facial hair, if not, I mean, it would just be a cool extra appearance.
You with like a 5 o'clock shadow would be pretty fucking dope. I'm not gonna lie.
As I'm saying, I
think it will come in because listen, I didn't grow my first facial hair until I was 24. and I didn't think I could grow anything. I literally didn't think I could grow anything. I knew I could grow some like chin stuff and some neck grossage, you know, just that neck hair that kind of
I got
grows.
that.
But then it took me, you know what it just took? It took me growing it out for 3 months. It was the most awkward thing ever. I got to wear a mask, luckily, because it was COVID. But it just took me growing it, just not touching it. Even though it looked horrible, I had to know for myself if I could actually grow a beard. And then I could. It was a little patchy at first, but it's slowly been filling in. I'm 27 now, so. Yeah, I thought for the longest time I'd never have facial hair until I turned 24. And I was like, okay, it's coming in slowly. So don't give up hope.
All right, yeah, because right now it's definitely just like patches, like all over my chin, you know, to my like cheeks, and it's just not, just doesn't look good. But yeah, I won't give up hope yet. I just know if I could, I definitely will, and I might just one of these days just stop shaving and just see what happens. But
yeah, it's bad.
It's gonna look rough.
Yeah, it's very rough. I mean, you can see. I have like a few rambles where I've had my face cam on like 2 years ago when I was in that 3-month thing where I just never touched my facial hair, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I need to delete this.
It
video.
just looks so yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah. I had a friend in high school that was like, "Yeah, man, you just gotta let it go," and I'm like, "Yeah, bro, but you have like a whole bald spot in like the middle of your cheek. Like it does not look good. Like it doesn't." But it is what it is.
Okay, this is actually a good topic because I know you've mentioned it in Based After Dark of how low IQ your chat is. But Joe asks, why is Peepo Sit the best basis for an emote? And then why is your chat 0 IQ? I'm assuming emote wise. And then what is your most embarrassing moment on stream in relation to another streamer seeing a clip of you outing yourself? Wait, what?
Wow, that's a very specific question. You know, seems like they know something. But Peepo Sit. Honestly, I have to say that's probably Joe. Definitely has to be on Twitch. The username Sunset Saint for sure. But Peepo Sit's a great emote. I don't know. I don't know if it's the best basis, but there are a lot of variants of the Peepo Sit, and it's a pretty good emote. I like it. I think more people should invest in the Peepo Sit emote because it's very cute.
Yeah, those Peepos. Okay, like there's like a variety of Pepe emotes. There's like Pepe, Peppo, Peepo, and there's another one I think. But yeah, they're all just so fucking cute. I like the Peppo ones that just look like deranged a little bit.
Yes, dude. I love it. It's so weird, the emote culture on Twitch. I mean, I guess just move. Yeah, like I don't understand. Like I get it because it's like the internet's thing, but also like behind the whole Pepe thing, I don't want to like get super political or anything, but like a lot of Pepe stuff like originated on the internet from like weird, toxic, like political stuff. Like a lot of like, yeah, like a lot of like I'm in like a subreddit called Pepe the Frog, and a lot of people just post like really like I don't want to jump to like it being on one side, but it feels very right leaning, and it's usually like it's like propagating like weird anti like I don't want to get into it too deep. But yeah, I don't know if that's like the whole existence of it or how it started. I know it started from like a comic or something, but I feel like the internet has a very weird twist. I'm just glad Twitch makes it a very safe place and they just make funny emotes that everybody uses. That's about it.
Yeah. See, that's the other thing. Like I've had people come into my stream, and of course, like Tryhard's the biggest emote where there's like racial context to it because, you know, that's happened in the past.
Yeah.
But like with any emote, it's like almost anybody can put any story behind an emote and be like, oh, so you hate this group of people because you use this emote. It's like, dude, like it's an emote.
It is yeah, it's literally an image on a screen. It ain't that deep. But yeah, I don't want to like falsely spew any claims about stuff like that. I'm not too into it. I just know that there's things where it's been used in the wrong manner, and it's just weird because Twitch just uses it in like the safest manner of like, you know, you just type it when it feels right, or if you just feel like typing a Pepe doing whatever. There's like a million variants. So
I love the as dark as these emotes are, I really love the really sad like Pepe emotes, like the copium, where it's just the dude's just fucking breathing in copium, like nothing's going wrong. And then there's this other one that's called I think it's called Keck Society, and it's like It's like a Keck emote, so it's like the Keck W, but then behind it is the Pepe wearing the mask. He's just fucking bawling his eyes out like he just hates life, basically.
Yeah,
but
it like transitions over.
but he's
Yeah, I know what
laughing
you're
on the
talking
internet,
about.
but deep down he's just so sad.
Sad. Yeah,
I
real.
love those
I love.
emotes. It's
Yeah,
so
I like
relatable.
those.
Oh god. And all the I think it must have been Sag that came out first, and there's a bunch of other ones like Prage and all the other
Yeah, all the
Kumj-
all the I don't know how to.
yeah.
Yeah, all the Sag, Okage, Gladge.
I
Yeah,
love
that's another form of them.
I just love how the culture of Twitch just goes through these emote phases and stuff, and you just get to see new ones that are just awesome that you've never seen before, and you're just like, oh, this is cool. It's just it's like forever adapting in a way.
Yeah,
like it.
yeah. I will say, yeah, it's always like, yeah, I love emotes. I really do. I think that's part of the reason why I get so mad at chat being 0 IQ, quote unquote.
It's because you're looking at the king. You're comparing yourself to Bodhi, who's been around for 11 years, and he's got the perfect like culture of just what emote to type, And even
and he does a good job farming them.
Yeah, and even Hey Jace as well. Like if I type a wrong emote, and he'll call me out on it. I'm like, shit, fuck. So
Yep, for sure. Those type of streams definitely. I mean, and yeah, it's probably just the fact that I'm comparing myself to other streamers when like in reality you should never compare yourself to someone else, but I think a lot of the reason why my chat is quote unquote 0 IQ to like answer the next question is just purely off of the fact now that it's a joke. Like I've always
So
now
people
it's like, oh come on guys, yeah, like type the right emote, and then everybody types a drift or whatever just to troll me. It's like, I don't know, dude. I just don't even get worked up. I got worked up one day and I like literally banned someone over it, and I was like, that was way too far. Like, why did I get that mad over a stupid emote in a Twitch chat? Like, just move on. So I'm working on that part.
I love that there is such a thing as emote etiquette, and we even talked about it on Base After Dark, and I've heard episodes since. I think on the Hanner episode, my name was brought up about like I just use my own emotes wherever the fuck I am. Like,
yeah.
And they asked me about it. I'm just like, I don't fucking care. It's just a goddamn emote, and I might as well just spew my own because I fucking made them and I love them, and I'm just gonna use them.
I was gonna say. You have exclusive permission. You're not doing it to self promo. You're just like, this works, and it literally does. It never bugs me. I love it. I love when you come in. It's on brand for you. Like, it's perfect.
I appreciate that. Well, that's a good thing to I guess just have, I don't know, found myself in a nice position where I can use my own emotes when other people are like fucking on edge whenever they type their own emote. Like they want to, it'll be perfect, but if they do, they're gonna get called out. Like you used your own emote.
Yeah. Yep.
No, but
very rarely.
I will say, if you're sub to a channel and you're watching that channel, using their emotes is so flattering for the streamer.
Oh my
like,
god,
100%.
huge.
So
huge brownie points. Anytime you use the streamer's emotes, especially if you're doing it in someone else's chat and you're not being like annoying or trying to be toxic with it. Like,
Yep.
I talked about it in the After Dark cast, but like when you see your emote in someone else's chat and they don't even know you're in there,
you pop in and you're a mod and you see previous messages with your emotes. You're like, oh yeah.
Yeah, dude. It literally, huge brownie points. I love that.
Yeah. No, and to be quite honest with you, I mean, I am very picky and choosy with my emotes. I'm not just going to use an emote because it's like, I don't know. I will. I mean,
a dance emote, you're going to do it at the right time.
Yeah, and if a streamer has good emotes, not even dance emotes, but just like still emotes. I know Hona had one. It was like this Hona feels bad. It was basically like a Pepe feels bad man emote, but it was like this little chicken variant, and it was like the cutest thing I've ever seen, and it had eyelashes and stuff, and I was like, this thing's fucking adorable. So whenever there was anything sad that happens in a stream, I would type that one because it's just a quality emote.
Yeah, dude. So. I literally like that's. I feel like that when you're trying to upload emotes for your subs, you definitely have to. You try to think through every situation that they could use each emote, and you try your best to nail it on the head with stuff. I tried doing like the Pepe variant thing, but I just don't really have anything about me that stands out in specific to where I could make a Pepe look like me. And sometimes that whole gig's played out. Like you have it really well done. There's only a few people that can just do like a remixed version of a Pepe, and it actually work, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely kind of worked out for me. Just painted the green yellow. It's like, okay, that's good. That's how I kind of started my first emotes, and then it just fed off of that. And the Winnie the Pooh just kind of popped in there randomly too. So it just got
Perfect though. I literally somehow your branding, like that is such a big deal. I feel like with streaming, especially for anybody who's new, like finding your own image is such like, because really as a streamer, it is like you're running your own business. So like when you can sell yourself really good, which like you have it nailed, and a few other people, but like when you have that image really well done, it does a lot of work for you. And then you just being there on the side is part of it.
I mean, I think you do a decent job as well. Whenever I see Gnome Child emotes, I actually think of you now because of the qneeks 7. qneeks 7 was brilliant because it's such a recognizable thing already, but nobody ever really chose to brand themselves as that sort of. And I'm not saying that you branded yourself as a Gnome Child or anything, or if that's like your emote, but like it definitely works. It's like, shit.
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, a lot of people like have put the spin on like the Gnome Child as like a streamer in RuneScape, but I feel like not that many people have done it successfully. I don't know. I don't have a ton of gnome themed emotes. I have like 2 or 3, but I do think it'd be cool to incorporate it in other ways and find a way to be slick with it because people would love it. And yeah, as you said, it's very distinguishable. Like you'll know it's from RuneScape, even if you don't play RuneScape, because that meme is so like renowned on the internet. Yeah, literally. Yeah, like the way too dank's huge. Feels dank, man. Same thing. Like exact. Like perfect.
Yeah. No, but it's interesting how it kind of worked out in my favor. Luckily, even though it wasn't even really planned out that way. It's not like I had a PR team like do this. They'll do good. But I am happy with my emotes. I do take time into them. All right, B Milla. Oh wait, no, there was another question. I don't know what this one was. It must be completely like an inside joke. But what is your most embarrassing moment on stream in relation to another streamer seeing a clip of you outing yourself?
Okay, so this kind of ties back to the subathon. Basically, during my subathon, I had that throat scratching clip. You were actually in the chat when it happened.
I was crying. I was
you were putting question marks.
My computer, just dying laughing. I had no idea what was happening.
Yeah, so basically during my subathon, I mean, even when I sleep, like I do this thing where I scratch my throat. It's just I don't like my mom does it. Everybody in my family has the ability to scratch their throat. Sometimes I guess I just make a funny face when I do it. I've done it around my family. Like, why do you make that face when you scratch your throat? Like I like suck in my lips like really tight when I do it. I think it just builds more vacuum when I scratch my throat. And so I did it while I was sleeping. And basically it's still my biggest clip on Twitch. And it got posted on like a bunch of like weird like live stream YouTube accounts. And this girl, her name's Emote. She's pretty well known. I want to say she has like 150K on Twitch.
Okay.
She came into my stream
I think I know
because of that clip.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, she came into my stream because of the clip. She gave me some money. She donated while I was sleeping. She was really nice. And basically, I eventually found out like months down the road, like probably just a couple weeks ago, that she has an OnlyFans, and so I decided to subscribe to the OnlyFans because she posted this really like revealing picture on Twitter. And so I go on my stream and I'm showing her tweet where she has like, her whole like everything's out almost, it's all covered. I can show it on Twitch, but I'm talking about it. I'm like, bro, this girl right here was in my stream, you guys, my stream. And I subscribed to her OnlyFans. I don't care. I said it. And then I said that. Somebody clipped it, and then they ran and took it to her stream.
Oh, my God.
And then, like, a day or two after, I was, like, wave, like, 47, 46, maybe closer to the 50s. She comes in, and she's like, hi, smiley face. And then I was like, oh, no. I was like, oh, no. I was like, she knows. Like, there's no way she's not about to out me for being extremely horny. And so she posted the clip. She's like, care to explain? And then like, as soon as she entered my chat, literally like I lost, like the next wave started and I hadn't even like swapped to my wand and a Colt. Like I literally was just like sitting there, like freaking, or maybe not cold, but yeah, I literally just died. Like I literally just died in the Inferno because I was so shook by her being in my chat. And so, yeah, I reviewed the clip. And then after that, though, like she stayed for the rest of the stream. She tier 1 subscribed. And then she asked me to play Counter-Strike with her after the stream.
Damn.
So, yeah, I mean, it literally worked out. Like it I was very scared because I thought she was going to bully me. But she ended up being like, yo, she's like, let's play some CS. So I was like, I bet. And then we played one game of CS and then got off because we lost. And that was it. We haven't talked really much since. But it was definitely one of the more embarrassing because like, I was just rewatching that with her in the chat. And then somebody else came in there like, why are you watching a clip of my wife? And then I was like, she's literally in the chat, bro. Like, shut up.
Dude.
But it was good.
Do you remember Jenna on Twitch?
It sounds familiar. She's from like early days, right?
Yeah, and her name was Funky Taco Slayer for a while.
Yeah, I remember hearing that name. Did she ever mess with Lord Kirk at all?
Yeah, no, I mean she was on Raj Patel and all the time.
Okay,
she was a regular on Raj Patel that turned into the Austin show, and I mean she blew up from that. But she was just a humble RuneScape streamer at one point, and that's when I originally like met her on stream. And anyway, so we were like friends, and then she blew up, because I was just a viewer at the time. So just a viewer, and then I watched her just grow her channel immensely just from Raj Patel being on there. And then she changed her name to Jenna and then just did like IRL streams for the most part. Anyway, she popped into my stream like after I was partnered. This is probably a year and a half ago or so. She like popped into or maybe a year ago. I don't know when it was, but it's probably about a year ago. She popped into my stream and I was like, oh shit, because like she was at the time like pretty fucking famous. Like you hear Jenna, and if you're on Twitch at all, you know who she is. So she pops into my stream and she recognized obviously like who I was because my name was Sae Bae at the time, which it was still the same username. And I was pretty active in her chat back then, back in like 2016. And anyway, she popped in and I was doing like Theater of Blood and just fucking lost. I lost all concentration at the end because like, you see somebody that you've never, like you've seen them, but they've never seen you. And then they pop in your stream randomly and you're like, oh God, like we have a history, but you didn't know that I started streaming years later because you already blew up. And then, so anyway, we're like talking and it was a good stream. It was a good stream that she popped into because I was pulling good viewers at the time. So that was definitely a 1-up. And then, I DM'd Ari / who was like the most horny dude ever for her. I DM'd him on Discord. I was like, dude, Jenna's in my stream right now. Like, get in here. And then Ari comes in and starts like asking Jenna to be on the Sae Bae cast and shit. And I'm like, oh my God. Like,
no.
It was a good time, but she was like down too. I just never nothing ever came of it because I was like, she's just being polite. Like she has to be because the cast was really new at the time. Just like calling out in the chat, but it was really cool because just having a big streamer in your stream is just, it's a good feeling. It's fucking nerve-wracking though.
It really is. It's weird that like people can have that effect on you. Like I'm sure she didn't. I mean, maybe it was a little visible, but I'm sure she didn't even think twice about it. Like, and for us, you're just sitting there like, you're like red in the face. You're like, oh my God, I have to play good. I have to be entertaining still. Like it's hard to focus on the chat after they come in. Cause it was the same thing with when Emmy came in. Cause I was just like, I was literally
too many thoughts
blown
going
away.
into your head. They're just,
Yeah, and I'm live. Like I feel like the most human. Like I felt like the more like I just didn't even feel like I was live. I just felt super human. Like I felt like I was about to go on a date for the first time or something. She was just hanging out my stream. I was like, how do I keep streaming with her in my chat? Like, how do I act normal?
Yeah, but it's really bad because, and I've had experiences, I don't know if you have, where people from your past life pop in your stream unannounced, and they're like, hey, it's me from, back 5 years ago. What's up? And so now you're trying to be a streamer for your audience, and now you got some person that you want to catch up with. So you just have to be like, yo, like I'm streaming right now, but I'd love to talk like after the stream, like DM me or whatnot. But it kind of pulls you out of the whole stream thing. You're like, oh shit, like, I want to reconnect with this person, but you're still streaming. It's weird. And, I mean, I do act slightly differently on stream. I'm crazier. I try to put all my energy into it. So when somebody sees me, and of course everyone in my past probably sees me a different way, but like, yeah, when they see me there and then they remember what I was to them 5 years ago, and then they see me in my stream, it's like there's probably a lot of questions. And I'm like, just let me answer them after the stream. I can't do this right now.
Yeah, I have an IRL friend who's a mod in my stream, and sometimes he comes in and we talk about like real life stuff, and I'm like, this just really isn't the place, because like nobody else really cares. Like it sounds terrible,
I know.
but like it's like, damn, I really want to talk about whatever real life stuff is going on. Sometimes it's okay to be like, because he's like going to like law school, I'll be like, how's school? You know, like you can say that to anyone. It's not a big deal. But it's just like whenever there's like certain memories that'll be brought up, and it's just like nobody
Nobody
else is really registering.
Inside jokes. It's just weird to be in a public.
Doesn't
Like
work.
you're a public entertainer at this point. Now you're just like leaving people out.
You got to remember, I'm in front of an audience and still trying to be somewhat entertaining. So yeah, it just doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a interesting question. A couple of them. B Milla asks, you win the Mega Millions for $500 million. What's the first thing you do / buy? And any ghost or supernatural experiences you've had? Completely unrelated.
I'm trying to find it real quick.
B Milla. I can also just link it to you real quick.
Oh, I found it. You win the Mega Million for 500 million. What's the first thing you do and buy? That's like, there's just so much so many different things you could buy for that money. But I would probably start with relocating honestly, the quickest thing that I could do, really, probably go buy a car. I'd probably go buy a really nice car, because 500 million, you could go buy anything you want. You could buy a McLaren. You could buy anything. So I could go, obviously they're going to look at me like I'm dumb as hell because I just won the lottery, but I'd probably go buy like a really nice car, and then I'd eventually work on, probably moving somewhere that I, would like to be. But and then probably buy my parents a place too. That'd be sick.
Let me ask you this, just kind of a tangent on it. If money really wasn't just a what am I trying to say? If money wasn't a
obstacle?
Yeah, obstacle or object or whatever I'm trying to say. There's another word I'm thinking of. But if that wasn't a problem, where would you want to live? And not like specific locations, I guess, unless you already have one chosen. But like when I think of any place I'd love to live, like when I see myself as an old man, I would love to be an old as in like 50 or 60. I just see myself like by a lake, nice cabin. Ooh. Nice land, and I don't really care about the land as much, but I just want to be like secluded, sort of, and just nice cabin house with like a studio and like, I don't know. I see myself at a lake though, where there's a bunch of tree coverage and stuff. Like, where do you see yourself? Like, where would you like to be if you just money wasn't an object?
Probably. Honestly, something similar to that would be amazing. Like, location wise, I would like to be somewhere where there's mountains around still, and then maybe a chance at a beach somewhere. So probably somewhere coastal. It doesn't have to be the West Coast. Maybe could be somewhere on the East, but I definitely think I favor the West Coast a little bit more. Like anywhere, yeah. Like I would like to even have some land. I would like to be secluded off in my own little area. Have a really big like shop for like multiple cars, like to store them, and then have like a lift somewhere so I can just work on cars and just kind of chill out. But definitely, if I could, somewhere in the mountains, any mountain anywhere, I don't really care. I just being around like mountains it just feels so good. Everything is just like picture perfect. Like that was like, I blame like Oklahoma for being like part of the reason why I'm a little sad sometimes. And like I think it's because when I lived in Arizona, like I would literally wake up, I could go out on the porch, it would be perfect in the morning, the sun would be rising over the mountains. Like God, just that type of scenery just puts you in a better headspace. For me at least, it made me feel so much better. Same with like even being able to drive on a mountain. Like you get to go up a mountain, be at the top, and like overlook a city or whatever. But maybe having that from a house.
Is that what I'm getting?
Extremely.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's a few places like I've camped in like southwestern Oklahoma where it's probably the highest elevation's like 2,000 feet above sea level, but it's still pretty, but it's nothing compared to the mountains that are out west or even out east. Same type of thing.
Yeah, I grew up in Oregon, and it was just so beautiful. I took for granted all the waterfalls and all the like natural parks, or not national parks, but just those. Maybe they are national parks. I don't know. Just those parks, state parks that are just really just well kept and nice, and just a lot of beautiful scenery and stuff. And it's like, ugh, I took that all for granted.
Yeah,
I even lived
I
in
know.
Houston for a while, and like that was just the flattest place on earth. Just so flat.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, this is depressing.
Yeah, I think similar to Oklahoma in that vibe for sure. But yeah, I honestly, it makes me question like I'm kind of happy that I grew up in Oklahoma, because now if I do get the opportunity to move somewhere else with like a bunch of parks and stuff like that, I enjoy it so much more. It literally just feels like my life's a movie when I go there. Whereas like people that live there, they're like, yeah, I mean, that's there. I don't know. Like they don't care as much.
Any supernatural experiences or like things you can't explain that have happened to you?
I'm trying to like not really. I mean, I think the closest to like supernatural is probably like having like a really vivid sleep paralysis where it just feels extremely real, where like you're stuck in your bed and you can't move, and there's a creature in your room, and the only thing you can do is just close your eyes to make them go away. I definitely have had that happen, but nothing. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary when it comes to supernatural stuff. I am very glad I haven't had any experiences. I definitely do believe that the supernatural does exist, though. I've seen some stuff on the internet, which, of course, the internet, but it seems very believable. So
Yeah.
I'm glad I haven't had to experience any of that.
I had a weird experience at my last apartment where, again, it was my brother in Costa Rica, and I was home for like 2 months just alone. And I remember going into the kitchen. We were in a small 2-bedroom apartment. I went into the kitchen, and then when I went back to my room with some food, and for some reason something made a noise in like the back, and so like I just turned around, and I saw a fucking like, what I think, who knows? I mean, nowadays I just think, oh, I was just like stupid, or I was tired or something. But I thought I saw a child like in my apartment, like a small child that was just staring at me, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh my-
And so I had to take a double take, and then when those moments when you're watching a scary movie and you're like, just run, like just leave, like what are you doing, like exploring, like why are you like looking? In reality, you really do look, because I was just like, okay, that wasn't real. So I went back behind the wall, and nothing was there, but I swear I saw a child. And nowadays I've convinced myself that obviously it wasn't like real, but like in the moment it was pretty real, and it shook me pretty bad for a couple days. I was like, oh shit, like was that real?
Yeah, it's the same. I feel like that's the same type of vibe whenever you like watch a scary movie and you're like, you don't want to go to sleep anymore. Oh, I hate that. I literally, I do my best if I'm gonna watch a scary film. I do it during the day because I'll usually shrug it off by the time it's time for bed. But I don't.
That experience doesn't really haunt me, but I will say, at least the first few times I had smoked, I would get really paranoid, and I would start like psyching myself out. I'd pretend as though somebody's in my apartment because everyone else would be asleep, and I was streaming DGen hours. So when I'd end my stream, it'd be like 2 a.m, and I would like go upstairs to like get food, and I'm like shivering. I'm like just like, shit, someone's gonna fucking attack me or something. Like I don't know. Like so that I don't know if it was all kind of about that like child experience that I saw, but I'm like, I get a little nervous when I'm not like completely. If I'm completely sober, I'm totally fine. I can be in a dark room and and just be fine. I don't scare myself.
I used to have experiences like that. I feel like when I first started like getting high, I feel like I used to do it with my friends. Like they would come over to my place and then they'd leave, and then I would just be alone in my house with my cat, and like anytime my cat would like look at something or like leave the room and like go stare out the window, I would literally get so paranoid. I'm like, there's somebody outside of my house. I'm turning the alarm on. I'm shutting my door. I'm locking it. and I am not leaving my room now. And like every time I'd go to get like a drink from the fridge, I'd like run in really quick, grab it and run back to my room. And like I feel like
Yeah.
I've finally kind of overcome that, but I definitely used to.
No,
I used to get really paranoid.
I still have that a little bit, mainly because I have this big like staircase I have to walk down, and the lights are always like completely pitch black. If I have to go get food, it's like I quickly go down the stairs. I'm like, I'm not gonna just stall here. I'm going down like quick.
Yeah, I'm grabbing it. I'm running up and flicking the lights off real quick. I'm out.
Yep.
I know that vibe.
It's weird because I'm like, I'm 27 years old. Why am I still doing this? But for some reason, it's still stuck with me after all this time. It's always that little feeling. I know it's not real, but I will say I've had a few experiences. Like a couple years ago, somebody tried to break into our apartment while I was the only one home. Like somebody was smashing down the back door basically with a hammer. And yeah, that kind of scarred me because I had to call the police, and I thought, like, I had to yell at the top of my lungs, like, get the fuck out of here. And without even seeing the dude. So I was just sitting there in my underwear basically with one contact in. I was trying to get my contacts in, and I'm just fucking yelling bloody murder basically to get this guy away from me. And I'm like, yeah, that was not a good, like, because we're not in like the nicest neighborhood. And I'm like, yeah. So I do get a little paranoid because that is real. Like, that is a real thing.
Yeah, no, that definitely. And I did that. I don't know if you have the app, but like the Ring app or like the neighborhood, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have a Ring doorbell, but on that app, I used to, like, when I first moved in, I would just look at it all the time, and it'd be like, 1 mile from your house, someone's reporting gunshots, and it's probably just some old guy, like, just being a schizo or whatever, and it literally would make me more nervous that someone's going to come over to my house. And I don't know. I had this experience with this girl when I first moved in. She came over to visit me because she was in my town, and she left her car doors unlocked. And they like stole her like purse and like a bunch of stuff from inside of her car. And it just made me more scared to be like, wow, like there was somebody with like ill intent, like, less than 100 yards away from where I was sitting in my bed. Like that just, I psych myself out way too much sometimes, but I know I'm cool now. I mean, I just turn my alarm on, and
it's real though. Cause I mean, my brother's had his car broken into like 3 or 4 times in the past like 3 years that we've lived in Alabama. It's not great, and it's always the time where he leaves the door unlocked, so people aren't smashing windows, but people will go around checking cars basically, like at night.
Oh yeah, they'll pull handles. That's probably just what happened. Yep. I mean, supposedly the girl that it happened to, she filed a report, and they actually got back to her and said that they caught the people that were doing it, which is crazy. But yeah, they just were going around pulling handles, seeing whose shit was unlocked. But yeah, I'm glad I park in the garage. Yeah, I'm keeping my stuff in there.
Okay. I know this was already kind of covered, but big shout out to Rendy. He ask him what it's like living in Oklahoma. Doesn't he live in Oklahoma?
Yeah, it's funny because as soon as you posted that, I think Rendy saw that I lived in Oklahoma, and he dropped the follow on Twitter, so I was stoked on that.
Hell yeah, Rendy's a good dude. I just gotta say, if you don't know him, he's a solid dude.
Super cool. Yeah, no, I think he was probably one of the first people I followed just because I knew he was from Oklahoma, and he's doing it kind of big. Like all the stuff that he would do in Buffalo Wild Wings, like I guarantee you, I've been to like 1 or 2 of those, like for sure, because I grew up in Tulsa, which is where he lives. I mean, I grew up in a town outside of Tulsa, but I've been all around Tulsa, and just the fact that like there is maybe a slight chance that I've probably bumped into him in public and just didn't know because, at the time he might not have been a creator and I wasn't in on like, RuneScape stuff. But I mean, outside of like how flat it is a good state. Like where I live in Oklahoma, I love it. I have all like food around me. I have, I'm not far away from Oklahoma City where like everything goes down, and I'm right between like both college towns. Oklahoma City is kind of like wedged between Stillwater, which is where Oklahoma State is, and Norman, which is where Oklahoma University is. And so like I'm in a good spot, especially for when all my friends were still in college. Like they're only like 30, 40 minutes away, and I'm totally okay with driving that. But besides the flatness, it is good. It's cheap to live here. I literally pay like $1,100 a month for a 2-bed, 2-bath, 2-car garage house, pretty much.
Yeah, that's nice.
And
that's the total price.
I mean,
nice.
before bills, of course. But
that's
yeah,
like
like
here,
that's yeah, like it's such a good price for living, and I'm still around my family. I'm not super close to them because they're still in like Tulsa area, but I'm happy with where I'm at for now. Like it just made sense to come back here to like I literally moved here to go back to work at the dealership that I went to, and then it kind of fell out, and now I just live here to be here. But
Yeah.
I initially didn't want to move back to Oklahoma after I was done with school in Arizona. I definitely wanted to stay west. Like ideally I wanted to either be in Arizona or California, but it just made more sense in my life to come back to being sort of close to mommy and daddy just because they would take care of me if something happened. And,
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't really happen, but, you know, in the case that it does, they're close and they can help me out. So,
Yep. Okay. So I had to preface this by saying, yeah, the announcement tweet was kind of harsh on my end, so I do apologize. But Father Eric asks, please, or he says, please explain in full detail how you died to a level 2 woman.
yeah, we haven't really discussed a lot of the hardcore deaths and my little hardcore arc, but basically, so the night that I died pickpocketing a level 2 woman, I had an account that I want to say it was the one that I killed by being so stupid. Basically, I thought the altar for the Enter the Abyss quest, I thought when he said go to the Chaos altar, I thought he meant the one in the wilderness for the quest,
Like-
and one of my viewers in the chat was like, "Yeah, it's the one in like level 30 wildy. Like, just take your hardcore out there. You know, it's fine."
Oh my god.
So I went out to that altar instead of the one that's in Varrock. You know, like
Yeah.
East Varrock
The
or
actual rune
Southeast. or
crafting
whatever.
altar, like the
Yeah, the one that makes
you're talking about the
sense.
one like actually in Varrock, like the town, like not
Yeah.
not
Like
the
when
actual
you're doing
altar.
yeah,
Yeah.
like the
Oh,
altar that you
God.
pray at. And so I went out there and I died to all the chaos druids or whatever, and then I remade that night because the account was probably only like 10 hours deep. I was like, whatever, dude, you know, we were just doing Enter the Abyss. It's not that deep. I went there. It was getting late. This was still when I like worked like 8 to 10 hours a day. It was just getting late, and so I decided to remake, and then I was probably only like 2 or 3 hours in on the account, you know, like I probably only done like a couple quests. I decided I was going to go pickpocket a woman to get like level 10 thieving, you know, so you can go thieve cakes, you know, the usual starter hardcore / Ironman agenda. And I guess I was just so tired. I was just sitting there bumbling on like to a dead chat, asking them about like how their day was when I probably had like 4 viewers. And yeah, I just got sat down. It was a very sad scene, but you know, went and remade again and then remade again and kept doing it.
That clip looked so fake until you see your reaction and you're like, there's no way you can fake that. Like there's no way you can actually fake like being that like devastated.
Yeah, I was like, no way, dude. I was like, I literally ended the stream there. I was like, well, guys, I'm gonna remake off stream and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
God.
It was
And,
such
like,
a sad way.
This game is like the worst game to ever have one life in. It's RuneScape, the game that takes the most hours to ever do anything. And now you got this
100%.
mode where you just have to keep restarting, and that's like, at least for a year. I mean, as soon as Hardcore was released, I don't know if you were watching old school RuneScape Twitch in like 2016, 2017. Oh my god, dude. It was just, that was the new
meta.
way. Yeah, you had to be a hardcore. Like, hardcore was the fucking shit. And if you weren't a hardcore, you're like, what are you doing, dude? Like, if you're a normal Ironman, what the hell are you doing?
Boring. So boring. Who would do that?
And I mean,
Normal Ironman.
I'm not blaming anybody for it because it's like, it's a fucking video game at the end of it. It doesn't really matter. But I mean, the top streamers were just pumping it out. Like, just Bodhi would always talk about who the best hardcores are. And so everyone's watching Bodhi like, yeah, hardcore is cool because, you know, there's people that are really good at it. And then you got like Foe continually remaking, Alfie always doing it. It's like you got the giants of the category just obsessed with hardcore and just breathe it. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, and then just you see the mental deterioration when people end up losing their hardcores and having to remake and just go through this horrible depression, but they keep just going back into this vicious cycle. I'm like, holy shit. Can we move past this already?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, honestly, like, The point of where it is in the game now, it's definitely not as big of a deal, but I do think playing a hardcore is not like it's just not the way anymore. I mean, it's fun, and I definitely like personally like whenever I finally get to a point on my account where I feel like I'm somewhat good enough at the game to have a
Mhm.
hardcore that is worthy of note, I will probably remake just for fun, but it's we're a long ways away from that now. But yeah, I don't know what I was thinking back then. Like I like literally barely had a fire cape. Like what was I thinking like, oh yeah, I'll just be a hardcore. But I mean, I will say it did pull in people. Like they
Yep.
did
Yep.
enjoy watching it even if I was completely terrible. Maybe that was part of the reason why they watch. Like I feel like majority of people that watch hardcore, they just want to see you die
Yep.
anyways. Like they don't care how good you are at the game. They just want to see you die and your reaction. And so they can clip it and go tell someone that look at this dumb idiot that just died to whatever situation it is, whether it's a level 2 woman or Galvic and DS2.
Yeah. No, I don't feel like there's you just have to have experienced all pieces of content before you start a hardcore, but even then new content comes out all the time. And I mean, for example, Raids 3, if you had a decked out hardcore right now, you're still going into Raids 3 blind, so you have to either play it as a main or like first and get your bearings and then start in it. But it's just I don't know. And
It's just
I
not.
will say this, and I used to say this all the time. Now, hardcore has kind of died down, luckily, in my opinion. But for the whole time watching hardcores, it was like whenever you watch a hardcore at God Wars, they bring a fuck ton of anglers. They don't flick. It's just eat up anglers to 120 HP every time. Keep things safe. If you have a little 1 second lag spike, tele out. Like you got to follow procedure. Don't do anything crazy. Don't ticky. Don't. So you're basically losing all of the actual development to gain those skills. Like because you're
Yeah.
so fucking scared of dying, so you never actually even get good at the game. You just go the safe way and get the items and go the slow way. It's like, damn, this is boring.
hmm
But it's just
It
because you
really,
have
it
a red
really
helm. Yeah.
is. Yeah, the red helm somehow makes it somewhat
Yeah,
entertaining. But yeah,
yeah.
I agree. Like I do think like you kind of shaft yourself on like the fun part of the game where you like
Yeah.
learn mechanics and you risk dying because you don't care.
Yep.
Like when you're not a hardcore, and it just makes it so much more fun. And it's content when you die, even if you're not a hardcore.
Yep.
Like people think it's hilarious when you die. So you're losing out on a lot of stuff. But yeah, as a player who's inexperienced, hardcore is not the move. When you're, Puggin level of gaming or, Bodhi or whoever, Foe, Roydy, all those people, it makes sense because they're at a point where the game is maybe a little stale and they're so good at the game that the only thing to spice it up is to have one life. And
Exactly.
it is good content, but it's definitely a dying meta.
Yeah. And I'm not saying like, yeah, don't make a hardcore, but if it's going to just like make you sad. I just remember seeing Bodhi just so burnt out after dying, and a lot of it was just never even his fault. And I'm like, dude, why do you keep doing it? Like, Christ, like just you
hmm
could be enjoying something. And I'm really glad where he's at now. Just
Yeah,
collecting
I
money.
love. Yes, I'm so glad he's doing what he's doing now because it would suck to see him almost every time die to a DC or whatever stupid, like not even his fault
Yeah.
thing, and then he would take like a week to like a month off just because he's so
Yeah.
burnt and like just doing those grinds over and over. Like I really do respect his approach to it because he was very headstrong on sending it and just figuring out what where his limits are, which is so cool to see someone that good find their limits and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Mick Homie asks, what are some good examples of Twitch culture? And then he also asks, one thing as a streamer, one thing as a streamer you know now that you wish you could have figured out earlier in your streaming career.
Okay. Uh, Wait, did you read the Who is Elijah Yo?
I did not. Did I just completely miss that? I read Mick Homie and then I just like
The
I
good
thought it was
examples.
part of his name. Who is Elijah Yo? That's his first thing.
Yeah, so I kind of want to Elijah Yo was my like alias when I streamed Wizard 101 and I mainly used it on YouTube before I found out about streaming and then it eventually bled into like streaming, and then like I slowly just stopped caring about YouTube because streaming is just so much more fun. And it's in reality, it's less effort. It is a lot of effort still. Like, don't get it twisted, but like streaming was just so fun, and it just didn't require me sitting at a computer editing a video. But Elijah was the name of my character in Wizard 101, and I liked the name Elijah just because it was a name in the Bible, and I used to have a pretty strong like religious presence in my life, which it's kind of disappeared now, but it's never going to be fully gone. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, so Elijah is just the name I went by. You can still find the Twitch to this day and the YouTube channel and all the cringe clips, highlights, whatever's on those channels. I'm just not going to get rid of them for the sake of, whoever finds it, they get a little treat at seeing me when I was in like high school. So it's all there, and it'll be there for the rest of time, even the weird cringe shit. Hopefully nothing that's going to get me canceled, but
just the yo part.
I know it's weird that the yo transferred over.
It's such a like a 90s thing, I think. And I know, you're just barely in the 90s, but like just the yo just after things.
Yeah.
But
I was trying to find a way to make the name Elijah be clean and not put like an X or like a Z in it or whatever.
Or have to put like a
still
multiple underscores or some weird shit.
Yeah. So I was like, you know what? Elijah Yo. And it sounded good, and honestly, I would say I was probably like top 5 of the category, as long as it wasn't like a YouTuber streaming with like 300 viewers, but top of the category would be like 50 viewers roughly. It wasn't like it was crazy. It's still the same way in that category to this day.
I used to like as a kid, you just brought up some really nostalgic memories to my head of just what my RuneScape names used to be back in 2004. And one of my usernames I used was Billy Christmas. Billy Christmas with one L, and it was like KRISMAS or something. It just like barely fit the 12 letters. And it was Billy Christmas.
Now that's 90s.
And I don't even remember exactly how that came to be, but for some reason that was like my fucking name was Billy Christmas. And I'd always like, I think part of it was because I just loved the Santa hat. I think part of it, which is like the Santa hat was like the coolest item in the game, and I really wanted one. And the holiday items had just come out in like 2005 or 2006 with the like scarves and the little hats and stuff you get to wear. And I was just like, yeah, I'm a fucking G, Billy Christmas. And then I always really loved the names like Jack and what was the other name I really liked? Have you ever watched Mystery Men, by the way? I just gotta ask.
No, it sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
Mystery Men is the funniest movie of all time. But it's just I'm not even gonna go into it. Well, I will, just because it's funny. But basically, Ben Stiller is like the main character in it, and he's just like trying to impress this girl with like his name, and she's like, "Hey, what's your real name?" Because he always like went over his like superhero name. And then she like asks like, "Hey, what's your real name?" And he's still like trying to impress her, and he's like, Dark Phoenix or something like some like weird like dark anime names almost. He's just going through a list of them, and he's like, "Well, I changed my name to like Dark or Dirk or whatever." Just going around, and that was kind of I think where I got the idea of just like coming out with some cool names like
random,
like Jack Phoenix or some like just some weird shit like childhood names you'd love to have.
I like it though, dude. You could still go by Billy Christmas, bro.
Yeah, probably.
I'd call you Billy anytime. That'd be sick.
Billy Christmas.
That'd be amazing. Yeah, dude. I would rock with it, but the Sae Bae is too good.
Yeah, I like Sae. You know what? I gotta say, I love Sae Bae. It just rolls off the tongue easily. It's not too long. Sae Bae was too long. The Y's were confusing, but like just regardless of the spelling, just Sae Bae is just easy.
So good. Yeah, I told my dad I was going on the Sae Bae cast, and he's like, Sae Bae, and I was like, yeah, you SAEBAE. He's like, yeah. He was questioning the name for a second. I was like, is it not a good name? But it was just funny. It's weird when you step out of your internet circle and talk to people like your parents about stuff.
My dad was like, when I first made the podcast, I was like, it's called the Sae Bae cast. He's like, what? Like, yeah, it's my podcast name, Sae Bae. He's like, where's that come from? And I'm like, don't
Like,
ask. Long story.
I don't know. It just is what it is. Yeah.
Rolled off the tongue. But that's the thing. I mean, I think I've mentioned this in other podcasts, but it's like, where did I come out with the name for Sae Bae Cast? And it's literally just plaster your name on something. It's just unforgettable, basically. As arrogant as it may appear, just plastering your name over something. Just
And it works. It really works amazingly.
Yeah. Okay, his other question is, what are some good examples of great Twitch culture?
I mean, you kind of pointed out, like, when I compare myself to the greats. I mean, good Twitch culture, it doesn't even have to, like, relate to emote usage. I mean, a lot of it I feel like falls into emote usage. Like, just people in Bodhi's chat, like, whenever he, says something about, like, people being locked in his stream forever because they subscribed, everybody types, like, a Bodhi delete immediately. Like, they just know it. Like, it's just a cue. Like, and those are real people, like, sitting there like, oh, I know how to type this emote. I'm going to type it. Like, it's just weird to me. But yeah, like, Bodhi's chat, It's Will's chat's really good with the emotes. Except sometimes his chat's really cringe just because people that are, like, new to the stream try to be, like, ironically funny, and it's just not funny.
I feel like there's
but
a lot of young people in his stream. Like,
yeah, and they
maybe
try to
high
type,
school
like, just weird, funny jokes that aren't funny.
Not
and because
landing.
Will just because Will has those really shitty tweets or good tweets, sometimes good tweets. But yeah, I mean, just those streams, even Mic's stream, like, his stream is a great example of, like, a good culture. Like, they all know the inside jokes. They all
Same with
know,
Whale.
like, yeah, same with Whale. Like, he literally will sit there in silence for 10 minutes and his whole chat's typing whoop chicken nugget, get it, like that type of, like, they just know whatever it is, or he says one thing and they all know what to type. Like, I'm just extremely jealous, and not in, like, a negative manner. I'm just jealous that they've got, envious. I'm just envious they've gotten to the point in their career where they can just kind of not coast, but they can kind of just, their chat's just so smart that, like, they're forever gonna have that. They'll never lose the IQ of their chat, which is amazing, and I hope they treasure it as much as, like, I would if I had it. Not that I'm saying I don't. I do. It's just on a smaller scale right now, just probably because of size,
Yeah, and a lot of it just has to come down to time. And I know, like, some examples are, like, I don't know. I don't feel like Whale's been streaming so long, but it almost feels as though he's been streaming for just a decade because of how, like, just such a tight-knit cult almost of, like, Whale's following. Like, you go in there, it's just a completely different vibe compared to any other stream. But
it's cool that they have that.
It takes years, though, to just build stuff just slowly.
Yeah, you gotta those type of chatters you build up over time. Like, you have, like, we've talked about it before, but, like, Twitch definitely has seasons, and sometimes you lose people, and then some will stay through the seasons, and they kind of just slowly pile up throughout your streaming career.
I gotta say, some of, like, that culture, I feel like spawns from just totally funny, amazing moments in your stream where somebody in your stream that's a big fan of yours makes an emote that's just hilarious. And then you upload it, and then everyone spams it because it just reminds you of that good fucking time. I mean, look at Bodhi 73. I mean, that's just, like, that'll never disappear ever again because it just happened.
Real.
And VV Cool is just everywhere. And so you got these things where, like, your fans make things, and they're just good.
Yeah.
And then that just has to happen organically. You can't force it for the most part. So.
Yeah, 100%. That's a good way to put it. A lot of it just comes from those experiences, whether it's you adding an emote, like, on, BTTV, Frankerface or whatever, and then everybody's using it, or it's, someone makes something for you to upload as a sub emote even, and then everybody's, like, there's just so many moments where, it just, over time, it kind of just correlates and everybody meshes, and it just, reminds you of that stuff.
Yeah. All right, Mic's last question was just something that you would have liked to have known in your earlier streaming career that you know now.
I honestly, like, looking back, I wish I wouldn't, like, I just stop looking at the numbers. Like, definitely, if I could just tell myself to, like, move past, like, keeping the view count on when I was very early into streaming, because I would sit there and I'd watch it go up and down, and like you have no like I mean, you have control over it a little bit, but
Barely.
not enough to, yeah, like it's very, very minuscule how much of an effect you have on your statistics when it comes down to it. You know, I mean, obviously, if you're trying hard and you're in a good mood and you're upbeat, that's all you need to do. Like if it goes down and you're being that way and you're staring at the view count, it's gonna kill it. So if I could tell myself to turn all that off and quit looking at my monthly analytics, it would have helped a lot. But you know, I'm kind of at that point now where I very, very rarely look at the view count. Like I have it turned off, and sometimes, like if I'm near the end of my stream, I'll hover it to be like, all right, cool. We're gonna send a hefty raid to someone and make their day better. Like that's usually the most frequent I'll check in is just near the end. Or if I'm having a bad day and I feel like I'm having a bad stream, I'm gonna hover it and it's gonna reaffirm me that I'm having a bad stream.
Yeah.
And then I'm probably gonna end pretty quickly after because I'm like, well, we're having a terrible stream. I'm gonna end it. But
no,
usually
it's weird. I've always been somebody that's had my viewer count up ever since day one of streaming, basically, till now. Well, mainly because I just have my streamer dashboard open, so it's like I don't really mind seeing it, and I'm not chasing this arbitrary number of 75 over and over, you know, every single fucking day.
Dude. That I'm so glad I'm past that. That is the most mentally wrecking, like literally, like I'm very thankful I finally got the partner out of the way, because just even like I'm okay with being below 75 now. I don't care. Like as long as chat's having a good time and I'm having a good time, I am totally fine with being at 60 or even less. I don't care.
Yep.
Got the check mark out of the way. And
it happens because there's just some evenings where everybody's live or somebody's doing something crazy. Like multiple people are doing 24-hour streams. Then you go live, you don't know, but like people are elsewhere. And it's not like they're like, oh, we don't like this guy anymore. It's like just fucking watching something else tonight. What's the it's not,
literally,
not
like there's
deep.
nothing there's nothing wrong with that at all.
And that was also tough for me as well.
Yeah, just I sometimes I feel like when I used to stream back in the day, I would check who was live, which I'm glad I don't do that now. But I used to be like, oh, so and so's live. That's great. I'm losing viewers. Like, I don't do that anymore. I don't check who's live. I don't chat in anybody's stream when I'm live. I don't look at that because if I see someone else is popping and I'm not, then I'm gonna get in my head about it, and it's just not. It's not a good thing at all. But yeah, other than that, I wish I could tell myself to be more myself back then, because I feel like when I first started streaming, I was trying to go for like the pretend to be like Bodhi or It's Will, which some of that still kind of bleeds into my stream now, but not as bad. Like I just feel like I took a lot of mannerisms from them, and sometimes it still happens, but it's usually in like good taste, not like me just trying to pretend that I'm someone else.
Yeah, and I feel like I've always because whoever I watch a lot, I end up imitating. It's just human nature. How the hell are you the way you are? You just think that you are just always the way you are. It's like, no, it's because of your environment. That's just how humans work. You just associate around things. You start talking the way people do. Just the way human nature works. So, but yeah, I do. There is a line where it's just like, you're just, what did they just do right there? Let me do that. Like, let me like copy that. But sometimes it's just organic. You just start doing things that other people do, and there's nothing wrong with that. And then the cringe thing is when cringe lords come into your stream and like call you out on it of like this little thing that you did that somebody else did. And you're like, what the fuck do you want me to do about it? Like
I literally look up to that person. I just am literally imitation is flattery or whatever. Like you're not doing it because you think it's gonna work or it's gonna get you any clout
you're
from
just
it.
Around that environment, and you think it's cool to like, I don't know. Because I used to pick up. I mean, I've said this again. I know I say this all the time, but like I've said this in previous podcasts of like Fat Clouds, for example. Just basically, I mean, I would camp Fat Cloud stream all the time, and so he would come up with these gimmicks and just super just original gimmicks. Like one of the things he started saying was he would basically like do a compliment but also an insult at the same time. Basically like insult and then say, you know what, but nowadays you're all right in my books. You know, he would say that you're all right in my books. And I just thought that was the funniest fucking thing I'd ever heard, because like it's such a boomer phrase, you know, kind of. But then he started using it. And so then I just started using it because it was just so fucking funny. And then somebody called me out on it one day, like, wow, you're really trying to act like Fat Clouds. I'm like, dude, he says this and it's fucking funny. Like, Okay,
let me be funny, yeah.
Now I have to resist saying this because he said this. Like, I'm not gonna fucking live my life just like, oh, he said this. Now that's off limits. Now, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that just doesn't. No, that doesn't add up. Yeah, it's okay when you do stuff like that. Yeah, like I definitely have picked up mannerisms from yours. Fatty C stream sometimes. Same with Prison Joe, Tasty. Like
everybody.
you just watch those people. Yeah, like you sit in their stream enough, you're gonna want to talk like them or crack a joke like they do, just because it works for like them because it's funny. So I get that. I just
like there's nothing too deep about it. I mean, yeah, there is obviously a line where you're just every single thing you do is just this guy, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, when it's just a little bit, it's nothing. Yeah. It's whatever.
Anyway, okay. There was a topic. Oh, okay. I wanted to see this. So, Greg asks, with the current Inferno grind you're on, where would you rank it on difficulty versus the other grinds you've gone through as an Ironman? He keeps adding commas and periods to things that aren't supposed to be there, so I'm getting confused. You've gone through as an Ironman. Skillful / mental. Is there a grind you're looking forward to after it? So I guess like difficulty of Inferno, and yeah, how has Inferno been? Because a lot of time Inferno eats people up. They get really like down that they're not getting it.
Yeah. I mean, I would say I think the start of my Inferno grind was really, really fun. And then there was like probably like 2 or 3 weeks. Cause like, I want to say like week 2, like I was probably only 6 or 7 days in. I made it to triple Jads and I was like, wow, I literally made it to triple Jads in like a week or, a week of daytime, not like how many days actually passed. But, I got there and then I kind of had like a couple weeks where I was just kind of sitting and like I was getting kind of messed over on like 31 all the time. All the double blob waves were just eating me and I was just not having a good time. I felt boring. I was mad. I think for the first time ever, I genuinely had like a meltdown, slammed my desk and ended the stream. Because of that, I was like 3 hours into a stream. It's probably the first time I've ever ended at like 3 hours because I was just so mad. I was like, I'm not doing this today. So at first it definitely was fun. Then it got really bad. And now I think I'm at a point where it's becoming enjoyable because I'm starting to appreciate the waves for what they are and kind of like doing my best to skillfully play them and solve them. Whereas like I feel like at first I was kind of just yeeting into the waves and just kind of hoping I would get through them. Now it's like I'm really trying. But I do think that having that early triples was not good for me because I've sat here and like compared myself to that PB for the longest time where I was like, well, I made it to triples once. Why can't I get back there? But in reality, I was just spooned a bunch of waves and got lucky. So, but yeah, it's fun now. I like it. I'm excited. I'm totally okay with milking it until I get the cape because it is literally peak content. First cape content is like some of the best content on Twitch. Like I love watching people get their capes and I love being a part of that journey and seeing them get better. And I know people feel the same about that with me. So, but ranking it, I feel like it's kind of up there between like, so I've learned like CG and chambers, like solo chambers. And I feel like those are probably some of the hardest things that I've learned, like
solo
at least
chambers
progression wise.
Bitch for me to learn.
Solo chambers was rough. I would probably put it between solo chambers being the worst to learn so far, followed by the Inferno, then probably followed by like Corrupted Gauntlet, if that kind of gives you an idea of like the skill that I feel like it is, because they all teach you different things. And I already feel like the Inferno, even though I don't have a cape, has taught me so much. Just about like cycle, like the 4-tick cycle. Like it feels better to be at Ulm now because Ulm's on a 4-tick cycle, which is the same as all the monsters in the Inferno. You kind of know when to pray and all that type of stuff. So I would put it around there.
It's such a good feeling completing your first cape. You just have such a boost of confidence. You're like, let's fucking go. I can learn anything now.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to let anybody talk down to me after I get a cape. I mean, I shouldn't let anyone talk down to me already, but...
And the cape is so badass compared to a fire cape.
Dude, it literally looks... Like, I literally don't even care about the stats at this point. I'm going to be honest. I just want the cape. Like, I just want to look cool. I want people to tell me I bought my cape, and then I can be like, yeah. I'll be like, go look at my... like last 2 months of me streaming my Inferno journey. Surely I bought it. But yeah, I don't know.
Wait, who's Poultry in game? Is that a cold one? Or no, that's not cool. Is it?
I don't.
Wait, is he?
No, I don't
No,
know.
that's not who. He is Tree something. There's a guy named Poultry that's with me right now. He dressed up as a pirate with an infernal cape, and I right clicked his name as Poultry.
Poultry. I like it. I don't know. All the tree names. I don't know. Maybe a secret exact account. He's lying about being done.
I can't remember. Tree just became a big thing, I guess. People named
Yeah, it
themselves
did. I
after
don't
Tree.
like how that's all spawned from Cold One mainly.
Yeah, and then I think who was it that was it you guys that had a cold one on Based After Dark? Or wait, who had where was a cold one on? He was just on a podcast and he talked about where that came from. But anyway,
I don't
long
think we've
story.
had him.
I'm not going to go into it, but there is a story behind it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. But
I could tell you after if you're interested.
yeah, I'm down.
Yeah.
A grind I'm looking forward to after the Inferno. Honestly, dude, I'm just excited to just go do whatever I want. Like, I feel like I have so many best in slots now at just missing the cape. Like, I just got Hydra Leather. I have, Primordials now. Like, I just have so much. I got a Lance. Like, just the Infernal Cape to accompany all of that new gear that I have.
It's going to be ballin'.
Honestly, I look forward to getting back into solo Cox a ton. But then again, like, I know Raids 3 is going to come out, and so I just feel like that content is just going to be not good for like a month probably, or maybe like a week or two. So, I mean, outside of starting Raids 3 and getting into that, hopefully I have my cape by then. Definitely getting back to Chambers, eventually learning Fasani's, and then, of course, the Theater of Blood. Like, I'm so very excited for the Theater of Blood. I've sent a few KC. I've gotten a Vernic. I do a couple, after every Base After Dark, usually with the boys. But yeah,
I thought you guys
I'm ready
were
to like
straight
sit down.
trolling that night.
No, dude,
You guys
yeah, that's
invited me, I'm
literally.
like, the fuck? It's like 4 a.m. Like, I'm only going to bed. Yeah, we're gonna do some tops. Like, but Jesus.
Yeah, we're like, we're gonna send a couple Tob. It's just 4 or 5 in the morning, no big deal. But yeah, after those casts, we stay up till like 6, 7 in the morning, sometimes even later. I do not care for that sleeping schedule. I genuinely like being up when the sun comes out, but I never am. But hopefully, I think I'm going to work towards having a little bit earlier stream schedule, so then I overlap with less people that I share, interest in. And I can end at like midnight and then, go to bed at like 1 or 2 and wake up at like, noon at the latest. It'd be perfect. So I think that's the plan.
I actually want to ask you, this isn't a topic on the thread, of course, but I want to ask you about Based After Dark, because you've been on I think the majority of the episodes that have come out, if I'm not mistaken. And how is that podcast environment? Because I've listened to over half of the episodes and like over half of my fully finished, which is really nice. The Based After Dark podcast is great because, first of all, I relate to it so well because I know you guys like really well already.
Yeah.
And so it's just like hearing friends talking shit, and it's just nice. But how is that? And do you see here, I'll just ask a couple more questions along that and I'll let you just go. But do you see that being a thing that you're involved with long term? And also, have you had any ideas of like maybe, and again, this is just coming out of nowhere, like branching off, and have you enjoyed the podcasting element? Maybe you would be interested in like doing your own sort of thing like that. But
I mean, for me, I don't think I could ever do it myself, but I do hope, and I would love to continue to be a part of it. I definitely think the podcasting, the environment of it is so fun, like, especially with the chemistry that I have with all the people that are on the Based After Dark. Like, it's so fun. Like, I know they joke me all the time for being like P3 Olm or whatever, because I'm I feel like I offer a good bit most of the time, but sometimes I do sit there in silence because I just like to listen. And sometimes we all get talking. We all start talking over each other. Yep. It is a lot of people in an environment for us.
I'm surprised how well it works out with we had 7 people in my episode. That was fucking nuts. And it worked out. You guys were all so goddamn polite. It was crazy.
Yeah. We do our best. It definitely can get to be a bit much because there are times where it's like 3 people talking at once and it's like, whoa. But I mean, that's going to happen when you have that many people and everybody gets their turn. But I definitely do want to be a part of it in the long term, and I love where it's going so far. It's offered such a good like outlet for us, and also it's brought in a ton of new people that like some of them don't even play RuneScape. They just stumbled upon it somehow and they're like, "Hey, I saw you on the After Dark. I appreciate you doing it," and they'll drop a follow, sometimes subscribe, and it's just like it's just crazy. Like
Yeah.
when we started it, I mean, I feel like I wasn't a part of the brainstorming of it, but I ended up kind of becoming like a pretty average member of it, and I did not see it ever actually driving a ton of traction. Like we didn't really start it with the intent to drive traction. We kind of just started it because we thought it would be fun, because we always are in a Discord late at night. Not me as much anymore. I kind of just been a loner lately, but before the cast, we would always be in calls, just shooting the shit, talking to each other. And they're like, why don't we just make a podcast out of this? Like, I'm sure people would love it. So I'm very, very happy with it. And I appreciate you saying all the nice stuff you have, because that just means a ton.
Yeah, no, it's a really great vibe every time I listen. And again, I'm very biased on that, but I don't see why anyone would disagree. But yeah, knowing you guys like personally it's a cool
Definitely
element
adds
to
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's kind of another like good way to bring people a little more together with us, because when you listen to that, it feels like you're sitting in the call. Like every time I've listened to one that I'm not on, I literally feel like I'm sitting in a Discord call with my friends. Like it's just crazy. So I think it brings a little bit more of that I don't know. I don't want to say parasocial relationship together, but it kind of does. So yeah, it's good though. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the internet's for. We want parasocial relationships, let's be honest with each other.
Honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we're like saying like, oh, parasocial so bad that yeah, we keep fucking craving it for some goddamn reason.
Literally, I have so many streamers that I just watch parasocially. Like even XQC, like as stupid as it is, because he's the biggest streamer ever, I still feel like I'm a friend of XQC just because I watch him.
Yep.
And that's like why his viewer base is so large, because everybody there, whether they want to admit it or not, they are definitely having a parasocial relationship with XQC. They keep up with his life. I mean, it's just the way the internet works at this point. It's unhealthy, but it's literally just how it works.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I'm very happy to see, and I know Mick Homies and Lopsy have come out with their podcast, Real Homie Hours, I believe is what it's called. That's been great. I've also been catching. That's where a cold one was on. They were on.
Oh,
he was on their podcast, and I was listening to that, and I also got to know a little bit more about Thanks Derm, who, like, there's just a lot of streamers that I never end up getting to watch. First of all, I'll just say I follow hundreds of streamers now. So initially, when I follow a new streamer, I could actually go in and interact and have a good time. Nowadays, I'm stretched so goddamn thin that, like, I look way too deep into it. I feel bad when I don't pop into streams because it's just hundreds of people that I would love to just go in and have a conversation with. But I'm like, I'm kind of busy. I want to do my own thing now. And now I'm not just sitting all day on RuneScape. I go outside here and there. And like, I just don't have the time to do it. But listening to those podcasts and getting to know people has really been beneficial for me. So
yeah, I definitely respect your the way your work. I'm trying to think of it. The way you put everything together, like the amount of time you spend streaming, the amount of time you spend making these casts, the amount of time you spend even making other content for YouTube and still streaming, like your ethic, yeah, is just insanely like. I need to be better about that, because I should be making YouTube content.
Because I do not see it that way.
You feel lazy? Do you feel
like
lazy?
The laziest person ever. But I mean, I know I put work into things, but I always know I can do more, and I don't sometimes. And I'm like, why don't I do more? And then I'm like,
I mean, that's just the drive you have, though. It's good that you have that, because if you didn't think that, then you would slowly fall off. You wouldn't be taking care of what needs to be taken care of. So it's good that you ask yourself what could I be doing more of, because that's the mindset you need to be successful. At least I feel like.
I mean, and like I think you do have a YouTube, right? And you've posted OSRS content on it. Am I correct, or am I just?
Yeah, I mean, I initially started posting hardcore videos because after like a bunch of my hardcore deaths, I was like, this one's the one. Like, I'm gonna make this one go as far as I possibly can. And then I got smited by Darok. Yeah. So
Dude.
that I didn't even like finish that episode, or I didn't even post anything about it. But I even think just to get my feet wet, I should just post. Like everybody, all my YouTube friends are like, don't do it. Don't make Iron Man videos. Don't talk about your account. But just to do something. Like I feel like I need to be doing something.
First of all, I'll just say I admire that you actually enjoy the game and you actually care about the game. And people might think that's cringe to be like, oh, you care about the game, like stop giving a fuck and stuff. But like, yeah, there's a limit. Like, don't fucking make your whole life about the game. But like, there are a lot of players out there that actually do want old school RuneScape content. They don't want your fucking life story about shit. I mean, look at the top YouTubers. Look at Torvesta. He pulls out a video. It is all RuneScape related. There's nothing about his goddamn life in it. There's nothing unrelated to RuneScape at all besides the sponsorship segment. And he fucking kills it. He gets 500,000 views on videos. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, there is a want and a desire for RuneScape content where you're nerding out, about RuneScape. That's all it's about. And dude, all I'm going to say is YouTube was the fucking best thing I ever decided to get into because, yeah, it starts off really slow and you build up. You come out with new ideas. You try new things. And the best part is if your stream is at least big enough where you can survive on your stream, then you're building up another little avenue of revenue. That's just slow burn. But then if you do have a bad month of streaming, which is literally just inevitable, it happens all the time where you just have a lower month, then you have like these other avenues where it's like, okay, well, now I have this like kind of base revenue that I'm getting regardless.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, and it's just way better because you're also not stressing out about YouTube because like the stream is just what fun. I stress out about. The YouTube is just my projects that I just throw up. And dude, I literally encourage all my guests that are content creators to get into YouTube. It's so good.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, literally, it can push so much traction. Yeah. Like, I mean, I've watched you grow from, I think when I first started watching you probably were just pushing like the hundreds, really. And then I've just watched it just keep go up. And it's definitely a product of all the effort you put outside of your stream, probably more than just what you put into your stream, because the best way to grow is just by, posting anywhere that isn't Twitch. Like, just stop worrying about Twitch. Like, most people advise don't even stream 5 days a week. You could stream 3 or 4 and just have a really good YouTube, and that'll still cut the corners. Like that'll still pay the bills. So just crazy. Yeah, so, I think I don't have any good ideas to start off of.
Dude,
I mean,
whatever you want, like just anything. You just fucking throw some shit together. Just do it. Just put stuff out there, and you'll realize what videos are popping off, and then you kind of build on that. Now, I'm the complete opposite of that. I do exactly what I want because I know what I want to do, and that is I don't want to edit anything. I just want to talk in my microphone for 20 minutes and then upload it, and I'm done. And dude, I'm not going to lie, that is just really refreshing. It's kind of like the Base After Dark thing, like the outlet. You get to just talk about whatever the hell's on your mind, and then you just post it as a ramble. And that's the qualification for it. The ramble.
I know. I feel like you've trademarked it so well. I'm jealous of the rambles and having the good pod. I mean, not jealous, envious.
Dude, you could do rambles. I'm not kidding.
But I was gonna say you ramble about like important game stuff.
Barely.
I'm gonna ramble about. I don't know. Like, well,
dude, I don't know. Listen, I am in that like elitist prick category that's like, I can't even relate to the average player. You are at least a lot closer to the average player.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
And people do. There are so many people that have never experienced chambers or solo chambers or getting their first Infernal Cape. You're literally in the thick of it and making your rambles on like what your struggles are, what you've learned, things like that. You have little clips of like, hey, I learned this today. Like this helped me, or like, and I'm just throwing out random ideas. I don't know if these are good or not, but just talk about shit. And the best thing would be to have like even clips of it, just silent clips where you're rambling and then you show examples of things that you're doing in the game and stuff. Like even progress videos. People fucking love progress videos.
I know. I'm telling you, all my friends are against me doing it, but I think it would be the best way for me. I'm just gonna piss them off and just do it.
Fucking do it. All right. You'll piss me off by not doing it. So am I your friend too? Because you'll piss me off if you don't do it.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. That's all I need. The one versus the few YouTube friends that I have. Yeah. I mean, even if it flops, like who cares? As you said, it's literally just a side project. Like if it gets no traction and it's dead, people can make fun of me for it or whatever, and I'll be like, yeah, but I'm still booming on Twitch. I'm still having a good time streaming.
Yes.
Still enjoying the game, etc. So,
dude, my YouTube videos, some of them just totally flop. I upload videos that get like 800 views sometimes. I'm like, yeah, that was a fucking shit video, but like it doesn't matter. And then I'll have some really good videos, like having Bodhi on the cast is the greatest thing ever. That was my top view video. The videos that actually do the best are actually the ones I actually put effort into, and our guides. By the way, guides pop off.
Yeah, I was thinking of making like a normie like a for idiots or for dummies type.
Yes, but you don't need to even insult your own content by saying for dummies. Like just literally, like look at what Theoatrix did. No, that's not a great. But Theoatrix literally says like efficient guide, and he's never fucking done anything in his life, just pulling shit from the wiki. But like you just say this guide, and you put your own spin on it, and people will eventually like flock to it.
Yeah, and I mean the good thing about like help content is it is like the most discoverable, because even if somebody else has a guide out, your guide in the time that it comes out is the newest guide.
Yep.
So surely it has the best methods, you know, the newest methods or whatever. So even just maybe dabbling in like, because like I know I've explained it before, but on my hardcore at the time, I found a way, like a few people have done it, mainly like weird hardcores and like UIMs. You can train your prayer from killing Elvarg in an instanced nightmare zone practice. It's free. You can just go in, you kill him in like 10, 20 seconds. You grab the bones, you leave, you do it again. And it's right by the bank at Nightmare Zone, and you can stack bones that way. I really want to make a video about that, because there's no good video on how to train prayer off of Elvarg. But I think I'd have to make it not as informational and more of like, I broke training prayer for early Ironman or something. Like it'd have to be clickbaity, but
do it.
My friends have helped me with it. I've been sitting on this idea for so long. So I think that might be the first, if I just can sit down and write a script, you know?
Oh, and I know you're like, just the first time I saw your stream, I already knew, okay, this is a man of quality. He's not just throwing together some shit. He actually cares about his audio and his visuals and his stream layout. And he's kind of like me, where I have the same thing. Like I want things to look decent. I'm not like the most perfectionist that I know of, but like I do like things looking nice. And you making a video and putting some effort into it, it would clearly show. There's some really shitty videos out there.
Yeah, that's the good thing, is like at least like my ceiling is still like the lowest low is still going to be somebody else's high, just because of how much effort I'll put into it. So I just got to put out a few flop videos and just get through that. The hardest part is definitely starting when it comes to that type of situation.
It's rough. And your YouTube voice is going to suck at first. I look back at my old videos. I sound so depressed and monotone and just like, but even though I wasn't depressed, it's just that YouTube voice doesn't carry until years later. And then you start realizing, if you listen to my Ramble 1 versus Ramble 100, it's like night and day. I'm like yelling at my mic in Ramble 100.
I might have to, because that does sound pretty good.
It's crazy, just the energy that kind of picks up over some time, but that's just natural. Ignoble Solid asks, in a year, do you still see yourself being a full-time OSRS streamer? Would you consider maining a different game or completely moving on from streaming? Any advice for aspiring streamers? Any advice for streamers who want to be partnered one day but are currently banned? For real though, Nick, you're a legend. I'm hella glad that I've gotten to know you. Also, get an Infernal Cape soon. You're partnered already. Please stop milking.
Shout out Ignoble. I mean, in a year, do I still see myself being a full-time streamer? I hope. I mean, I really like. I said it a little bit before, but like ever since I was in like middle school, I've wanted to be the person that I am today. And you couldn't have told me in middle school that I would even be a Twitch partner. Like how badly I wanted it back in like 2014 when I was like 15, 16. It just blows my mind. The growth I've seen and the opportunities that I've been blessed to have. But I hope in a year I'm still a streamer. But would I consider maining a different game or completely moving on? You know, I guess it just depends. Like if RuneScape gets really stale, and I honestly can't foresee that happening in the next, you know, I don't know how long, but I'm hoping I don't ever want to just move on from RuneScape because it's just so fun. It's such a big part of my life right now, and it's a weird way to say I have a addiction, but I mean it's so fun, and the amount of time you can put into it and what you get back from it is exactly why I love the game, because I just feel like it offers so much like reward. Like it just feels so good to even just get a level still, like even, you know, 2,000 total in, it still feels good to get a level. I just there's so much to learn and it'll never end. So I hope I get to stay with old school, but you know, if another game pops up and I start popping off in another category and that's the analytics look good in another area, then maybe it is time to say goodbye to RuneScape, but I can't see that happening on Twitch at least, unless you know, YouTube were to go crazy and I outgrow like Tasty or something. That would just be insane. But yeah, that'd be the only way.
Yeah, I always think of like if RuneScape were to seriously start dying down and actual streamers are leaving as well, like big stream like Bodhi were to leave and just like, all right, this game fucking sucks. Like they did something irreversible to it, which I don't see happening. These are all just hypotheticals. This game has been thriving and growing for the past decade, but like I would probably go to like more IRL things, I think. I don't even think I'd switch to another game. Maybe like occasionally I would do like chess or something, but I think I would try to start exploring more IRL stuff. Yeah.
That'd be cool. I mean, IRL's like when you are entertaining and you're funny in public, people love that stuff. So I mean, I think for me, now that my car is hopefully going to be back up and not broken anytime soon, I would like to do like an IRL stream from like a car meet where I just walk around and show cars and talk about everything, and you know, might bump into someone and talk to them while I'm streaming, and it could be good content because I could say something stupid and I can be funny. But yeah, the only other thing would be like, as you said, if I were to like stream a car game with like a simulator, that'd be my only other market.
I just think, I mean, I wouldn't be like a clown on the streets doing weird stuff, but I just think like more, I don't know. This sounds weird, but like I could just, and again, I don't know how well this would even do, but again, this is all like a hypothetical. Just sitting down, talking about, you know, stuff. I know that sounds horribly boring.
Like in a restaurant or something?
Just anywhere, outside, inside, even.
That's peaceful.
Just go. I was even thinking, I mentioned this on my stream, like, I'm planning on getting a bike soon. I want a nice bike, and I want to start getting into biking. And I want to like set up a fucking GoPro on my bike or on my helmet potentially. That's just always staring at my face. So wherever I look, the camera goes. It's not attached to really necessarily the bike. It's like to my face. So it sees me. So like the stream would be my face with the back, like I guess with the background in the back, and just me biking wherever the fuck. And just talking about stuff and then meeting up at some point, like maybe with some friends or something. I don't know. Things that I think about in my 30s, because I am approaching my 30s in 3 years from now. And I don't know. I could see some like variety popping in at that point and just.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as soon as with the way you're established, people will just love you for you and they'll watch you. I mean, honestly, and people love, as I said, seeing streamers that they watch do one thing, usually go do something else, especially getting outside. People love it. Like it's so refreshing to see that person outside. And plus you're kind of like living through the streamer that's going outside. You're like, ooh, he's outside, I'm kind of outside, you know, like I'm kind of in on it too, you know. So I think it would do well, especially when you're established. Like it'll do fine, I'm sure. That'd be really fun, and it could be even like a video, depending on how much content you can pull out of it.
Yeah. Okay. So, He also asks, any advice for aspiring streamers and any advice for streamers who want to be partnered one day but are currently banned. What is that? Is he banned? Is he talking about himself?
Yeah, he got banned. Did you not see any of that? You didn't see anything about Ignoble getting banned?
I was like, is he joking about this or?
No, he I don't know, we don't know the exact context because the ban message that he got just said it happened in his stream. It doesn't give him a clip or a reference. It just said happened in stream titled, and he was like, the title was like send feet pics for entry, and then like in parentheses it says for legal purposes this is a joke. So that already
I'm
looked
seeing it
bad.
right
I don't know
now.
if it was.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah, I don't
like,
know. Yeah.
is that actually bad? Like, I don't know. Okay, that makes me worried because if you know Ignoble, you know he's fully trolling.
Yeah,
Like,
he's unhinged, but in like the best way. Like he's
yeah,
not
that's
doing
not
anything
even
wrong.
malicious, I
So
feel like, but
no, and I don't know if it was the title or he was probably saying some sideways stuff. Like he likes to joke that he hates women. Like he's like,
yeah.
I fucking hate women. Like he
Yeah,
probably
it's
just
his
said that and somebody clipped it and then was like, I'm gonna report him for this, and then he got a 2-week suspension.
I'm seeing it right now actually. Yeah. 14-day suspension. I had no
Yeah.
idea. I completely missed that news on Twitter. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's
But
funny as fuck.
I don't know any advice for an aspiring streamer. Noble's already a better streamer than I am, but uh, as I've said before, don't look at numbers. Just enjoy yourself, have a good time, feed off of chat's energy. Comparison is the thief of joy. Don't look at someone else and ask yourself why you're not doing as good as that person because it does no good, doesn't change anything.
Yep.
Which I should be taking that advice more because I do that quite frequent. But
Same.
yeah, just don't compare yourself to other people. That's probably the worst. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. All right. Ian asks, what made you come up with the banger qneeks G7 emote? Is that the golden one?
Yeah.
The gnome
The
child.
golden
saluting?
salute. Yeah. Yeah.
And then oh wait, well I can just go through them, I guess. Tits or ass? When is the hardcore Ironman coming off the shelf? Which streamer do you find yourself watching when no one else is live at 5 a.m.? Any tips for the 1 to 10 viewer Andys in the category to improve and someday hit partner?
The G7, someone actually made that for me. I have he's a chatter. His name's Bunta. I was talking about the idea of a gold tier 3 emote one day, and he's pretty versed in Photoshop. He literally just found like a gradient and like overlaid it over the original, and it literally just came out perfect. Like it just looked so good. I was like, all right, yeah, this is the new tier 3 emote. And I think that was before I was even partnered. So like that there probably got me like 3 or 4 tier 3s just because a few people wanted the gold, which is so cool. Because like to this day, I probably have like 10 tier 3s, which is just insane to me.
Yeah.
That people tier 3 ever.
I know.
I don't expect them to ever maintain. Yeah, like
you like wonder like the next month when they resub a tier 3, you're like, you didn't have like the worst buyer's remorse of all time last month. Like you're fucking continuing this shit. Jesus.
Yeah, you didn't cancel it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't blame anybody for sure.
I always feel
like,
kind of guilty when people tier 3. I'm like, like
yeah, I'm
you
like,
should
damn,
get
bro,
more
I'm kind of
perks for
scamming
this
you.
shit.
Yeah, literally, I agree. It's like you should get like some weird, like not even just the tier 3 flare. You should have like a whole separate badge or something. I don't even know, but it is what it is. But yeah, it was just made by a viewer. He did a really good job. Shout out my man. And then tits or ass? That's like a based after dark question, but I'm probably more of a butt guy. I've said it before, and T Papa asked me one night and then showed it on his stream. He asked the same question. I said you can have a nice ass with small boobies and it's still good, but you can't have big boobies with small booty, and that's just is what it is.
No, that's straight up.
So that's just but I'm not trying to objectify women. I just had to answer that question, for legal reasons. I love every woman. They're great.
No, like straight up. Oh yeah, no, it would be really bad if Twitch got a hold of Base After Dark and started examining those episodes. The suspension might last a little longer.
Yeah, Noble's catching a perm. I'm catching a couple weeks. Tasty's catching a couple. Everybody in that cast is catching a little bit of a ban there. So
I just love
nobody informed Twitch.
I loved how Tasty. I think it was in the Hanner cast, just talking about how Base After Dark was truly supposed to be unhinged initially, and then after like the first couple episodes, they're like, all right, maybe we can't. We gotta like fucking chill. Probably.
Yeah, it's still toned down, but it's definitely as free as you can get thinking wise before anyone gets in trouble. Like we're still just talking shit, just having a good time, mostly saying what we think,
Yeah, I have nothing to add about the tits or ass.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
Perfect. When is the hardcore coming off the shelf? I kind of covered that. I think as soon as we get to a point where I've pretty much done all the content in the game and I feel somewhat okay about my PVM mechanical ability, because there's still so much to learn. I've got like half the clicks that I want to have. Like there's so much stuff I want to get better at, and reaction time, and yeah, we'll have like 10 infernal capes before I probably have a hardcore. Let's just like set that as a standard. Which streamer do you find yourself watching when no one else is live at 5 a.m.? Ooh, that's rough. Sometimes it depends. As of lately, XQC, as cringe as it is, he's usually live on like some real degenerate hours lately.
He
And
streams a
I've found myself.
lot.
Yeah, he streams like 20 hours a sesh. Like sometimes he's insane.
Like
I look up to
what
his.
are his monthly average of hours streamed? It's like it's got to be like
Dude,
250 plus like every month.
It's got to be some like crazier than Uncle, and Uncle's a crackhead. So
Yeah.
yeah, if none of my like RuneScape friends are live, probably XQC, as I said, probably even Unk. It just depends, if I'm in the mood to just listen to some tunes and just sit there and vibe. But most of the time sometimes there's a few Australian people that are awake at 5 in the morning, and I kind of just hop streams. I don't really talk too much at 5 in the morning. I really just usually open a tab and play Rooney, or I'll even just switch to watch a TV show. Like I'll just go watch, I've been watching Star Wars Rebels. I'll just go watch Rebels, or, I was watching Stranger Things not long ago. So, just hop between whatever TV I like to watch.
It's the last thing
Any
we've kind of
tips for-
already covered, but yeah, if you have anything else, just
Yeah,
I guess
there-
specifically for that one viewer, like when you're in single digits, how can you get out of it?
Yeah, when you're in the single digits, dude, I feel like I was kind of lucky when I started streaming, because I had a few of my friends from when I streamed Wizard 101. They knew my account, and so they found me and they watched my stream and kind of gave me a little bit of a good starting boost, someone to talk to at least when I was doing, the early streams. But really the best thing you can do is just be involved. Like, I feel like the best way to get your name out there is just be involved in other people's streams. Don't be a leech, don't take a leech approach to it. Like, don't go into people's streams to be nice to them and expect them to raid you, but just be active in other people's communities. The streamer that likes you, they'll shout you out even if you don't ask for it. They'll be like, yo, you guys should go watch my friend. And eventually you'll kind of develop your own, space. And then after a while, you still want to interact with those people, because it's still is good to just have those relations with other streamers in general. But yeah, I would say that helps the most. And just doing exciting content, being upbeat, high energy. The energy is the biggest thing, I feel like, for having a good stream. Like if you're in a good mood, you're trolling, you're smiling, you're cracking jokes, everybody wants to be there.
Dude, it's literally energy, and it's so painfully awkward when you're pulling 2 viewers, but dude, it's the energy. And yeah, like I mean, Tasty has a really good fucking point where it's like, maybe just don't start streaming off the bat as you're growing. Like maybe like do something else that's a little bit more exposure. Like you'll get more exposure creating a YouTube, because you make a cool video and that pops off and that grows your channel, rather than like, I had a good stream. Nobody gives a fuck. Like nobody gives a fuck that you had a good
quite
stream.
literally. Yeah,
so
that's true. I mean, Tasty literally, I only found him when he first started growing, when like Exact gave him a bunch of money and Bodhi was talking about him. But Tasty's presence grew very quickly because of his presence on other platforms. So, that is definitely a valuable tip, is don't stream. Go put your time into YouTube first and then stream later.
Yeah.
Or anything else, it doesn't have to be YouTube. You could be a TikTok guy. I don't care. Whatever.
And the other thing is, like, if you are going to, if streaming seriously is the only thing you want to do and that's your thing, don't go so fucking hard where you're streaming like 50 hours a week trying to like just get exposure. Like, dude, do something crazy and stream like 3 days a week for like 5 or 6 hours to like per stream, and just like have really high energy, be around other streams. It's just fucking impossible when you're just pulling like 2 or 3 viewers. You gotta have, what would work actually? Having a very unique title and having some crazy good overlays, like just making your stream look slick and having a face cam. I'm going to be honest, I am one of those people that browses the directory. I will browse from 0 viewers to higher on the OSRS category. And I will only click on a stream that has a face cam. I'm sorry. It's just the way the fucking world works. I will click on a stream that has a face cam. And if their stream looks good, has good audio, I'm sticking around. Like, it's just...
Yep.
Yeah.
Simple as that, really. Like, it's crazy that that effect that it has just having a webcam. But yeah, just yeah, I agree. Like, slow down on the streams 3-4 days a week with 5-6 hour streams where you're really in a good mood, you're keeping it upbeat. If the route that you want to take is just solely streaming, you don't feel like you have time for anything else, which saying you don't have time for anything is a terrible excuse because you definitely do. But it just, yeah, I definitely agree though. I would put the time that you would spend streaming into developing a different skill set on YouTube because it's just better. It really is. It just sucks because that's the way it is. I mean, I'm honestly envious of people that solely make a living off of just YouTube. Like, I love streaming and I definitely wouldn't trade it for anything, but for the people that just get to upload a YouTube video and then they've made their bank, they definitely still bust their ass. Like, I'm not playing that down, but they have probably a good bit more of downtime, or at least, a couple days more where they don't feel like they have to be clicking going live or, whatever it is. But,
Dude,
I mean, to each their own. It's a grind for sure.
having Solo Mission on the cast last year really opened my eyes. Like, the dude fucking uploads like once a month, I swear to God, and he's making like just absolute bank. Just total bank. Like, you just make a goddamn video, instantly pull 300k views on it, like just chilling. I mean,
It's a literal legend.
I mean, even Bodie. I mean, I remember having Bodie on the cast, and he wasn't streaming at the time because of his break, but he was at the point starting to upload his progress videos on his main. Just fucking makes a video. It was just basically a ramble at that point for 20 minutes. Just compiles a few clips, pulls like 200,000 views. Just like boom, like done. Like that gets to that point if you're consistent enough, you're entertaining enough, your content's good enough. And of course, he's been around for so goddamn long, so it's a different story. But like, dude, that is the dream. Like, if everything else in your life is just totally gone to shit, you can just talk about RuneScape for 20 minutes, upload 200,000 views.
I am very envious of Bodhi's career, but you can't say he didn't work for it. That's for sure.
He worked his ass off, and it was when it was the riskiest too.
Oh yeah, I mean, and he honestly, I'm even envious of the like eras that he's come up through. Like, he's seen like he was there for like Ice Poseidon when Raj was around. Like, he got to see like all of those seasons, and like I'm very sad that I decided to like not stream from like 2017 to 2020, but it was still just, I don't know. In the end, it built me to be who I am today, so I can't really be that angry about it.
Yeah. No, I mean, sometimes I think, man, if only I had started earlier. But then I'm like, dude, I was a fucking dumbass earlier. Like, I would have fucked something up, I feel like. I feel like I would have done something, made some mistake if I had started when I was 20 or something. Just being a 20-year-old, just totally being a dumbass or something, or even younger. I cannot imagine what it would have been like to be Curtis, like MMORPG, that literally started streaming, I think, when he was like 16 or 17. It's like, dude, your brain isn't developed yet, and you're on the public, you're streaming publicly to hundreds of people. It's just like, damn, that is so risky. I feel like you don't even know who you are yet.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be even harder coming up that way because you really don't have any like self identity. Like you have to figure that out while streaming. I agree. I like where I picked it up. I picked it up at like 22. I think that's fine. I'm pretty well developed. I still don't exactly know myself all that well, but I think that's just part of life. You kind of just discover that as you grow. But yeah, that would be hard. I am glad that I have my break. It's just a lot of missed opportunity.
Okay, here's a topic from Real Mock. He asks, would you rather fight 100 gnome children with your fists or one giant gnome child with your feet? What's your skincare routine? What do you want to be when you grow up? Jokes aside, do you take a tactical or go with the flow approach to streaming, managing your brand?
Ooh. For the question of fighting 100 gnome children with my fist or one giant with my feet, I'd probably take 100 gnome children with my fist. I just feel like my feet are so inoperable. Like I'm not that good of a kicker. I mean, I did, I ran cross country for 3 years in high school, and I've got pretty nice legs, but I don't know about being able to do much with my feet there. I think my fists are very bony. I'm very scrawny, so I'd probably be able to put the work on 100 gnome children with my hands. So I'd probably take them on by hand. And if I lose, I mean, shit, at least I died to a bunch of gnome children. It's kind of tight.
Yeah, feels dank, man.
Yeah. What's your skincare routine? Weirdly enough, I literally don't have one. Like I used to care about washing my face before I went to bed, cold water, clean rag every time.
Mhm.
And I feel like that made my skin worse. Like I feel like it made it just more susceptible to damage and like weird pimples and acne popping up because I was messing with my skin. Whereas I feel like I'm just one of those people where if I just leave it alone and don't touch my face as much as I can and, clean my pillow covers because I feel like that is a good breeding ground for it to be getting nasty. So I've said it before, but yeah, just clean pillowcases and don't touch your face and you'll maybe be okay. And a lot of Coke, the drink.
Yeah, no, I have never had a skincare routine. And
Yeah.
like hearing, because I was talking to Nunu Nels after last week's cast, and she also like has previously suffered with eczema, and so she could really relate with Bodhi because I think it was brought up that like Bodhi was dealing with a bunch of skin stuff, and I'm like, damn, like that is like the most awful thing to ever deal with in life. I feel like just something so apparent, nothing you can hide. It's just your
Yeah.
skin. Your fucking skin is like not good. It's not clean. It's like I'm really
It's
glad. I'm
scary.
grateful I don't have any sort of like skin problem because yeah, I feel very bad for people that like really suffer with that for their life. I was even talking to Nunu about this guy I knew that like people called him Pizza Face because in high school because
Oh,
he just had like the
man.
worst, and I'm talking bad pimply face where you're just like, oh Jesus, like should you
I
be at
hate
school right now,
that.
like something like really really bad. But I'm like, dude, he fucking went to school like that. Like
Props to
damn, that
him.
I know
Props to
that takes
him.
so much courage, dude. I would be like in the worst place ever. Like I would be the most
Yeah, I would
depressed.
hate myself. That
Yeah,
sounds so bad. Like, I don't want to be mean, but yeah,
no, it's just it
I
takes a lot.
literally, oh, yeah, it does. When I first started, I think it was like eighth grade. I think I got like my first bit of acne, and I started freaking out so bad. It wasn't even bad. I probably had like one or two pimples. Maybe my chin flared up a little bit. And I was like, Mom, I need to take medication. I need to take medication for my skin right now. And so we went to the skin doctor. I don't remember the name. I don't know what it's called. And basically they prescribed me this medicine that literally just dries out your skin. And
Oh
I
wait,
think to
wait,
this
are you talking about a
day,
dermatologist? Just
yeah,
okay,
dermatologist. I
there
went
you
to a
go.
dermatologist. They gave me, I forget the name of the medicine. I could probably find it, but basically it just dries your skin out to the point of like where all the acne kind of just falls off.
So
But I feel
gross.
like I'm still to this point. I don't know if it's just my skin or unhealthy, drinking water. Like I just don't drink a lot of water,
Hmm.
but my eyebrows to this day will flake. Like the skin behind it will flake. And I don't know what it's from.
Damn.
Maybe it's just a lack of moisture and I don't drink a lot of water. So maybe it's that. But I feel like from there on, I've had that weird, but it's not like I have acne or anything crazy. Typically, sometimes it flares up,
Yeah, I mean,
stress or whatever. But
occasional zit or whatever. Yeah.
yeah, I do feel terrible for people that have conditions like that because I remember how lucky I felt when I was in high school. Because yeah, I had people like that in my school that would be just decked out in acne, and I was like, dude, this is just. And those leave scars. Like their faces
Yeah,
never really truly recover.
I
Like they
know.
may get rid of the acne, but they will always have like weird acne scars, and
Yep.
it just sucks. I feel bad. I honestly I give a lot of props to people that can put up with that and
Oh,
still be
it's
confident in themselves.
unbelievable, just like strength to just pull through that. Like Jesus Christ, dude. Like I would get in high school, I'd have one big ass zit on my nose, just randomly that pops up, just just a big zit, and I'm like, I look like fucking Rudolph the reindeer, you know, even though it's not
I
like
know.
that bad, but
Oh,
like you'd get like a zit
no
in
one
the middle of
cares,
your
yeah.
forehead or on your nose or just like on your cheek, just a big inner zit, and you're like, dude, I don't even want to go to school today because I look like fucking shit.
Literally.
And then
it's
I just
like, for
imagine
us,
that
it's
that
so,
is your
yeah.
life, and it's like you just have to deal with it. I was like, props, dude.
I'm sure they come to terms with it very early and they just move on, and other people still just see them as that. Because for us, getting a pimple is like the end of the world, whereas like the whole face is just covered in pimples.
It's
Oh,
bad.
it makes me sad, bro. It makes me sad.
I'm glad that mostly goes away into adulthood. Like generally people don't really suffer with acne in adulthood because like
I would be, yeah.
it's that high school shit. But yeah, if you dealt with it in high school, people are ruthless to you. It's like, God,
What a terrible time for acne to like exist in the
especially
human
if you're
body.
a girl.
Like, oh god,
Dude, it was way worse if you're a girl. Because if you see a dude and he's like an athletic football person who just has a bunch of acne on his face, you probably don't even think twice. You're like, whatever, it's just a dude going through puberty. It's like, but
yep.
I feel like for a girl, it's just much worse because it's just the appearance, just the perception of it's different. But yeah.
Yeah. I think as you get older too, your perception of that just changes too. You're like, I don't really care if I have a pimple now. It just doesn't matter. What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be tasty when I grow up. Pretty much.
We all?
Yeah, I want to be tasty. Maybe Bodhi. Outside of that, like if all else fails with streaming, I think truly I am pretty much already grown up per se, but I would like to probably pursue some sort of degree. I really like teeth, so maybe something in like, dentistry or orthodontistry. It's a lot of schooling for most of that, but I think in due time, if everything fails, that's probably what I would pursue. I'd probably be like 40 getting out of it, but I mean most successful orthodontists and dentists are usually pretty older anyways, so I wouldn't feel like I'm too out of place. And I mean, I'm still relatively young right now, so that would probably be what I'd want to do. I'd like to also, when I grow up, like to be a little more fit, like to start going to the gym and kind of building my body up, because I feel like I have all the means. Like I feel like if I just literally put on like 50 pounds and like a little fat, mostly muscle, I would be like unstoppable. I'm just gonna say it.
No,
so
I agree with that.
Nice.
That's why we got to keep you down so you don't take over the platform. We got to keep you in your place.
Gotta keep me controlled, keep me scrawny.
Real talk though. I mean, you are already a very handsome man, and I am a heterosexual male for the most part. I probably have like a percentage that I'm just completely homosexual, but for the most part, I'm heterosexual. But you're a really good looking dude, and I'm not gonna lie, like just a little bit of resistance training, like just some push-ups, some pull-ups, sit-ups, squats, and just eating a little bit more is like all you need to do for the basics. In fact, that's literally all. I don't even go to a gym, and like, yeah, I'm not like fucking tasty buff, but like I don't actually I've had a couple opportunities where people are like, oh, take off your shirt or whatever on stream, I'll pay you 10 gifts. I'm like, I can't fucking do that, and I'm not going to either. That's for the OnlyFans for a year down the line. But like,
yes sir,
it really is just you do a little bit of that resistance training, like 3 sets of whatever the hell works for you. And you just build up, and you just do that like 3 times a week, and you'll just see like drastic improvements as long as you're eating protein. Like you gotta eat your protein.
Biggest deal with me is my eating habits. I eat like 1 meal a day, sometimes 2 if I'm up at a good time. It's very bad. It's not like it's beating me down or anything. I know a lot of people that function on like 1 meal, but if I could squeeze in 2 to 3 a day, I would already be putting on weight, and that would be big for me. Even just putting on weight, I don't even care if I don't have a super like nice body. I just want to fill myself out a little more, be a little more confident in my appearance. Like I'm not uncomfortable when I take my shirt off. I just don't feel like it's anything to be proud of per se, and I would like to like, it just feels better when you take your shirt off and you feel like everybody can look at you and you're like, yeah, man, I'm ripped. But yeah.
No, I still got like a couple fat rolls that I'm trying to burn off. I'm trying like I'm currently in the position where I'm actually trying to lose like probably like half a pound a week is where I'm trying to aim for. So I just barely cut calories for the most part, and I don't even count them. I've seen over the past few months what I need to input basically, and I used to count calories, so I have a pretty good fucking idea of what like food usually is. But yeah, I'm trying to get a little bit leaner, but I'm also trying to maintain my muscles, so I just like do pretty much calisthenics, just body weight exercises like 3 or 4 times a week, and then I literally go on walks every single day just to shed off like a little bit more weight.
Nice.
But,
Yeah. See, just developing that routine is huge because just even just like any sort of routine is just it's just so good to have because you just build so much like I don't know how to explain it, but you just build that routine and it's just
Yep.
so good
And
for
then
you.
it's
That's what
so
I
easy. It becomes
that's
so
what I'm,
easy.
yeah. Yep. Hardest part in anything is always starting. And I want to go to a gym. I just know I'm not as confident in myself, so I'm just afraid to go to the gym and do
Fuck
something
gyms.
wrong. But then again, like, yeah,
I
it's
mean,
just like, what does it matter though if
yeah,
somebody judges me? Like,
exactly.
who are they?
In
Like,
fact,
they're just some
nobody will
random.
judge you. Like nobody will judge you. The only people that'll judge you are just like pieces of shit. Like everyone's proud of
Literally.
anybody that goes to the gym. If I see somebody that's scrawny or like overweight at the gym, which I haven't gone to a gym by the way in like 4 years, I'm like, fucking good for you.
Good
but
for you.
Yeah, nowadays
Literally.
but that's the thing. Like you don't need a gym. You can literally do so many things at home, especially when you're
Yeah.
starting out. Like, dude, starting out, it's body weight. Body weight will do so much good for you rather than just like trying to lift weights and like fucking spraining your wrist on like weights and things. Like I have gotten like minor injuries from just being in a gym and using weights and not being prepared for it. Like just tweaks on my wrist, and those fucking tweaks last like 8 weeks of just like, damn, like this sucks. Like my wrist just is weak. Feels like
That would suck. Yeah. I mean, you're right. And even being able to just build a routine at home will eventually bleed into a routine whenever you're ready to go to the gym if you feel like it.
Absolutely.
So that'd be good for sure.
Okay. The last question he had was just the whole, do you go with the flow with managing your brand, or do you have a plan when it comes to like your streaming brand?
I mean, for as of lately, I feel like I kind of just go with the flow. I feel like your personality becomes a big part of your brand, and like just the way you talk and the way you act is your brand. And I think, at first maybe it took a little bit of like, figuring out how I want to appear on stream and how I want to act, but as of now, I feel like it's just second nature. So it's kind of like going with the flow, but at the start of it, I definitely think it took a little bit of like figuring out to how I want to be and how I want people to perceive me, but more of a go with the flow. I would like to, eventually like rebrand graphics and stuff, but everything so far has been made by me on my stream, and anytime you pay someone, they never do it the way I like to have it be done. So it's just a matter of time until I find something I want to do again and swap all the graphics and transitions and stuff for stream, but besides that, it's pretty much a go with the flow at this point. I just got to remember that I'm in streamer mode and not act like a, complete normie and just be boring.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's ever really been a tactical approach to like anything I do on stream, hardly. Now there's been ideas like, a little Sae Bae Saturdays was just an idea. Just like, it'd be kind of cool to have a day that's just like your day,
Yeah, stuff like that is cool. I tuned in. I thought that was really sick. I like to try and plan days for stuff. So I guess maybe in the sense of tactical, I definitely think out ahead of time what I'm going to be doing on stream every day. Like I'm like, okay, this day we're going to do this boss, or this day we're going to do this grind, or whatever. That might be as tactical as it really gets, but other than that, I mean, yeah.
I feel like the most tactical streams are Hey Jace's. He literally he basically has a piece of content for every day of the week. It's like Clue Scroll opening
cool.
Sunday. He's got his like Corp Tuesdays. He's got his Guardians of the Rift Monday, or whatever the hell days they are. It's just like there's always a dedicated day to like whatever he does. And I'm like, that's kind of cool. You see the title if you're interested in that content, or if you just like Jace, you'll just pop in any stream. But like,
yeah, and the more you do it, the more people expect it to be a
Exactly.
thing. So then they'll show up for those certain events or content.
All right, going back to the cars, Cincy Bearcat asks, what is your top car you'd like to own? What is the car you're like to be able to work on the most? qneeks 7 tattoo win. Would you get a qneeks 7 tattooed on yourself?
Oh yeah.
Like if you
I
think,
actually
okay,
have
wait,
to...
let me just pause you right there. I'm sorry for interrupting, but
No, no, I've interrupted you a couple
if you
times.
guys think using your own emotes in a chat is bad and really like stuck up, imagine tattooing
Oh,
your own
no.
fucking emotes on
Oh
yourself.
no.
No, I'm kidding,
Yeah,
but go.
real. I made a promise forever ago, probably around, I would say, January of 2021, maybe February, maybe March. I don't. It was somewhere around the beginning of 2021. I did a charity stream for the Alzheimer's Association. Or no, it was Cure ALZ, not the Alzheimer's Association. They're kind of Alzheimer's Association is literally a scam group. I feel like they don't put their money to anything. But I did a charity stream for Cure ALZ, and basically the end, goal would be that I would get a qneeks 7 tattoo. I haven't decided. It's literally been years. I just have literally, like, my money is always so strung out, and I never can justify getting a tattoo because I'm so, like, focused on trying to make sure I can handle myself and
Yeah.
bills and food and stuff. So I made the promise of that, and then I also made a promise during my subathon that I would get a tattoo of a Twitch emote. Like, I'd let chat pick the emote. But what I think I'm gonna do for that is I'm gonna narrow it down to like 5 to 10 emotes, and then I'll run like a poll or something, and then I'll just have chat vote on ones. Because I feel like if I let them completely pick the emote, they're gonna pick something terrible. That's like they're gonna make me put like a wide hard on my body, which is just
Jesus Christ.
that would just be stupid.
That
So
would be pretty fucking funny, but pretty
it'd be
bad.
hilarious,
That'd be bad,
but I
dude.
definitely don't want it. Yeah,
You'd
that'd
like,
be
what
good.
the fuck? Like, who is that?
Yeah, imagine they like I put it like a somewhere that's like unseen, and then I go to take my clothes off to have sex or something, and they're like, "What the fuck
Dude,
is that?" That would just not.
Seth would fucking worship you after that. He would literally worship you if you had
For
a
real.
fucking wide heart tattoo. Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, I would do it for Seth. He's got to give me like $1,000 or something. But if he gave me $1,000, I'd do it. Hopefully he doesn't hear that. But yeah, so I owe chat a qneeks 7 tattoo, but it's not gonna be huge.
Yeah.
I think I might just put it on like my arm that I like salute the camera with.
That'd be cool.
Just yeah, maybe have it like somewhere visible when I do it. I don't know. I'm not too worried. Tattoos are pretty cool. I won't regret it because with this whole streaming thing, even if it were to not work out in a year or two, I would still
Nice little
cherish every
reminder.
second that I've spent. So
Yeah. I have very high hopes, by the way, that streaming will be absolutely fine for you in the future. You got to keep in mind, like, dude, the people that have really built a stream, it's not in the course of 3 years, 4 years. It's like these people have been doing this shit for 8 to 12 years. I mean, like, they are pumping out content consistently for years, and so you just got to look at the like real overarching view of like being a content creator, being a I hate to use this term influencer, but just being a person on the internet. Like, it takes years and years of growth for most people. Some people just fucking pop off, which is rare, but yeah.
yeah, you're right. I mean, the
have high
top
hopes.
dogs, of the category have been the top dogs for. They're just grandfathered in, which is like no disrespect to them. They're still putting in the hours. They still hustle. They're still entertaining most of the time, and there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, it would be cool to see a shift in, the top dogs one day. I'm just gonna throw that out there. It'd be cool to see more of the base
I mean,
homies, more of like us type
yeah.
people, more towards the top of the category. Which some nights we are. Like, I'm sure on my night where I got to Zuck, I was probably like number 1 or 2 of the category at like,
I mean,
midnight.
I'll even say, like, okay, I remember watching It's Will when he was pulling 80 viewers. Now he's one of the kings of the category. Tasty fucking blew up out of nowhere because, of his YouTube, and he just is very, very handsome and fucking, like, charming as hell. So you got that. I mean, he's already a king of the category. I think Tasty's one of the kings. And, like, I think it always is switching up. I mean, Odablock came out of nowhere, too. I know that was kind of a while ago. But, like, there's a lot of people that have just... I know, like, I don't know. But you know what is a cool thing is that it doesn't transition out. So at least you have faith that if you do get to that point, it's like you're pretty much secured there. Like, you never really see Foe or like
They'll never
Curtis
fall
or
below.
Mr. Mammal ever dropping below like 400 viewers. Or just fucking permanently stuck at like mostly 800 to like 1200.
Yeah, which is sick. Yeah. It would be awesome. Like, yeah, to get to that point. Same with like the Bodhi thing. Like, just post a YouTube video, 200K views.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
when you get to that point,
Free.
that's like retirement. Like, that's literally retirement. You're
Yeah.
just chilling at that point. Like, you could be retired and still in the game pretty much because there's just so. I mean, there's still effort required. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, he still goes out of his way to be entertaining, but
Yeah.
you know, at that point, you don't have to be as distraught. Like, you could go live and be boring, and people are still gonna watch you.
I know.
But yeah.
Um,
What is my top car that I'd like to own? For me, probably a McLaren F1 because the McLaren F1 has two BMW inline six engines that make it a V12. It's literally like the European engine that goes in my M3. They basically smacked them together and made a V12. And it's just so cool that BMW designed the engine for that car. And it's probably one of the most expensive cars in the world. They're worth a couple million. They're just outstanding cars. They're just literal time capsules. This literally where you sit in that car is in the middle of it. Like the seat and the steering wheel are in the middle. There's seats on the left and right. It's so cool. It's like a spaceship.
I'm looking at pictures right now showing the
Yeah, the
YouTube
F1.
listeners. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
So good.
Yeah.
And then
Okay, no, sorry. No, go for it. I was just going to say that little thing about you having mentioned playing Need for Speed. I remember on my app or on my iPod Touch back in high school, I think it was either Need for Speed Underground. I think it was Underground or something. It was like a mobile version of it or something like that, or Need for Speed, whatever the hell it was.
Yeah. I think I remember that.
Yeah. I remember playing. Dude, that was
So
back when
cool.
games were like not fucking pay $100 for 90 gems in this fucking in-app purchase. Like
God.
you just pay $7 for the game and you're good to go. Like
Literally such a more pure time. I mean, I respect the microtransaction grind, and I'm thankful that they haven't been introduced into old school because I'd just ruin the game if they brought MTX in. I think they know that, so they won't ever. But
well, they have bonds, but yeah, like Iron Man is so fucking pure. Like we have such a pure
I'm saying you
experience.
nothing. Yeah, no one's buying XP or whatever. It's
God.
so easy. It's so good. I love it. What is the car you'd like to be able to work on the most? I mean, working on cars, kind of a different story. Ideally, if I had to work on like a car, I like anything BMW because I have a good bit of experience. I would say, probably like a base model 3 Series just because I've worked on so many 320i's, 328s, 325s. Like if I were to own a brand new car, I'd probably, well, not brand new, probably a few years old. I'd probably get like a 320i to just drive every day because they're so easy to work on, and I've done every job imaginable on one. So that'd probably be my favorite car to work on.
Hell yeah. Okay. There's a fair few amount of topics that I feel like we've already kind of covered. So I'm going to kind of wrap things up with a couple of questions of my own that I like to ask my guests. First one, and I feel like I guess we haven't actually covered it, but I want to ask you, where do you see yourself or where would you like to be in 5 years from now? And I feel like we've already already touched on that, but in a way.
I mean,
not
vaguely.
specifically 5 years, but yeah.
Yeah, no.
I want to hear it.
Specifically in 5 years, ideally, I would like to still be producing content. I'd like to have a very successful YouTube channel. Hopefully, I speak some of this into fruition here, but a successful YouTube channel, booming on Twitch still probably playing RuneScape like the old man I will be. I'll probably be like, what, almost 30 then? So I'll be about 30, still playing RuneScape. I'll be looking like, Foe or someone, just chilling, playing the game.
You just look like Foe all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't know where that comes out of left field. I definitely will never look like Foe. But
your hair's
just
too
in
perfect for it.
Yeah, and obviously living somewhere outside of Oklahoma, I'd love to kick it west, Pacific Northwest, maybe California. Living in maybe a streamer house or content house with a few of my other friends that make content, and just literally living the dream that I would love to be a part of. So that's probably about where I'd like to be in 5 years.
Hell yeah. All right. Now I'm going to ask you for 3 shout outs. Anybody in the community. It doesn't have to be the absolute top, just any 3 that you feel like deserve one and why.
Of course. I mean, at the top, it has to be Zoe Pancakes, just because of everything she's done for me, and how well she takes care of me when we all hang out and everything. She is. I stand by this so heavily. It's probably annoying, but she is literally the reason I have any bit of a name. Besides, me putting in my own work and hours, etc. So Zoe definitely number one. For number two, I'd probably have to throw in Mick Homie, just solely off of the fact of how great his community is and all the events he puts on for everyone. He just does such a good job with it. He's on the push for a partner, so if any of you guys don't know him, definitely check out his Twitch channel. It's Mick_homie. He's so close. He just unlocked the button to apply. He's gonna apply in a few days, and I think he's doing a subathon soon. So if any of you guys are curious what a subathon looks like, I think he's gonna be sleeping on it. So I would definitely recommend taking a gander. I think, I don't know if it's like a 24. I want to say it'll be for, I don't know if it's uncapped. It might just be a week. I know he has a job, so he might have just got some time off. So yeah, I would definitely recommend Mick. And then lastly, I have to give a shout out to Tasty, just for how awesome he's been taking care of everybody in base. Like Prison Joe said it before, Tasty does not have to be our friend. Like Tasty has the option to be his. To that. Yeah, he has his own lane. He does not need to be our friends. He could be just as successful without us, and he still chose to be our friend and just do a good job of putting us all on the base team and just literally just being a good dude and a good friend. So yeah, big ups to Tasty.
No, I mean, I got to give a little shout out to Tasty as well, because I know he wasn't as big, like not even close to what he is now, but getting him on the Sae Bae cast, I just asked him, like, this is early last year. I just asked him, he's like totally willing, totally happy to be on it. And I was like, fuck, dude, you're like blowing up. Like you're already beyond me. And yet you're still willing to like, go on this shitty podcast that I just started. Like, hell yeah.
That's all it takes, dude. It's cool to see the progression of people you've been able to pull on the cast. It's awesome.
Yeah. And we finally got to you.
Finally,
we had to get all the plebs on, like Bodie, all those big foe.
Yeah, I'm happy to be post Bodie era Sae Bae cast. That's good with me. I'm happy with it. I'm not too far episodes off, just like nearly 10. It's good.
Yeah, no, you're single digits off of Bodie. I think that's good.
Nice.
Well, Nick, I have had a very pleasant evening talking to you today. And guys, down in the description, we're gonna have qneeks Twitch channel, Twitter, his YouTube. Go fucking subscribe to his YouTube prematurely. I know he's already got some videos up there. Is there anything else you'd like linked?
No, I mean, that's it. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, if anything.
Perfect. Okay. Guys, if you would like to support the Sae Bae cast, it's a $2 pledge per month if you guys would like to, or there's also one-off donations if you guys would like to support the cast. Down in the description, there's a Patreon link over there. I'm also, I gotta say this, I'm also going to be adding some perks to the Patreon, where I will announce kind of like the guest list, where I will keep it private publicly, but for the patrons, I will like leak who are like the next upcoming things and things. I've been considering adding a few more perks, because right now it's just a support center, basically just give me your money. But yeah, we're going to be adding a few things to it. So
that's a reason right there. I might have to drop some money on the Patreon. Not going to lie.
So it hasn't happened officially yet, but I think as soon as I get my scheduling down a little bit better, we can start like disclosing months in advance. So yeah, anyway, thank you guys for listening as always, and we will catch you in the next one. Nick, thank you once again.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man.